Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 321. 321. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, good to see you today. Things are looking... Something's framed differently behind you. I don't know. Maybe it's the lights or something. It looks much busier, but in a good way. Like you're in a proper, like it's a set that looks like it's being used, but that it's made to be in front of, you know, as a set, if that makes any sense. Yeah. Oh, wait, your audio's gone again. What is going on here? But it's recording on the... I can't hear you. All right, we're back. We started another recording. I don't know. Chris was having audio issues, or I was having a hard time hearing Chris earlier, and then we started recording, and then I couldn't hear him again. I can hear you now.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. That really threw me off, though. I was going to say something, and now it's gone.
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
I know. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what that's all about. Zencaster's not in great shape today, maybe. Maybe it's one of our computers. I don't know. One of our setups, but...
I hope it's on their end, because I don't really want to have to get a new mic.
Yeah, well, we'll get you one if we have to, but I don't know what that's all about. It's strange. We never had everyone. I get a little, especially with Dustin out now. It's like I get a little nervous when I run into issues. Like, what am I supposed to do now? You know, like I have no one to help me figure any of this out. I'm like a caveman with two rocks, banging them together.
Yeah, just banging them together, hoping to make some eggs.
Right, exactly. You know. I've said it before, but I find it so funny that there were these cavemen were walking around the earth for hundreds of thousands of years with no technological advancements. Like nothing happened at all.
Yeah.
It's like strange to me. You think someone would have discovered something, you know, figured something out.
Yeah. Just,
nope.
I don't know.
They really didn't.
Life was simpler.
Well, how's it going on in your life? How's everything?
Pretty good. You know, I got a haircut, but like, I didn't do the normal thing where I normally would like kind of like buzz all of it off. I was just like, just shape it up so it's not a fucking disaster. It's
give it a trim.
Yeah. It's getting a little unruly. Sure. But outside of that, I don't know. Pretty normal. Playing some games. I woke up really early this morning thinking about how there hasn't been like a silly little war in a long time. And I mean like the one with like the Australians and the emus, like something like just like an authentically silly war.
Right.
Haven't had many of those. Like
the Area 51 purported Area 51 invasion when everyone was going to invade Area 51. A little silly war like that.
Right, when everybody was going to Naruto run through the barricades and get gunned down by flak cannons.
By devices and technologies you've yet seen. There hasn't been a silly little war in a while. There's some little wars going on. I don't know if they're silly. You know? Yeah. They're nonetheless.
They're definitely... I'm scared to touch my mic now.
Do you think that's what it is?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just like, now I'm like very, very paranoid.
That's what's so annoying about the technologies is you use this shit for... And I understand things degrade, but you use this just as setup, right? For instance. And then one day the XLR cable just doesn't work anymore. It's like, okay. I mean, I guess that happened, but like, why? Why did that happen? And these XLR cables are built into the stand, you know, which is a problem. So I don't know, man. What a racket.
The damn racket, all of it.
It truly is always something, is it not?
Yeah, it's always something.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Well, it's good to be here with you today. Nothing really going on in my world. Not that anyone gives a shit. Yeah, but like try to think of like anything that's even happening. Like there's nothing even.
Yeah,
it literally is just the same thing every day, over and over again. Yeah, that's
it. Sometimes I remember points in my life that were very, very eventful, and I'm very glad sometimes to have an uneventful week.
Sure,
you know, just the calmness of it, because like there are times that are a lot more exciting than this for sure, but like infinitely more stressful, and I would rather be here dealing with nothing than back in those, you know, exciting times.
Yeah. What there's like all sorts of sayings about that. It's like life happens in a day or something like that. Or a year happens in a day. And so it's like, I don't know,
What
man.
does that mean?
Yeah, it's like,
about?
I don't want to just let my life happen the way it happens, and we'll just see what happens. You know, we'll take it and play it by ear.
Right. Playing my whole life by ear at this point.
Yeah, that's right. Leaping before you look and all the rest. All right. Well, it's good to be here with you today, Chris. Obviously, Dustin remains out. We've been talking to him, or I've certainly talked to him a few times. He's, hanging in there. They posted Dustin and Holly posted a picture of themselves out at a cafe or something.
Yeah.
Yesterday on Twitter. So it was good to see them out and about and kind of, slowly getting back to normal, as it were. And so he continues to appreciate all your kind words and all the rest. Gives him a lot of strength. In the meantime, we continue as a duo, which is the way the show started, as many of the old Sacred Symbols fans know. So we know how to do this. Remember, you can get the show early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Joining more than 13,000 of you with your monthly subscriptions. Couldn't do it without you. Early ad-free access to every episode of this show and all the other shows we do on the network. Episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus every week, 2 every other week. Recent episodes include... me and Hogue did an almost 3-hour conversation about a lot of things, including the drama over at Second Wind, one of our competitors. Interesting kind of dissection of that. What's going on with the Wukong or Black Myth Wukong reviewer guide or streamer guide and AI and SAG-AFTRA. Just a lot of random things that Hogue and I like to talk about. So go check that out if you'd like. Brad and I also did a really fun episode of tier lists where we listed... We put in tiers all the Final Fantasy games and all the consoles and handhelds. So that was fun. You can check that out. Did an episode all about Game Informer. Did an episode all about Bungie. Upcoming episodes include one about Wukong and Sacred Cross Duke that we're going to be doing next week. So that'll be fun. We appreciate that. Meatball wrote into us on Patreon. Remember, one of the perks too is to write into us on Patreon via the news feed. I put up a thread each week. You put your inquiries in there. I comb through them. You'll hear them throughout the show. He says, "Greetings, Sacred Duo, Colin. I wanted to shout out some of the wonderful supporting cast you've had on the shows lately. Whether it's a conversation about legacy games media with Gene, an explosion of chaos and sex workers with Jaffe, or a peek at the legal side of things with Hogue, the people you surround yourself with never fail to entertain. Is there a method to the madness when choosing who to bring onto a particular show? Do you see a fluctuation of engagement from the audience when you bring on different guests?" Thank you. I think everyone's doing a really good job. I don't really see the I'm sure that if you get into the data, there probably is some sort of fluctuation. Like Jaffe's shows are very popular, for instance. But no, I don't really make decisions based on that either, because we are a subscription service. So I don't really worry too much about that. I want to just make good content. But I wanted to read your inquiry, Meatball, because I'm really proud of the work everyone's doing. Everyone's really stepping up, doing a great job, not only in Dustin's stead, of course, but just generally speaking. I feel like we're in a strong position, especially because there's so little to talk about. Although I do think Gamescom has kind of changed that a little bit. We have some new things to talk about now, which is exciting. Sure. So thank you for writing in. Merch. lastdaymedia.store. Stickers, t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, etc. Go check that out. All shipped from my house. What'd you say?
You know what's crazy is that like I saw a sticker on a car recently that I thought was Moriarty ray gun, and then I realized in real time it's like, oh, that's right, that's based on.
Yeah. Oh, was it the Reagan Bush?
It was just like an old, like it was like a really old car with like I guess Reagan Bush still on it, and like my mind thought. My immediate thought when I see that design is now our thing and not the Reagan Bush, the actual design. It's supplanted the original in my mind.
Do you think that the name, like I know you were faux concerned about Raygun and the name Raygun because of the dancer in Australia,
not really.
But do you think that will kind of go away, right? Like that's a 15 minutes sort of thing, right?
Yeah, that's like a Hawk Tua kind of, thing. Although that's a bad example because she's kind of lingering around a little bit too long.
Yeah, she's segued maybe. I don't know about that, but
yeah, she's talking to Bill Maher now. I don't. Okay, cool. Like,
yeah,
I don't get it personally.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Just because we talked about it on the show that I found that original video. I'm like, why is this so funny? There's so many funny things. I see fucking really funny shit every day on the internet. And I'm like, all of this stuff would be funnier as a phenomenon than.
Yeah. I think it's more endearing than it is funny. Like, cause it's a cute, like, I get it. Like, it's like, oh, there's something about it. It's like a small town kind of like, and just the unabashedness of it. I get it. It reminds me of that. Do you remember that old well, I don't know if she was an old lady necessarily, but that lady in the car with the Chewbacca mask laughing.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like that, where it's like, it's, it's cute.
Okay.
Whatever. Do you need to be on Ellen? No. Like, do you need an album or like your own line of hot sauce? No. But it's like, yeah, whatever. It's a cute little fucking 15 minutes, whatever. The whole thing though is she's like on podcasts, and I think she's actually like putting out a line of hot sauce, and it's like, what do you know about hot sauce?
Yeah, and she also threw the first pitch out at a Mets game.
Okay, all right.
Which I thought was strange, and she does seem to be very endearing in the sense that I've listened to her a few times, like just in clips, and it seems like she understands that like what time it is, and is trying to at least leverage that into like something positive for like, I think she's like really into dog rescues and shit like that.
Yeah.
So it's funny, man. Like, I think in that position, you have to determine your 15 minutes is provided, right? And you have to determine what you want to do with it, or even if you want to try to extend it, which is a dangerous game. And every once in a while it works, but a lot of people are mean about her, and I'm like, no, hate the game. Don't hate the player.
Yeah, it's less about her and more about just like, listen, we can relax a bit with this. I think at this point,
I would agree with you. I would agree with you generally speaking. Yeah, it's a weaker phenomenon in my opinion than many other phenomenons. But she must be charming or something, because like, yeah, she's found her way to a bunch of different. Bill Maher is a pretty big deal. I mean,
yeah,
that's good exposure. Maybe Bill Maher wanted a little BJ himself. I don't know. I'm sure he does. He's a bachelor. He's a lifelong bachelor. He still fucks. So. So man. Who knows?
I don't want to think about Bill Maher fucking, please.
Yeah.
That's okay.
The one thing I remember, I watch Bill Maher once in a while. I usually don't. I have HBO sometimes, but I usually don't watch real time. But I'll watch his like little monologues or something on YouTube and stuff once in a while. And I saw him once live in Oakland, like a performance. And what I took away from him, which is totally fine because I would do the same thing, but he has like a little music stand, like that would hold sheet music with like a binder where he just constantly consults it because he can't remember everything he wants to say, which I'm like, that would be I have no idea how people go on stage and go in 90 minutes and know all the beats to hit. It must suck because that feeling when you had something really great to say and then you forget it or you forget to put it in there or whatever, and then you go and you're past it, past the moment. Yeah. That would be the worst thing in that situation. So that's why, that's what I always remember about him, is I never really saw a comedian do that, but I found it somewhat grounded because I was like, yeah, I would never be able to do this. So I could be funny on stage, and I think I am, but for a few minutes, maybe. Yeah. Like, yeah. Before I'm out of material.
Hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Bill Maher, shout out to you, my friend. Keep up the good work. All right. What else is going on here? Oh, we're playing in San Diego.
Yeah.
California on September 6th. You can find tickets bit.ly/Sacred Dukes, SACREDDUKES. Many tickets still available, so please come check us out. That'll be a lot of fun. That's Sacred Symbols versus Defining Dukes, a quiz show for the ages. Really looking forward to being out there and hanging out for a little while, and then right back because we have a tight turnaround here because football starts that weekend. So I'm coming in Thursday, and then I'm leaving. And I'm going to miss the Thursday night opener, I think. And then, because we'll probably go out to dinner or something that night. And then I'm going to come right back Saturday so that on Sunday, I am fully prepared for week one, getting into it. Really looking forward to that. And the Jets play that Monday. So I won't be missing that. Guarantee you that.
No.
All right. Let's see. Topics of discussion. It's time to stretch our legs and be with everyone for a little while. Before we get into some game conversations and all of the rest. A lot to talk about this week, actually. Some good news. I wrote a lot of things up.
Yeah, it's been exciting.
I know people are a little, and I get it. People are a little hungry for some game news and like meaningful things to talk about. And I don't make the news. I'm not God. But I do interpret what's going on out there. And this is a good week. And I think things are going to now be picked up from moving forward a little bit. Because now we're going to be getting into releases,
Right.
We're a couple of weeks away from Astro Bot.
I know. I mean, this is usually how it goes, right? Like, I mean, like the summer's kind of slow until like after E3. It's usually kind of like a little bit of a lull, and then like early fall starts to pick up. I feel like September is a really common kind of pickup point based on like my years of paying attention to like games and stuff. September is usually like, oh, it's the start of like the fall kind of lineup, you know? So we're here basically.
Yeah, and there's some good stuff coming out. Yeah, it's unfortunate timing, but Astro Bot comes out the day of our show.
I know.
So that'll also be waiting for me when I come back.
Someone's going to yell spoilers out from the crowd as we're playing.
Astro Bot spoilers? Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about Astro Bot spoilers later.
Yeah.
Spoilers in quotes, but I think some people wouldn't want to know what we're going to talk about, which is why I'll warn you before the time comes. But in the meantime, Kerry38 wrote into us, as a few of you did, and, well, he says, Dear Colin, I must issue the hardest of stand downs to you after this week's Sacred Symbols and your impugning of Ireland's most ever successful Olympics. 19th in the medal table overall, with finishing 8th in the per capita table ahead of your good selves in the USA, is a fantastic achievement for such a small nation. We are a small island country with only a few million people, a lack of sporting infrastructure due to only becoming a republic in the late 40s, and our economy being pillaged for decades as a result, the opposite of the USA. The vast majority of our athletes are amateur, bar a handful, which makes this all the more amazing. I therefore must stand up for our proud nation and give you a chance to redeem yourself. Instead of coming to London to take the King's Pound, come to Ireland instead. It's easier for everyone in Europe to travel there anyway, and you know your ancestors would want you to. We could even arrange a celebratory arrival in the airport for you. Now, it was the last part that got me a little nervous. Because what do you mean by that in the Irish context? You going to have a little celebratory arrival? You going to have a car bomb at the waiting for me? No, I'm only kidding. When I said this, first of all, I looked up Ireland's population, 5 million. How are there so many of us in the United States?
Because
with
it's
a 5 million person population.
It's an unreasonably large landmass that we inhabit. It makes sense.
No, let me be clear. How are there so many people of Irish heritage here?
Right.
There's more of us that come from Ireland in quotes than in Ireland by many times over. It doesn't really make any sense. You know, I thought there was if you asked me what the population of Ireland was, I would have been like 20 million. You know?
Yeah.
Just seems like very, very few people, in my opinion. But here's what I wanted to say about this, Chris, real quick.
Sure.
Ireland. I knew when I just looked at the medal chart last week, right? We were talking, and I picked that out. I just picked it out. And I knew the second I did it. I knew it. I was like, shouldn't have done that.
Over.
Because these people, not knowing anything about what Ireland did, not caring, frankly, how they did in the Olympics. I just knew, I'm like, we picked a country out where people from that country actually listen to the show. I should have picked like Slovakia or Estonia or Thailand or something like that.
Yeah.
Instead, I picked Ireland, but it's just what my eye was drawn to as I looked at the medal count. But I knew it. I knew the second it was out, I'm like, I'm going to have to hear it from these fucking people, you know? And lo and behold, I did.
Estonia. I wonder if we do have an Estonia. They have amazing internet in Estonia. So like it's a pretty good chance that maybe there's at least one person in Estonia listening to this.
You can go on YouTube, right? I'm going in here now on the analytics, audience, viewers, their top geographies. Ireland is our 5th top geography. Right. What were you saying? Estonia? Let's see.
Yeah, let's see.
Estonia. It's not even on here.
Damn. Yeah. They have too good internet, you know.
It goes too fast. It goes right through our content. They don't even.
They speed right by. I only learned about Estonia not somewhat recently. It's been like at least like 8 years or whatever. But I only know about them in the context of a John Oliver episode about the internet specifically. How like he was pointing out how they have better internet than the United States, and they look like they still worry about Shrek attacks. And that line always like stuck with me because it's very true. It looks like a Shrek ass place.
That rules.
Insane.
Top 10 countries of our listeners. The United States is about half. And then the UK is about 10%. Canada 6%, Australia 3%, and then Ireland 1%. So that's 5. And then all of these are just, fractions. It's Germany, Sweden, Brazil, India, and the Netherlands.
Interesting.
I mean, is it? It's something. Who listens to us the most? The highest view time duration? Peru.
Ah, that's weird.
Their average watch time is over an hour, which is crazy. Under them, Slovakia, Vietnam, Lithuania, Venezuela. Venezuela, I understand. You guys don't have very much to do over there right now. So
right. Yeah, might as well. Kill time with this podcast.
All right. Kerry and all the other Irish people that wrote into me.
Stand down.
Get a grip. You know, I don't. My people are yes. Would my ancestors care? Yeah. My ancestors are from County Cork, by the way. Cork? Cork. The Moriartys come from, or Moriartys anyway. But that was in the 1850s. See, I hate this whole thing. And I make fun of it with my own Italian side, as I've said before, of being like, we're Italian. It's like, no, we're not. You know, our family came over here 100 years ago from Italy. We're not Italian. None of us are Italian. We have Italian blood, I guess, which is cool. We got that olive skin, as you can see here. But are we really Italian? It always reminds me, I've said it many times, Chris, you watch The Sopranos, right?
No, I still haven't.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You've never seen it. I won't spoil it for you, or anyone else, but there's a season where they go to Italy for like just a little while, like some of them do, and like how much the Italians hate them because they pretend like they're full like bravado up. We're in the homeland. We're in Italian. It's like, you're not Italian, you know?
Right. Yeah.
It would be like, and it happens in the inverse. Let's put it this way. There's a GI in Germany in 1945, part of the occupation force, right? He meets a German woman and he decides to stay there. Many come home, of course, but some people stay there. And then he has kids, and then his kids have kids that they'll be like our age. And then their kids, so our kid, like us, we would have kids, right? And then they would say they're American. No, you're not. Sorry, not even close. But I do appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah.
And you can come over here and become American. That's the beauty of America. Well, but you are not American by blood any more than I am really Irish or Italian by blood, except for the decisions of some fucking peasant travelers many years ago, you know? So
yeah, I guess the thing with American is that it's not technically real. You know, there are no Americans.
Well, it's real. It's not genetic.
Right. Like it's you know what I mean, right? Like,
I know exactly what you mean. It's a spirit.
Because the original Americans are just they're just really Christian Brits. You know, like those are like the original the colonial Americans.
As we understand it. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's not like even if you were to like from America, you're probably just like a hodgepodge of other countries that have more distinct, you know, genetic or cultural, you know, existences beyond just like where you're from. But I know what you mean. That does make sense, what you're saying.
The conquistadors came over and said, the human sacrifices will stop. And so they did. I love that meme. That Wojak meme. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's like a Christopher Columbus Wojak, or like people with a cross, and then it's like Wojak, like Aztec or whatever, like, you know, executing someone, and it just says the human sacrifices will stop or whatever.
So dumb.
Oh boy. Trent Miller wrote in, said, hey boys, did you watch the Chris Chan body cam footage?
Of course.
Yeah, naturally. Happened in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, it happened around you.
Yeah.
I sent it to you. I sent it to both of you guys.
Yeah, so that's what I thought was funny, was that the Sacred Symbols iOS chat, the iMessage chat, has been fallow to respect Dustin's kind of, excuse me, I'm burping. That's not that great place to burp considering we're talking about Dustin, but Dustin's space. So it was up to someone to revive it. And it was Chris who revived it with a Chris Chan arrest video. Now, this is relevant and germane to all of us because it was Dustin who really was the huge Chris Chan fan.
Mm-hmm.
Watched that whole documentary, the Geno Samuel documentary, all 80 parts of it or whatever. I think it's over now. And it's funny, the arrest video happened. He was arrested in Henrico, which is just the next county over. It's the county my mom lives in and that I lived in when I first came over here, which is really funny. And my mom, I wanted to ask my mom more about it because my mom was very friendly with the cops and police and the firefighters in that county because she was one of the HR like hiring people for them. So I've been meaning to show her, I'm like, you know, these people like, and I also wanted to show it to the my brother-in-law because I said on the show that he's the head of principals for middle schools in our county here in Chesterfield, or one of them. And I'm like, and I remember I said on the show, I'm like, I asked him, is this like an iconic thing in the schools here? Because he specifically went to one of the schools near my house. And he said, no, that no one really brings it up. And now I need to send him this video to be like, no, this is a real thing. Like he was arrested and people were outside when he was arrested.
Right.
It's so funny, dude. Like, I know what he did. It was dark. I know that we've talked deeply about Christian, about is it right to kind of like, you know, have David Attenborough level fucking documentaries about him? Is he deeply sick? Obviously, we talked about all of these things from all these different angles, but he is one of the most unintentionally hysterical people that has ever walked the planet. I believe fully if you took all people from all time and you had the 10 top unintentionally funny people, he would absolutely be on that list.
Right.
And that arrest video is fucking his. Dude, the cops like didn't know what to do. You know,
the cops were my favorite part.
Yeah.
The cops are my favorite part because it's like, it's almost like your ideal, you know, sometimes in a game or in a movie series that's been going on for a long time, you have, you know, like maybe it's been like 10 years since the last Nightmare on Elm Street or whatever. Like just for an example, I've not seen these movies, so maybe that's not the best example, but whatever. You have like some new character who's completely green, who doesn't really know anything. It's almost like a surrogate for like a new audience. That's those police officers in this situation. Like they're learning, they're putting this thing together in real time in a way that's like amazing. Like it's almost like it's written. Like they're like, what is going on? Like I didn't think it was real at first, and then no, it's real. These people are showing up. What's going on? And then he's in the car with the guy, and he's talking about like he's running through like a greatest hits of like all like the dimensional merge, and the guy just has to drive him to the station, listening to all this. He's hearing about Sonichu and how his husband is like it's great. It's like a lore dump. It's almost like completely unrealistic exposition that you would think like no one would just divulge this amount of history about themselves to a person they've never met before in real life. That'd be terribly, like, unbelievably written if it was in a script or something. But it really happened here, where he's just introducing these police officers to his world. And there's that scene when he's in the I say scene as if it's like a movie, but it's like it's crazy. He's in the hotel room and he goes like, "Pardon my flatulence," and you're like, "Oh my god." I can't get over this. It's so, and then he quotes a Kevin Gates song, and then the cop knows. It's so funny. Like it's great stuff. I had to send it. I wanted to send it to. It's funny that you bring up the chat because I was thinking that too. It's like, oh, we've kind of like kept this dormant for a while, but like I feel like everybody will get a kick out of this if they haven't seen it already.
Oh yeah, it was highly appropriate, I thought, and much needed. And I just love the idea of the detectives having to figure this dude out. Like the amount of things that they were exposed to and like that they had to familiarize themselves with. Like I guarantee you that there is a like not a file, but someone in that police station in Henrico, in the documents, in the back room, someone has talked about Liquid Chris. Like 100%. So, like Liquid Chris has come up. And then people had to describe, so Liquid Chris, like, what is this? And it's like, yeah, it comes from like a video game and it's like a character. And I'm telling you, that conversation happened. And that's good shit.
You cannot be exposed to somebody like this and not look into this. Like, I don't know how you curb that curiosity. As a cop, you hear like this person's internet famous and then they're telling you how like their invisible husband is punching you in the leg. Like it's... and people are outside waiting. Like record it. I remember seeing that footage a long time ago, like of Ethan Ralph, who by the way is another Christian type figure. So he got beat up in Brazil twice. It's like,
isn't he? I feel like I'm confusing him with someone because wasn't he like a Gamergate guy?
He was, yeah. He was
so this is the same person. Then.
He was. I would argue like the part of that Gamergate thing that was actually depraved and insane and like harassing people for no real good reason. Like the part, like the boogeyman version of that was actually like straight up him. That's what he was doing. And he was there, and I saw his footage of it. And it's just that was a while ago now. Maybe even, I don't know, when was he arrested? Like years ago?
It was like 21 or something, wasn't it? Something, or no, was it even longer ago than that?
It's 20 or 21. I remember what apartment I was in. I know that. That's how I
arrested. Yeah, 2021, August 1st.
Yeah.
Business Insider, Chris Chan timeline. Incest charge and dismissal explained.
Business Insider Chris Chan timeline is the most insane 4-letter sequence of words that you could possibly put to page. Oh my god. Yeah, no, but I watched that that body cam footage with such, because it's got the announcer too. The announcer like Chris Chan is his.
It's like the AI fucking like
right, yeah,
voiceover. Yeah.
The officers did not know what would come next. It's like an episode of Dragon Ball Z. It's so exciting the way it's put together. It's great.
Shout out to Chris Chan. Well, no. Shout out to Chris Chan. It's fine.
Well, to be fair, apparently, look, I don't know. I'm not super caught up. Apparently, like, there's maybe an argument that like he didn't do what everybody thought he did, but lied about it because he thought it would make him seem cool. Which is also awesome. Like
that is awesome. That's ideal. That's not even awesome. That's ideal.
That's the best case scenario, is that he lied about having sex with his own mother because he thought it would be cooler to be laid at all than to remain a virgin.
Right.
Even in the most heinous circumstances.
Right.
I don't know. Like,
that I didn't know that, and that fucking rules because because it means that she wasn't victimized.
Yeah, hopefully. This is the best case scenario.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly. That's a wonderful. Love that.
Yeah.
Love that theory. Hope the Henrico cops have gotten to the bottom of it. I just love them. The other thing, they definitely watch those Geno Samuel documentaries.
There at least
no doubt about
one person among them is curious enough to have dived way deeper than everybody else, because I'm sure there's like people who are just like, oh, whatever, another freak, who cares, we got to deal with these people probably like, you know, relatively frequently, like, I don't know, who cares. But then there's one guy who understands that there's like gold here. Like this person told you that their husband Sonic Pikachu punched you in the shin, and you're not gonna that doesn't pique your curiosity at all. You're not gonna look into this at all. Are you insane? I'll do it. Like I'll bear this cross.
Some junior detective was told, like, you watch these documentaries and take notes.
Yeah.
You have 1 week or whatever. And then
even bigger question that I have is, like, I wonder how many people in that county maybe grew up like watching that stuff and decided that they wanted to become like an officer, and that they finally, it's like, we got Chris Chan. Oh my God.
It's fucking crazy that he's like around Christmas. Here. It's like I told you, dude, our Walmart is the Walmart where people saw him, like the Walmart I go to. And I was like, whoa, that's so strange. Like, no one famous lives around here except for Chris Chan. You know? See,
I don't understand how it isn't. Like, your friend who works in, I guess, like in tandem with the school system or whatever. I can't remember exactly
my brother-in-law. Yeah, Derek. Yeah.
I can't fathom how that isn't like a famous thing that everybody in that county knows, because what else could possibly be happening there? Like, I'm with all due respect, like that's got to be like one of the biggest things to ever, you know, happen in that county, right? Like, I mean, I can't
think so. Yeah,
at least in recent memory, at least in like recent historical memory, within the last 50 years, there probably hasn't been anything as consequential as Chris Chan, you know, pepper spraying a GameStop employee because Sonic's arms were too blue. You know, like, that's got to be up there. I don't understand. That's like the Jersey Devil. That's like their Jersey Devil, but he's real.
Right. I agree with you. That's why because he's lived here also forever and has been in the school system forever. So I kind of just assumed, I'm like, that must be a thing. But apparently it really wasn't. Or maybe the kids he deals with or the schools he's in are a little too young. Maybe that becomes more of a thing like in high school or whatever. But I'll tell you right now, I went to Bellport High School on Long Island. If that shit happened at Bellport, if that person went to Bellport, that would be like everyone would know about it. You'd be told about it when you were a freshman if you didn't know. And it would be part of the lore of. So that is surprising. It's not lore you're necessarily proud of, but it's lore nonetheless.
I guess it would be more of a high school thing, because that's when I did find out about it. I definitely didn't find out about it in like junior high or elementary. It was high school, like 9th grade. It was my first girlfriend who told me about it. He was like, "Have you seen this?" And I was like, "What?"
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I was so much older. It's like I don't know. I agree with you completely. You'd think that there would be like a Christian shrine of some sort around here. And I say that because there's literally up the road, like up the highway, a Stonewall Jackson shrine, the Civil War general, Confederate general. So you think, it's like we already have shrines of weird and unsavory people, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Why not do this as well for Christian? Again, the Hitler's bunker mentality.
Yeah.
Know? So anyway, Trent, we watched it.
To answer your question, short answer to your question, yes, we did.
Well, anyway, long story short.
Yeah.
All right. Kyle Johansson wrote in. Said, "Hi, Sacred Fellows. This one is for Colin. My family and I are super excited to have just moved to Westfield, New Jersey, just south of Newark, from the Toronto area. With a buffet of sports teams now at our fingertips and the NFL season right around the corner, my question is this: if I jump on the Jets bandwagon now, am I allowed to enjoy their success? I know you've suffered through the hard times and you've been vocal about not abiding fair weather friends, but will you allow a newcomer to don the green and white right away for a team that looks to be on the rise? How long do we need to live here before we can paint devils across our chests? Can we ditch the last place Blue Jays for the division leading Yankees 6 weeks before the playoffs? Can a sports fan truly fall in love overnight, or does it need to be earned here first? We live here now and we want to dive in head first, but I need a ruling from a true New York sports guy. Thanks. And cheers from a super liberal left-wing Canadian who doesn't mind your politics at all because you're kind. And that's what actually matters. Fuck you, Kyle. Thank you for writing in. All right. This is tough. I don't want to speak out of turn, but again, the Jets look very, very good. Just like they did last year, and we all know how that went. I don't know. I don't mind Kyle, like you're an outsider. You're a Toronto Argonauts fan. Isn't that what the CFL team is called, Kyle? I'm pretty sure it is, the Canadian Football League team.
Let me tell you something. You're asking the right person.
Yeah, you don't know. And you're like a Maple Leafs person and a Blue Jays person. Now, it's interesting that you want to be like a townie already. Isn't there an angle to bringing that outside perspective where you have the Toronto Maple Leafs hat on, you have the Blue Jays gear, and so on, and you have the Raptors gear or whatever? Or do you really want to become like a Knicks or a Nets fan and a Yankees or a Mets fan and a Devils fan or whatever you want to do? I guess in Jersey, you would really be like Yankees, Devils, Mets. Or I'm sorry, Yankees, Devils, Nets.
Yeah.
But to me, you aren't. So you're that meme of the kid at the fork in the road, right? And one side, and I don't know which side is the haunted house and which side is like the nice house. I don't know. Maybe they're both nice. But you have the one path where you can be the unique outsider. Like it's not so unique here in Virginia because a lot of people are transplants here and people are fans of all sorts of teams. But I still rep my Long Island teams. I always will. And you could be that guy, Toronto, right? Or you could become an acclimator to your local environment. And yeah, the Jets would be wide open to you. Lots of Jets fans in Jersey. And from that perspective, I don't really mind it because it's happenstance. What I'm going to be really upset about if the Jets ever win, and I really, truly, in my heart, believe the Jets will never win the Super Bowl in my lifetime. Like that's something I've always kind of brought with me. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm going to be keeping a close eye on who's celebrating and who's not celebrating. Because yes, it is a dark fandom. It is so dark that it's funny and it actually makes me laugh. And I think that's true with a lot of Jets fans, is like it is darkly fun because it's so fatalistic. And right. I don't know if I want to incorporate you to that either, because what's ultimately going to happen this year, right? We have Aaron Rodgers. We have a top 3 defense, probably great wide receivers, rebuilt offensive line, all league defensive line, edge rushing, great corners. good safeties. What's going to happen is we're going to go like this year we'll go like 12-5 and we'll make the playoffs and then we'll get bounced in the first round. Do you really want to expose yourself to that voluntarily, or do you want to start from the bottom and work your way up and kind of get that callus? You know, is it safer for you to even be a Giants fan this year? Kind of work up that callus. This is up to you, but I'm surprised that I'd like to know more. It's like when you read Am I the Asshole on Reddit and there's the post that says info. Because I have questions. I don't have a verdict. And I wonder what you feel about holding on to your Canadianness. Why are you so eager to shed off Toronto? What did they do to you up there in Canada?
It is interesting.
Kyle, thank you for writing in. Jorgen von Strengel wrote in, or Jorgen von Strengel. I don't know what that is.
That's Jorgen von Strengel. Yeah, that's a Fairly Odd Parents character for some reason.
Oh,
which is an awesome name. I always love that name.
It is. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's amazing.
He says, "Hey boys, how do you feel about the passage of time and how it seemingly moves faster the older we get? Since experientially, time represents a smaller and smaller fraction of our lives with each second that our existence persists. I started listening to your podcast when it launched in 2018, and it has been a weekly part of my life through my first sexual experience, my college graduation, the beginning of my current relationship, and now, as of the day this episode goes live for patrons, my first and hopefully last marriage. Perhaps it's all these milestones in quick succession, but it feels as if time is passing by me before I can stop and smell the roses. Have you ever felt like this before? Thanks." I wanted to read, there's obviously a philosophical angle to this we can get into, Chris, but why did you start your list of things that we were there with your first sexual experience? That was like what I wanted to know.
Yeah. Were we in the background? Like what's... Is that what's like?
I don't think he's saying that. I think what he's saying is that he's listening to us whilst in that era of losing his virginity and so on. What I'm curious about is that's what you led off with.
Mm-hmm.
My first sexual experience, my college graduation, the beginning of my current relationship, and now your marriage. It's like, that's a lot of information.
It is. That's, I don't know. These are important, I guess.
These are,
you know,
these are forward sorts of. What's funny is that I think everyone remembers that stuff in some sense. Like, I don't remember the act at all when I lost my virginity. I don't like. I actually don't remember the act. I remember that I remember playing Dreamcast afterwards.
Oh my God,
that is like, what I remember about it. You know?
You're like Tim Walz.
Yeah, Tim Walz. He was a big Crazy Taxi fan, apparently.
That's so fucking funny. But yeah, no, the that's like playing with action figure. That's that bit about that kid who this comedian has a bit about how he was smoking cigarettes really young, but it was like at an awkward time. So it was like he would finish playing with his action figures and then go smoke a cigarette. It's just such a diametrically opposed. Like I lost my virginity. Time to play Seaman for the Dreamcast. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think these are important things. Like, I definitely. Well, he says it's also important to mention that it says first sexual experience, not necessarily losing virginity, which are two. I think they're separate technically.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. You're right. Because it could be like a hand job, you know?
Right? Which is, pretty distinctly not the same.
But it's both, right? Because if he's gotten from his first sexual experience all the way to his marriage, and the first sexual experience was like a hand job, then somewhere in between the hand job and the marriage was sex. And so that just inherently was also in there,
I guess so. Yeah, that's a good point.
But you're right. I mean, it could be like anything. A blowy.
It's a lot. A blowy. I mean, we've been doing this show a long time. It makes sense that. That seems like an accelerated path, personally. But like, people live at different speeds. I think overall, the idea of like, I think about this pretty often, and it kind of gets existential. The idea of it's like, oh, every day represents like a shorter percentage of time, and things are speeding up, but they're not actually. They just feel like they're speeding up because more and more things become part of like the tapestry of the mundane, and the things that stick out are fewer and fewer because everything begins to settle into a kind of like a rhythm or a cadence. I remember when I was a kid and being in school. Like the school year would feel like 10 years. Going from September to June felt like a fucking eternity.
That's true enough, dude. But well said.
And then the summer felt pretty fucking long too, but obviously not as long in comparison because it's like it isn't. But like, and now it's like I can't. We're at the end of summer already. Cool. All right, it's over. It's weird, but I can't possibly linger on this because I will think myself into like it's almost like that thing that happens to like AIs when they like think themselves to death. It's just like I can't possibly even entertain this. I'm crumbling. I
become more aware of the fact that by modern actuary tables, I am halfway through my life. There is something dark about that, but I also don't know. First of all, I could like die much sooner. I hope I don't, but we'll see. And at the same time, there's like the whole Ray Kurzweil futurist sort of thing where it's like live to this date, 2040 or whatever, and death will become an option. As opposed to something that definitely happens to you, whether it's through backing yourself up or cryogenically freezing things or whatever the case might be. And I'm like, that's kind of interesting too. We are at this interesting turning point in history where we actually might truly be able to prolong our lives for the first time in some artificial way, even if it's not really you. You and I have talked before about the Star Trek thing, right? Like how like the whole theory about that like they're never the same person after they warp or whatever it is.
Yeah. When they're basically cloning themselves and then disintegrating themselves at the same time,
right? And
then their clone just kind of meanders around and it doesn't really understand that it's not you exactly, but there would be no reason to think otherwise. Yeah, that shit weirds me. I don't necessarily want. I have no interest in living longer if it means I just have like a computer or like some other thing pretending to be me, even if it is ostensibly me. I don't like the idea of it just not being like the same uninterrupted stream of consciousness. I don't like that. That means nothing. Although I did see recently, like there was like that like a medical trial that figured out how to extend the life of dogs. I don't know if you saw that.
No.
Where like there's like some studies around like how the length of your life, I guess, is like determined by like the length of your telomeres, which I didn't even understand what the fuck that was. And I did like a cursory deep dive into it. It's apparently like a pretty good predictor of like how long somebody will live or whatever. And they found a way to increase the length of telomeres in dogs. And they tested it on this dog that was like dying of cancer or whatever. And they just gave it to him and now he's like fine. And there's like a question, I guess. There's an open question about like how long this dog's going to fucking live now. That'd be interesting. I don't know. We're definitely on the precipice of some crazy shit, I think, medically and scientifically. We'll see how that goes. But I don't know. I think if you want to recapture like the newness of life or like kind of how long life used to feel when like every experience was new, move to a different country. Straight up. Like that's that. I've heard that literally is basically the same because like everything is new to you and you're like learning languages, you're learning customs, you're learning a brand new geography, you're learning all sorts of new history, and then everything kind of new meals, new recipes, new fucking everything. And then it becomes kind of like I've heard from people who have done that your perception of time actually does slow down because so much is new again. Because it is really all perception. That is all it is. Time's not literally speeding up,
Right. Well, that's what I love about it is time is just it is something to be perceived and open to interpretation, which is that's what I love about physics and like high speed travel and all of those kinds of things is like the perception of time passing, even though the pocket in which the time passed is the same. your exposure to it is different. If you travel at a ship at the speed of light or near the speed of light and then come back, much more time would have passed for where you left and came back from than what you experienced. And that is like mind blowing to me. I'm like, I don't understand that. They get into that in Interstellar too a little bit when they get near the black hole, which is pretty neat. So anyway, Jorgen von Strangle, thank you for writing in. Be well and good luck with your marriage. All right, let's get into game stuff here. We have one inquiry that of someone who wrote in about a games related thing. Then we'll get into some of these smaller news items. We'll get into what we're playing. Then we'll get into the bigger news items, and we'll finish things out as we always do with listener inquiries. So let's begin here with Washed AF, who wrote into us on Patreon and says, "Hi, Colin. Why do you insist on misrepresenting the Tales of Kenzera situation? It was controversial because it was affiliated with Sweet Baby Inc. I'm not saying that's fair to the game, but if you honestly believe that the game is controversial because of my racism, then you become even more delusional than the people that attacked you for your Women's Day tweet." Thank you, Washed AF, for your nice writing as always. Here's the thing. Well, there's two things. So last week, or a couple weeks ago, I talked about that I platinum Tales of Kenzera Zao and that I was deeply disturbed by how misrepresented the game was. And kind of how the game was character assassinated by clearly by people that have a clear agenda, let's say.
Yeah.
And I don't question the agenda necessarily in saying that, like, well, diversity for diversity's sake or all of this ESG or whatever people are upset about. It's like, okay, cool. Focus on that and like show the receipts on why this matters and all the rest. But it's vacuous in the sense that it becomes increasingly vacuous when you just start, arbitrarily sucking things in that don't really have anything to do with it. And to me, it just seems undeniable that Tales of Kenzera starring an all-black cast is part of the reason why some people have a problem with the game. And that maybe we can just agree to disagree if that's how if you feel differently. But I think it's fairly obvious. I know this too because of the way people have spoken to me anecdotally about the game, including someone who, when I tweeted a clip of the Tales of Kenzera thing, told me I was in a DEI marriage. So,
yeah, there you go.
To try to tell me that this stuff isn't happening is crazy, because it obviously is. And here's the big thing about the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff. If follow this logic, if you can, I think you can. If I played the game all the way through, 100%, platinumed it, and if you trust me, maybe you don't, but let's say you do, and I'm telling you that there is nothing DEI about this game whatsoever, nothing. And then you splinter that off and you say, but people are upset about it because of Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement. And then you go back to the assertion that there is no DEI in the game, which there isn't. Then doesn't that actually undercut your argument about Sweet Baby Inc.? Like, I'm not saying that all of the work that they have done is good or bad. I don't know. It's unclear, and we've made fun of them. And clearly, like, some of the people involved with them are crazy. And yeah, there's a lot of texture to it.
Of course.
But if Sweet Baby Inc. worked on Tales of Kenzera, which they apparently did, and I'm telling you that there's no DEI in it, which there isn't, then what does that say about your theory of the case? This is why I don't understand this argument. Mm-hmm. You're upset because this group that didn't have any, mal effect on the product, you're mad at their involvement in some nebulous sense. And I get that. And that's your right. Like, I'm not saying it's not your right to protest and keep track of all of this stuff. But when I go to that, there's that guy on Twitter that started the DEI Detected website. And I went to that to see if Tales of Kenzera was on there. And I'm like, it is. And I'm like, I don't understand this. Because you're saying it's DEI detected, but there is no DEI in it. It's just about black people with a company that has consulted on it that you don't like, and fair enough. But it doesn't find its way into the game. This matters. This is why the game was deeply misrepresented. And
right.
So the other thing I want to say about it, and I want to hear what you have to say too, Chris, is that
Sure.
Through Cog, who's friends with the director of the game, Abu Bakr Salim, I've made contact with him. We've gone back and forth, and he's coming on the show in the coming weeks to talk about all of this on Sacred Symbols Plus, which you can listen to on Patreon. And I want to ask him about it because what I said in my email to him in part, and I won't read our correspondence, obviously, but I'm just like, I think I said in the email, I'm like, I am a sometimes culture warrior. Like, I actually do care about these issues. I find this to be more of a victimization than anything else. And it says something deep about people. So is everyone mad about the game for the same reason? Obviously not. Are you going to sit here and tell me that there isn't a racial component to this with some people? The same people that tell me because I'm married to a black woman that I'm in a DEI marriage? I just don't piss on me and tell me it's raining. But we can agree to disagree,
right?
You know? So I wanted to just say that because a few people have said this to me. There is no misrepresentation here. If you want better fucking messaging, do better messaging.
Right.
Chris, anything to say?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. There's so many things to talk about with this one. First of all, I'm glad you're actually talking, because I saw him, the guy who made the game. I think he retweeted what you had to say about it. I think on a
he did, and that's how I saw it. And then Cog had said he knew him, so I got his email address and we went from there. So yeah, that's exactly how it happened.
Yeah, that was just cool to see. I appreciated seeing that. But I think, I don't know. I think people are very quick to throw the baby out with the bathwater with a lot of things. And I think this is kind of one of them where it's like, okay, Sweet Baby Inc. is involved. Where it's like, Sweet Baby Inc.'s involved with Alan Wake 2 also. And Alan Wake 2 is awesome. Like, it's probably one of my favorite games in the last, like, several years. You know, so, like, clearly their involvement isn't, like, a death sentence for a game just by that alone, right? Okay. So, like, that's not to say that they can't possibly have, like, negatively affected certain, like, maybe, I don't know. I just haven't really seen a lot to prove that the main problem with the games that people are shitting on is the fact that there's DEI in them and not the fact that they're just bad games. You know what I mean? Like, every game that I've seen that has been criticized for being woke is also just not a good game on its front face, you know, like, and there's plenty of games that would be considered woke were it not for the fact that they were just good games. Overwatch, we bring up all the time. It's a very diverse cast of characters, like overwhelmingly so, in fact, to the point where it's pretty, like, you could argue it's like, oh yeah, they probably like had something internally where they were like, oh, let's try and like diversify the roster a little bit. But nobody cares because it's a good game. And I mentioned this last time when we were talking about it in the context of just like old TV shows, like, you know, Elaine being added to the cast of Seinfeld was literally a network note for back then DEI. They were like, hey, we got to have, it's just 3 guys in an apartment. This is kind of, it's literally 3 white guys in an apartment. This is like very like limiting to the scope. We got to get like another perspective in here to have a successful show. And they added Elaine, and the show was way better for that. You know what I mean? So it's, again, DEI, even that in and of itself isn't even necessarily like an inherently negative or mal-effective thing either. And so, I don't know, you have to ask yourself, like, why are we focusing on this stuff now and we weren't talking about this stuff then? And the reality is that there's, again, I said it last time, but like, there's a profit motive to making people angry about this stuff. It was really annoying to me looking up, because I was looking up reviews for this game that apparently is getting like really, really critically panned. This oh my god, Dustborn. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I was going to say this when you were done speaking. Yeah, that game.
that game's one of the examples of like that. That's one of the examples of like, man, this is really egregious and annoying, you know. And also on top, but again, this is also kind of one of those things where it's like, it's also just a terrible game on top of the fact that it is annoying as well.
Right.
But like, okay, go do it for this game, right? But at the same time, I was looking up reviews for it because I just wanted like a clear take on it. And all of it was just mind virus, woke this, woke that. And I'm just like, I get it, but it kind of reminds me of when I would like look into games in like 2016, and I don't know, that you'd be listening to like a game review, and then suddenly somebody would go off about how terrible Trump is. It's like, I just want to know what the game is. You know, like, is this like, what's the gameplay loop? Like, how does it run? What is the story? Like, what is this thing?
Ian Walker's PlayStation 5 review. That was the big one, right?
I'm not sure if I saw it.
It was
that
like
one.
from Kotaku, and it's like, and it's hard to feel this way in the era of Trump or something. It's like,
shut
the fuck up.
But I've seen other things too. It's like I've seen other things where it's like, dude, like don't. If it's inherently political, I guess it's one thing. I guess so. It's like it's different.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It is getting annoying to just not be able to get a clear take without like a haze of politics around everything. Like I want the direct answers about things. And I don't know. I'm rambling a little bit, but I do feel like to circle back to the DI stuff and the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff. It's like, listen, just because there is a negative way to implement certain things doesn't mean the thing is negative. Just because a company might have like negative impacts on something doesn't mean that their impact is always inherently negative. You really have to look, if you really want to be a serious, educated person, then you have to look into these things on a case-by-case basis. Like you just do. And I don't know. It is unfortunate that the game was kind of dragged into this weird culture war. And the one thing I'll wrap up on is, look, do I think that most people are like racist or like, crazy, like hateful? Like I don't think so. I don't think we could really function as a world if that were true. But you can't pretend like that's not like at least part of the fabric of what's happening. Like that's clearly some of it. Like what percentage of it is kind of up in the air? I don't know. I don't think it's like the majority of it, but it's enough of it to notice. And it was something that I noticed when I was doing political content, like in the Sphere. It's like where I was coming from a left-wing perspective, kind of criticizing a lot of people like who were making left-wing content, who I thought were messaging it very, very poorly, doing fucking cringe like rap songs about fucking white privilege as if that was helping at all, like as if that was like a worthwhile endeavor. And you'd come across other people who felt similarly, and then you'd be talking, and then you'd be at a bar with these people, and then they would let their guard down, and you'd hear some wild shit. So it's real, they walk among us, and it's fine, I guess. But like, we can't pretend like that's not real. Like that's the one thing. Is it overstated? Maybe, but again, don't piss on my head. Tell me it's raining is a good phrase that you used. That you get called a DI marriage is funny. That was like my eye open moment when I was dating my girlfriend in college, when like she was black. I remember walking around town and getting like wild looks, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? Like, this is weird. Because I thought, like, I don't know. In 2012, I thought we were like way past that, which is so funny in retrospect. But
yeah, it's it's strange. Like, I think that the racial hangups, I do think that there is truly something to the observation that like the racial awakening of the 21st century is regressive and worse than it used to be for everybody involved. And that plays out in polling about the way people feel about each other then and the way people feel about each other now. Nothing has really changed except for the propaganda and the way people speak about this stuff in academia and the so-called cathedral. If you're a Michael Malice or like a Curtis Yarvin person or whatever, like the idea that of this nexus of, academia and media and pushing all this bullshit. And
it's also that's why I think motive of pushing buttons.
Right. Exactly. But that's why I also think, Chris, it's vital that people like focus on the target, because the targets are so obvious. And if you just remain focused on them, it would be so much stronger. I'm so glad you brought up Dustborn, because I was watching, I saw people circulating and making fun of this game. And then I finally watched a gameplay clip of it. I'm like, whoa, this shit terrible. Sucks.
Yeah, it's really shit.
And I couldn't believe it. It's like, but it was like a song that they were singing. I saw.
Oh yeah, the first song is like, that's what I heard about it this morning, and my friend from the UK sent it to me, and he was like, "Have you seen this?" And he goes, "I think you'll like it," but it was like a joke. He was sarcastic, and it's just this like, it's trying to be like a garage punk kind of song, but it's terrible. It's terribly written. It's not like it's not particularly like aggressive. It's lame and toothless and. Oh man! And then I looked even further into like what the gameplay is, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going. I think it has like a high concurrent players of like 83.
Yeah, it's DOA, dude. I mean, it's over for that game.
Beyond it, it's better than Concord is, which is sad, by the way. Like I feel bad for. I do genuinely feel bad for people who are like making games and they just like come out with something that's like a complete. That must feel terrible, and you see like hundreds of reviews just shitting all over it. Like that must suck on a human level, but like also this looks terrible.
Yeah, and it's like, but you have to make, I don't like this idea. There's like this whole notion of making things for yourself. And that's cool. Like write a book, I'm writing something, write what you would want to read. It's like, okay. But you really should think about who things are for and like what the target audience is. So like at Liliamo, our target audience are old dudes who love retro games. Like that's who we want to make games for. And they're for everybody. We hope young people enjoy them too and all the rest, but that's our target audience. When you're making a game like Dustborn, this is the so-called modern audience. And this is a critique that I think is relevant. And one of the things I'm saying about like focusing on this is good. If you're focused on it, really truly focused on it, you made a game for the so-called modern audience and it sucks or it looks bad. I don't want to say I didn't play it. And no one cares about it because who's it for? It's for you, not for a market. That's capitalism. I feel bad for them on a human level. I do. They wouldn't give a fuck about us, by the way.
That's fine.
But whatever.
Yeah.
And so, there is some feeling bad about it. But at the same time, it's like you are putting like you don't deserve anything. Put a product on the market. Like when Super Perils only sold 5,000 copies or whatever, we think that there are reasons external to us that happened. But the primary reason that it happened is because we didn't make a game people wanted. Whether it was good or not, whether or not we were proud of it is another thing entirely. So I'm glad you brought that game up because that game has been on the tip of my tongue recently because I was like, damn, this game is rough looking. Just the characters, like the whole arc, like it's just, ugh. Like who are you?
Everything about it.
Whatever.
Everything about it. But like, I just hate the idea that like, look, I've seen this kind of idea spread around where it's like, or I think I saw it in like a review recently. I think for Black Myth, we might even talk about it when we get to Black Myth, but I guess it's technically more relevant here. Where I think there was like a negative because like it wasn't diverse or something. And I'm just like, I don't think that's like really a problem. Like something doesn't need to be like in the same way that I don't think it's a problem for something to not be diverse. I don't think it's a problem for something to be diverse. You know what I mean? Like, and that's kind of how I feel about this whole thing in general. If Seinfeld was made better for a diversity network note, then that's fine. Like whatever, it results in a better show. And I have no doubt that like as a creative person, if you're designing a roster of characters and it's just like kind of like the same copy pasted like white guy, I would imagine just as a designer, you'd be like, it's kind of boring. Like I kind of want to like, I would imagine that the general outcome of creativity is just like a wide array of designs, like which would lead you to kind of ostensibly design or create characters of different ethnicities, different backgrounds, like I think that's just a natural outcome of like wanting to be creative with like your design, right? That's totally fine. And I think the sickness that's happening right now is like we're attributing negativity to things that aren't really inherently negative. Only we're attributing negativity to things that are bad that also happen to include these things. It's like, okay, this game is bad and also diverse, so it must be because it's diverse that it's bad. It's like, no, dude. Suicide Squad is bad because it's terribly designed. It is a single player game that has for some reason been mangled into this live service looter shooter with Batman characters that makes no fucking sense. It's ugly as sin. That's why it's bad. It's not bad because of the fucking rainbow flag in front of the Hall of Justice. Because in a good game, that would just be like oh, look at that. That's pretty pandery, isn't it? Or like, that's like dumb. Great game, though. It's like the same thing with Spider-Man. Because there's stuff like that in Spider-Man, but Spider-Man's great. And I don't know, man. I just feel like we're getting lost in the weeds with the things that we're focusing on. And I feel like people can't help themselves, but they just like gather everything. And it's like, it's all bad. And it's like, no, you got to think a little bit more.
Yeah, that's why. And I don't think that a lot of people do, unfortunately, because it's like the whole presenting me of the Sweet Baby Inc. thing being like, but Sweet Baby Inc. is involved in it. I'm like, yeah, but don't you think like one layer deeper than that about your own presupposition about what their involvement means? If I'm telling you that there's nothing in the game that would set off a klaxon otherwise, it undoes your argument. That's why I know that a lot of people are not thinking deeply about it. You see this just on social media and elsewhere too. Just people just don't And that's fine, but people just don't think very, I don't want to say people, many people don't think very deeply about any of these issues. And you can just tell by the way people talk about them so flippantly, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Do you think, well, there's also too, like, aren't they like a consultation company? Like, isn't that their whole thing? It's like,
Yeah, they do like
consulting?
story consulting and writing and other things according to their website.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I maybe I'm misunderstanding what a consultation company is, but I feel like you hire a consultancy firm to kind of get advice or like get kind of an outlook on stuff that might need changing or might need addressing or might need some further looking into. And if you're also free to not follow all of the advice. You know what I mean? It's really just like a gut check, I guess, in some way, right?
Yeah, I mean, literal consultancy services are just that. You bring someone in, you ask them questions, you show them a piece of it, maybe a piece of what they would want in the game or the changes they would make would be incorporated. What I believe the confusion is with Sweet Baby Inc. specifically is that they do consultancy, but they're really for hire as like external devs, but on the creative side. So mixing the wires like that, I get it, because it's, and it's funny, like the pride flag, like that's like a good example. It's like, this is an example of like, and I've said it many times and I don't care what people think about it. It's like, stop shoving this shit down my throat. Like, I don't understand why we have to see this all the time. I get it. Doesn't mean I hate anyone. I just don't understand like why we have to constantly be reminded of these things. And that I think is a worthy pillar. So put a period on it and then follow up with that, attacking that particular thing. You know, you don't have to spread the field.
I think for me, my main issue with the pride flag really is just that like it's gotten uglier over time. Like I don't like the new pride flag is just objectively ugly. Like the rainbow was so good.
Yeah,
like,
the rainbow was great. The rainbow flag was iconic, dude.
Iconic. You know, like, it's perfect. And then they just added like triangles and like
I saw a feather on one. Like
I don't know, man. Go back to the rainbow flag, please. Like it's so much better. I promise you. I'm coming at this from like a genuinely authentic place. Like, just go back to the rainbow flag. It was way better. It was way more appealing. It was way easier on the eyes. This triangle stuff, just random circle thrown in there. Stop it. From an artistic perspective, you must know this.
Well, intersectionality, man. Crazy thing. I love that. Remember the didn't we make, you and I made fun of the flag a few years ago where it was like that whole flag, but then it had like a bunch of corporate logos on it too.
Yeah, like Nike, like a NASCAR.
Like Nike, like the Nike swishes on it, like a Coca-Cola logo and shit. I'm like, exactly.
It's just getting ridiculous. And by the way, like that's not even like an unpopular opinion what I'm saying. Like even among that, like, because I have like I have queer friends, like a lot of them, and they told me something that I thought was really funny. I don't even know if I'm technically allowed to say this joke, but like I thought it was funny enough that I'm going to say it anyway to deal with it. But like they said that they think as gay people make up less and less of a percentage of like what LGBTQ is, like strictly gay. That's why the flag looks bad, because they're the designers. I thought that was a little bit more elegantly delivered. I said,
yeah, that's funny. I mean,
I love that idea.
It is true. The flag comes off a little autistic now, doesn't it? Like something a child would do. You know. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you choke.
I was expecting the autistic flag.
Yeah, it's that is the. Oh, I agree with you. Like all the gay people in my family and friends are all against all of this shit. Like I'm perfectly comfortable with my stance on this stuff. If anything, I'm starting to feel bad for gay people in a lot of different ways for like totally different reasons than we used to feel bad for them. You know, we used to feel bad for them about like lack of equality, opportunity, rights. Now I feel bad for them because they've been made a mockery of by a lot of bullshit. You know, and that bothers me as someone who's close, as I think everyone is to gay people in some sense in their life. Of course, if you know anyone. All right. Well, anyway, Washed AF, thanks for writing in. We can agree to disagree, I guess. Yeah. I'm going to go back to my DEI marriage, though. Not that you said that. You didn't say that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you did. I don't know if you've said that in your own time, but you were not the person I'm thinking of. All right. Let's get into some game stuff more specifically. there has been footage, about 27 minutes worth of footage released for Silent Hill 2 Remake. And a lot of people wrote in about this to the point where I added it to the document here, went through it, scrubbed through it. I'll talk about that in a minute, and we can talk about what we think. Andrew Simmons wrote in and said, hello, sacred gentlemen, with online discourse criticizing the Silent Hill 2 Remake being heavy. Did you catch both the new trailer and gameplay video? Graphically, it looks incredible. The fog is the best I've seen, and it drips with atmosphere. Whilst the combat looks like my kind of survival horror. Jank, what's your view? Have a great week. Love to Holly, Dustin, and Emil. Thank you for writing in and for all that did about Silent Hill 2. So I must admit, I watched this, but I kind of scrubbed through it because I don't want to spoil. This seems to be 27 minutes of uncut footage. And it's like, I don't really need to see all of this. I'm going to play this in the fall, but I'm definitely going to buy it day one. I mean, it looks great in my opinion. And maybe Bloober Team's going to come through after all. It brought into focus this idea that we explored in the past, Chris, about this game, that there did seem to be a tension between Konami and Bloober, and that Bloober seemed to be positioning that our game is actually a lot better than Konami is making it seem for some reason, and we don't know why they're doing this. And now I think they've finally been able to show it to people. And I think people might have even gone hands-on at different outlets, so you can read previews as well. But so yeah, out of the 27 minutes, I've probably watched 3 minutes of it, kind of scattered between 3 different parts. Looks solid as hell. So yeah, I'll be all over this thing when it finally comes out. What are your thoughts on this 27 minutes of Silent Hill footage?
Yeah, man, I think it looks pretty solid. I think I hope it does. I hope it's good. I was one of the people kind of early on who kind of was like, no, I think they can do it. Like I played the medium. I gave up halfway through because it just wasn't, at a certain point, it just wasn't very good. But they nailed the atmosphere really early on, to the point where I remember feeling like early on playing the medium, I was like, I think they could do a really good Silent Hill. And when I found out that they were doing a remake, I was like, oh, well, that's perfect, because not only are they doing a Silent Hill, but they don't even have to make their own one that they can fuck up in a royal way. You know what I mean? And who's I don't know. I'm speaking a little bit early. It might still have some fuckery about it. It's possible. But I don't think this is going to be a bad game. Like, I think, and I felt this from early on when I heard that this was happening, where it's like, I feel like the worst this is going to be is good and not exceptional. You know what I mean? It's going to be like a very solid, standard remake. It's going to look fairly modern, if a little bit maybe dated, because, Bloober's not exactly like high fidelity, groundbreaking graphics kind of, they're not that kind of studio. But I don't know, it's looking good. At least from this footage. I watched a little bit more of it. Because I am going to play it probably, but I don't know. I'm going to forget everything that I saw here by the time that game's out, because I'm going to have played so much. So yeah, I think it looks good. I'm excited about it. I hope they pull through. I hope Silent Hill 2 gets a worthy remake, because it would be really unfortunate for all of these horror games to have gotten remakes lately, Dead Space, Resident Evil 4, and then for Silent Hill 2 to drop the ball. That would be a shame. And so I'm hoping for a hat trick with that as far as horror remakes go, but looking good so far.
Yeah, part of me is this brings back to me this idea that I just hate previewing games and kind of giving too much opinion on a game before you play it, before you see it fully, before it's out. And the pressure of doing so in this space, which is fine, because sometimes you hit and sometimes you don't. Like, sometimes you're right on and sometimes you're just not. And I must say, like, Konami as a publisher, I was very critical, and I think there is some criticism to be leveled at them for choosing questionable partners, or like weird partners, for both this and for Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake in Virtuous or whatever, where I just look at it and I'm like, you guys really could have had anyone you wanted to do these, so why are you choosing traditionally middling, cheaper, no doubt, to work with studios? But it could be that this works out very well, and if Silent Hill 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3 both come out pretty good, I think Konami actually has a couple of interesting irons in the fire as far as getting more of these games remade, especially the Metal Gear games. But maybe they deserve more credit than we had given them, or certainly that I had given them in the beginning. I still am of the mind that a Konami could have attracted some of the biggest studios in the world to work on these games. So
Yeah.
that was an option, and then you wouldn't have these problems, and you would probably sell way more copies. But it looks like they might have threaded the needle here and done something worthwhile. I think Silent Hill 2 looks pretty exceptional. And I have to say, Metal Gear Delta, the more I've seen it, the more I'm like, yeah, I think I'm actually going to really dig this when it comes out. So that's it. I mean, I don't know when this is coming out. I was assuming it would be dated by now, but it's not, I don't think. So
yeah, that's kind of weird. But yeah, my expectation is that it's going to be good. I will it be as good as Dead Space or Resident Evil 4? I don't think so. I think it'll be probably like notably less good. I don't know. There's something.
Oh, it does have a release date, by the way. October 8th.
Oh, does it? October 8th. Cool. Because I remember like a couple months ago they had like trailers where they were showing that character's. I can't remember what the lady's name is, but they had her character design and it was all fucked up. So like there's probably going to be. It's going to be uneven in quality if I were to guess, but I think it's going to be solid, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
I'm excited to check it out though.
I'm looking forward to it. October 8th, and will be exclusive to PlayStation 5 for a year, at least. I do wonder how that will turn out, and because Konami is to be clear, the publisher of the game. So the time exclusive stuff probably came from Sony fronting some of the money or even funding some of it, and maybe marketing. Probably we'll see some marketing for this as well, associated with PlayStation 5. Dude, I'm of the mind here that like there's this really made up narrative that PlayStation 5 is having a bad year. It's totally made up. And it's just funny to me. In the same year, you get The Last of Us Part 2 ported to PlayStation 5. You get Helldivers 2. You get Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. You get Stellar Blade and Rise of the Ronin, right? And then Astro Bot, Silent Hill 2, and a few other products. Like, yes, what a bad year. Horrible. Until Dawn remake. It's like, where does this narrative come from that PlayStation 5 is having a bad year or has no games? It really is exclusively seen on social media by people that I don't think like games. Like, if you can get through all of the games I just named and none of them are for you, then you're not much of a console video game player, and that's totally fine. But if nothing, Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth didn't speak to you, like, there are lots of games on the console. I just can't abide by this. It's very strange.
Yeah.
And it comes from, it's totally disingenuous, especially when you compare it to what's going on both with Nintendo and Microsoft this year. Sony's having an unusually strong year just because it's not Naughty Dog making the games, although they did make one of the remakes, I guess, or ports. This is a strange narrative. All right. Until Dawn. That's one of the games that just came up. And word comes from the French website D-Labs, which was translated by our friends over at Push Square, that it looks like Until Dawn on PlayStation 5, which is due out this fall, will cost $60. And we know Silent Hill 2 comes out October 8th. Until Dawn apparently comes out October 4th. So we're going to have our hands full in that early October period with some of these horror games. I feel like that's an appropriate price. I would have liked to see it maybe 50, but 60 is good. I don't want to call people cheap. It's like, fine, whatever. But there's like a kind of a hullabaloo about not having some sort of cross progression between the PS4 version and the PS5 version, such that you would get the PS5 version either for cheaper or for free. Like, the game came out 9 years ago, and Until Dawn, the original Until Dawn, is playable right now on your PS4 and your PS5. So just go buy it and download it and play it if you want it. Yeah. I don't know why people expect that level of accommodation a decade after a game came out, but beyond that, I think this is a nice deal. I'm definitely going to play this. We talked about it last week, though. You weren't into this, right? If I recall correctly.
No, I mean, there's so much to play, and I just think I know myself well enough to know that these like kind of like interactive movies don't necessarily speak to me as much. I think they're interesting. I think they're cool, but I think I'm more of a Detroit Become Human kind of person. Like, I need more out of a game like that than what Until Dawn offers. I just don't think it's like my cup of tea.
but I think I'll probably like watch a little bit of it and see if it's really transformed in the way that they say it is. Because they say that there's like more like there's like exploration in like a way that there wasn't before. Like there's like more you can like interact with the environments a little bit more. It's like, okay, well maybe. But I feel like I would have to see what they mean by that, because them saying that can mean all sorts of things. You know what I mean? I feel like I have to see like how they're actually going to do that in the game before I like make a judgment like that. Especially for 60, I kind of think 50 would have been a little bit more reasonable. But you know, as of right now, there's just I'm looking at the list of stuff like not only in my backlog, but stuff that's coming out. And I just feel like there's kind of a lot. There's a lot more than I thought there even was. Like I have Pacific Drive on my computer right now, just chilling, waiting.
Yeah, I bought that, but I didn't really. I played it for like a half an hour, and I wasn't really feeling it for some reason. Yeah,
I played it. I played it for like. I played it for a similar amount of time, and I put it down not because I wasn't feeling it, but because I was just like, I'm gonna need time for this, and I don't have the time right now. So I want to get back to that. There's a bunch of other stuff that I want to get back to as well. So I just think Until Dawn's not going to make it for me. Probably just wait until it's a little bit cheaper. When it gets to 50 at some point, that's not so bad.
No, and again, I recommend people buy the original. Is probably going to be dirt cheap if it's not already. And I highly recommend the original if you want to just check it out for cheap and see if it's even the game for you. And then if you like it, you can get the kind of PS5 and PC centric, because it'll be on PC too. So that's going to be a big deal over there. I want to see how it does on PC. I think it'll attract some folks over there. Not a huge amount, but I think it'll do pretty well. I'm also going to be eagerly keeping an eye, Chris, on the team that made this game, Ballistic Moon.
Yeah.
Working in a second party capacity. This team was formed by some people from Supermassive. Obviously, Sony has always owned the IP. I wonder if this is a test bed to see if they continue and make another one. Because it was always weird that they didn't make another one, but I think it's fairly obvious. I don't really have any inside information on this, but that Until Dawn did well enough where I think, and they continue to work with Sony on VR games. They made like The Inpatient. They made the Until Dawn VR game that launched with PSVR in 2016. But I think they were ultimately courted. Like, in other words, I think something like Dark Pictures Anthology, maybe not as many of them, but some of that stuff would have probably been the next Until Dawn if Sony had their way. Because Supermassive was kind of a studio that more or less got away, I think. Although I think the Quarry showed that they can release some stinkers as well. We're going to talk about Dark Pictures a little later, though, so I'll leave it for them. All right, this next one is full of spoilers for some people. So, what happened? What?
Just got I got a baffling. I don't normally glance over at my phone, but like I saw like a couple of keywords in this text message from a friend of mine. This is the gay friend that I was telling you about earlier, and he says, "I watched a drag queen literally split her knees open on stage to Madonna's Justify My Love in Highland Park last week." to the group. I have no idea what the context of, but
Very well.
That's the thing that happened, I guess. I hope that person's okay.
Sounds traumatic.
Yeah, it sounds pretty wild.
All right.
Oh well.
I want to warn everyone about this next one, Chris, because as I said, we're only like a few weeks away from Astro Bot launching September 6th, a first-party game from Team Asobi, the remnants of Japan studio, releasing a full-fledged Astro Bot game called Astro Bot, a platformer. Looks really great, and a big part of I'm super excited. I mean, I am authentically excited to play this game because we don't get games like this in the PlayStation ecosystem very often, especially anymore. So I really want to support it, and I hope it's great. Sorry, I'm coughing here. But there are people that are interested in this game from the interpretive level of how it celebrates PlayStation history, because that's kind of what Astro Bot has been hinged around. And so the spoilers that I'm about to discuss are the many characters that are celebrated in Astro Bot. So here's what happened. 15 minutes or so of Astro Bot footage leaked. And in the leak, people were able to pull out a bunch of different, let's call them hat tips to various franchises, whether characters appear, Astro Bot appears, dresses that character, and so on and so forth. So a person on the dastardly gaming forum Reset Era went in frame by frame and found all of the different characters in this footage that is teased, and it's pretty heavy with spoilers if you care about this sort of thing. I use the term spoiler kind of loosely in the sense that like who really gives a shit, but if you want to be authentically surprised by the games that are going to be incorporated in Astro Bot, you'll want to skip ahead a little while and go to the next topic, because I don't want to spoil anything for you. But I wanted to talk about this because this is a really interesting flexing, in my opinion, of licensing heft. And I wanted to see what you thought of this, Chris. So the following characters are in this footage of Astro Bot that leaked. Okay? Abe from Oddworld. Aegis, Joker, and Teddy from Persona. Aku Aku and Crash from Crash Bandicoot. Alucard from Castlevania. Alundra from Alundra. Amaterasu from Akami. Arthur from Ghosts and Goblins. Ash from Concrete Genie. Oricon Racer, Piranha Racer, and Kyrix Racer from Wipeout. Buzz from Buzz, which is one of the coolest ones. Cat from Stray. Churly from God of War. I don't even know who that is. Chloe, Elena, Sam, and Sully from Uncharted. Chop Chop Master Onion from Parappa the Rapper. Chris, Claire, Jill, and Leon from Resident Evil. Ellie and Joel from The Last of Us. Cole from Infamous. Dante from Devil May Cry. Dart from The Legend of Dragoon. Dusty and Raven from Gravity Rush. Errand, Ross, Silence, and the Tall Neck from Horizon. Iota from Tearaway. Jaster Rogue from Rogue Galaxy. Kazuma Kiryu from Yakuza. Kazuya Mishima from Tekken. Ken and Ryu from Street Fighters. Kenna from Kenna Bridge of Spirits. Klonoa from Klonoa. Knack from Knack. Kuro and Toro from Doku Demo Isio. Kutaro from Puppeteer. Little Devil from Devil Dice. Max from Dark Cloud. Moss from Moss. Octodad from Octodad. Patapon from Patapon. Psychomantis, Raiden, and Solid Snake from Metal Gear. Pyramid Head from Silent Hill. Robert from Jumping Flash. Rudy from Wild Arms. Sackboy from Little Big Planet. Sam from Death Stranding. Daniel Fortescue from Medieval. Slayer of Demons from Demon Souls. Saul Bad Guy from Guilty Gear. Spectre from Ape Escape. Spyro from Spyro. The Prince from Katamari. And Ulala from Space Channel 5. And that's just in the footage that was leaked. That's an impressive collection of throwbacks that require a great deal of licensing. And I really want to give Sony a lot of credit because they own a lot of this stuff, but they also definitely don't own a lot of this stuff. And so you have to really go out of your way to do these kinds of things and get people to buy in on them. And times have changed in some sense, I think in part because of Fortnite, but in part maybe because of Smash Brothers and other things. Like I know for a fact that when PlayStation All-Stars was in development and that entered development like 2009, 2010, they were having a hard time getting people to buy in. They had a lot of ideas that they wanted to use, including Crash and others that they were not able to get. And that's how you end up with Big Daddy and Isaac Clarke and things that are cool, but don't really make any sense in the context of the game. All of this makes much more sense in the context of PlayStation. Any of these stand out to you as particular interest to you? There's a few that reminded me of you in here.
Yeah, of course. Ape Escape, Medieval, obviously Crash Bandicoot. Charlie, there's so the thread that we're looking through, obviously Abe from Oddworld, but the thread that we're looking at has like kind of like a hyperlink to each individual. Like you could look at the images.
Yeah.
For each,
which
of them.
Is so unnecessarily deep.
Yeah, like, it's. I mean, I appreciate it. It's a lot
cool.
of effort because it helps. But like you said, Charlie from God of War, and I was like, what the fuck is that? It's like, oh yeah, that's like the giant turtle treehouse.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, I don't remember who that is either. I didn't look. Yeah. That's cute, man.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the image now. It's really cute.
But I'm looking at all these images, and like it's really cool because like they're done in the Astro Bot style. Like they're all just like the little robots, and they kind of got they're dressed like the characters. But I want you to do me a favor in this thread.
Yeah.
Why don't you click on Spyro?
Spyro, okay.
That's just
him. Yeah.
Like this is straight up. That's just him. Like everything else is like, you know, a character, like an Astro Bot character dressed like a character, and then you get to Spyro, and it's just like, how are we gonna do it? He's a dragon. And it's like, I don't know, just put the fucking dragon in there.
Yeah, just put him in there. Just put him in there.
Because even Crash, I think, is like from what I remember, or like Abe from Oddworld at the top. It's just like a green kind of Astro Bot looking thing, you know.
So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm excited about this, man. Like, I think PlayStation's history is just so interesting and so weird and just so robust. Like, the character designs over the span of the last, like, 20 years are just so interesting and weird. And just to see them all in a game like this is exciting. I don't really mind spoiling myself with these things because these are things I would likely miss anyway. Like, I would, like, blaze through this stuff unless something specific caught my eye. And there's no way I'm going to recognize, like, I don't know, fucking Jester Rogue. You know what I mean? I'm not going to recognize that.
Yeah, totally. I could appreciate that some people are going to look at this as spoilers, but I think most people won't. If anything, it makes me much more excited for the pedigree of the game. Just looking at some of the characters that they got, because you look at some of them and it's like very cool. Alucard, for instance, like, okay, that's cool. But there are ones that are really obscure, and the obscure ones, to be fair, are from games that they own, so they don't really have to go through the trouble of getting these licenses or whatever. But like, Buzz is a great example. I remember when we used to do sample PlayStation All-Stars rosters, it was like, dude, Buzz would be such a funny character for that. For people that don't know, Buzz was a quiz show game from PlayStation First Party back in the PS2 and PS3 era. And he was like a game show host. And I was like, that would be such a funny character to be in that. So it's cool to see him in there. Dart from the Legend of Dragoon is going to get a lot of people moist. Iota from Tearaway, I thought was pretty interesting. Just kind of acknowledging that game, I think is dope. There's a lot of stuff from Level 5 here. Max from Dark Cloud and as you said earlier, Jaster from Rogue Galaxy. Those are Level 5 games that Sony owns, so they obviously don't have to license those. So it's pretty cool to see that as well. And then you can tell that like I said, they worked with Konami, they've worked with Capcom, they worked with Arc System Works, they've worked with Sega to get stuff like the guys from Persona and Space Channel as well. And then seeing my dude Rudy from Wild Arms, the protagonist of the original Wild Arms, fucking sick. But of course, Sony owns them as well. So if you're seeing, and you can see all the things that are not on this list, right? There's a lot of stuff not on this list that would clearly be in the game. And thus it recommends to me that there's so much more than this. Because there are blatantly obvious PlayStation IP like Twisted Metal and Killzone and other things that are not mentioned in here, and Resistance and so on and so forth. I don't think even Sackboy. Oh no, Sackboy's in there, I guess. So good shit, man. Really excited about this game, becoming increasingly interested in what it's got to say. And people often ask Chris, and I'll say this as a postscript, is what about the fighting game crossover? What about doing something with sports games like Nintendo does or Smash Brothers and stuff like that? And it's like, maybe this is another kind of novel way to, almost like the Lego games, to incorporate tons of characters and worlds and do it again novelly. So you're not doing a Smash Brothers clone and you're not doing a fucking Mario Golf clone or something like that, but rather doing your own celebration of your own console and your own platform's history through a 3D platformer, which no one does. So there's something kind of cool about that, I think. It's exactly what the doctor ordered in some sense. Whether people will care or not, I don't know.
It's a different question. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I care, and I'm pretty stoked about it. It'd be really cool if even some of the levels are designed and like, it would be cool to have like a Crash Bandicoot kind of throwback. Not necessarily like a level purely from Crash Bandicoot, but like the run towards the camera type thing. Like, just like, it would be cool to see like a deeper collaboration more than just like kind of like, oh, an Astro Bot dressed like something. That's cute and cool, but be cool if the game as a whole kind of celebrated the design of older IP as well. We'll see. It's exciting. I'm stoked about it.
It is. I really, really want to see it. Definitely going to buy it. I hope it does well. I think it will do well. I think it was also really cheap to make. 60 people, 3 years. That's a lot of money, but it's not $100 million. So you can make your money back pretty easily on that as long as people come out and buy the game. I'm going to say for Astro Bot, I think that it will easily surpass 1 million units. From there, I don't know, like, if people are truly interested in it. I hope it's attractive to people with kids, and I think it'll be a great instructive educational tool for people too about the history of PlayStation. Maybe that will have some sort of unquantifiable effect on people's interest in going back to the back catalog and going on PlayStation Plus Extra and doing, I don't know, man, but it's definitely something different, and I appreciate that. All right. I saw you making fun of this on Twitter, and I saw this too.
Dude.
So, all right. So basically, Concord is out now, and it's out as we're recording in its early access, I think. So by the time this goes on free feeds, I think it'll be out for everybody. Or maybe it even goes up for everybody by the time this goes on Patreon. I have no idea. But nonetheless, people are already playing it. And I've been clicking around trying to see how people feel about it. I was on PSN profiles, forums, and so on and so forth. But there's not a lot going on out there. Like I did Twitter search it, and people did seem to be posting videos where they're really enjoying and having a good time with it, but I don't know how it's actually doing. But one thing that I thought was strange, and I know you saw this too, was there's a lead character designer at Firewalk, the Sony-owned studio that made Concord. He used to work at Bungie, and it's at Shark Eats Man. I don't know what his name is though. And he tweeted out just yesterday for when we were recording, today, Firewalk Studios launched Play Concord. The game has been in development for around 8 years, and I've been there for almost 5 of them. We don't get a lot of launch days in our careers, so today is special for a ton of reasons. Oblige me some good vibes today. So I'm excited that he's excited. I'm wishing him the best. But 8 years? Volker Kane wrote into us on Patreon, just like many people did, and said, greetings, gents, Colin. I've listened since the Beyond days and have never written in. What spurred me to write in after all these years? Concord. Plenty of conversation has been had on Sacred to date about Concord's characters, world, and tone, but I wanted to call attention to the choices made by Firewalk to exclude essential features of competitive shooters that are completely head-scratching. There's no skill-based matchmaking, private lobbies, or ranked play in Concord, all of which are also absent on the roadmap released by Firewalk last week, which lays out maps, modes, and features planned through March of 2025. A Firewalk dev confirmed today on Twitter that the game has been in development for 8 years. In what bizarro world is PlayStation and Firewalk living in that they think it's a winning formula to spend 8 years making a competitive shooter with fewer features and costs $40 more than every competitor in the market? Chris, what are your thoughts? You pre-ordered it, right?
Yeah, I have it, I think, preloaded on Steam. Although that might not be true. I think I saw there was like something going on.
Because you played the early access stuff, or the beta access.
I played both betas. Or I think I played the first one. I didn't have time to check out the other one because the other one was like a weekend that I was busy. But I put. Let me make sure I'm saying this right. Actually, yeah, I got about. Oh, it doesn't say anymore. No, they own it. All right, cool. I put like 6 hours into it, if I remember correctly, and yeah, I mean, I think Concord's good. I think the design is solid. I think what is there is interesting. I don't see the hunger for this. I think the visual design is completely wrong for the type of game it is. I think they really dropped the ball on art design and visual design and character design and pretty much everything that isn't pure gameplay, I think is kind of in a rough area. And so we'll see how it goes. I don't really have that much faith in it, but dude, like I have to say, man, the positivity that I felt about it is drastically changed given the context of now knowing that it took 8 years to do it. You know what I mean? Like I was under the impression that this is maybe like, I don't know, 3, maybe 4 on the longer end. But the idea that this game was in development since 2016 is genuinely shocking. 2016 feels, I don't know if it feels like this to you, but that feels like an eternity ago. And so for a game like this to emerge out of that with like no thought along the way that maybe they were designing something that was like that needed a little bit more oomph, that needed a little bit more of a character, or needed a little bit more of like a distinguishing kind of flavor is truly bewildering to me in a way that I really can't even quantify. I think it doesn't change what's there already. Like I still feel like what is there is interesting. Like from a gameplay perspective, I think it's solid. There are certain designs and certain mechanics that I think are really, really adept. But under no circumstance should this game take 8 years to make.
It's incredible. It's an incredible thing to even admit. Obviously, people know, and it would come out eventually, I guess. But it's absurd. It's an absurd amount of time to make anything. Like unless you're working on World of Warcraft or the Destiny franchise or Call of Duty games, but not even those are individual games. It's like 8 years. 8 years to make this? Come on. Now, in some sense, of course it did. Like you said, the timing lines up perfectly with the impetus of this game and where they're going to go with it. If it came out half as, if it took half the amount of time and came out in 2020, different situation, different story, I think, for it in some sense. From multiple perspectives, even from an aesthetic perspective, I actually think it would have done better 5 years ago than it, or 4 years ago than it would do now. People are less critical about all that stuff then than they are now. I think they're a little more tired of all that kind of stuff, the Marvel-esque Guardians of the Galaxy type stuff. But this is a mystery, man. Like, there's some deep mystery about this game. Maybe it is that we are all misreading in this, and that this game is going to be just fine or better than fine. Maybe. But it's hard for me to garner that from the tea leaves, because I don't know of any other game that I said this before, Chris, but that has been so beaten up and then so kind of ignored even in its beta period, an open beta period, that they cracked open that first beta weekend because it was originally for people who pre-ordered, and that clearly showed that it's very much like Destruction All-Stars and what happened with that back in the day, where they're like, oh my God, no one's pre-ordering this game.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
we have to do something about it. So it seems, and Volker says here, they did announce their plans through March. I don't think the game's just going to disappear off the face of the planet, but I think they're going to stay with it. But for some time, I think they kind of have to, and have people buy into it and hopefully find its way. But what a deep mystery, Chris, about how long this game has taken. And of course, Firewalk was with Probably Monsters, another kind of group. Probably Monsters then was staying with Firewalk, and that's when Sony came in a few years ago and agreed to publish it. And then Sony kind of just acquired the whole project, and then Sony acquired the team. It's deeply mysterious to me. Unless they have something else brewing or something incubating, or there's a real belief in this game internally, but it just seems ill-suited to PlayStation. And it's not that it's a multiplayer game, it's just the way it feels and looks. And I know people are upset about The Last of Us Online going away and all of the rest, but you do have to wonder about that game specifically. Like, that would have surely been a hit, at least. You wouldn't have had to worry about people playing it, because they would have. You'd have to worry about supporting it and keeping it going, and that would have forced you to perhaps make a Naughty Dog satellite team or whatever. But weird choices being made here with Concord, and I am most intrigued to see how this game does. I'm really, really interested. And we'll see. But again, I saw some positive stuff out there anecdotally about how people were feeling about it. Oh, boy.
I don't know, man.
All right. A few more pieces of quick news here. There's a piece of news about Sea of Thieves. We're going to talk about Xbox a little later because of Indiana Jones, which we're going to get into in a much deeper way after we get into what we're playing in a moment. But over at windowscentral.com, friend of the show, Jez Corden, wrote an editorial about Xbox's move towards kind of more of a third-party posture and things that have kind of inevitably been happening for a while. But one of the things that he says in here that I think is somewhat interesting is that I was going to say Game of Thrones. Sea of Thieves has sold more than 1 million copies on PlayStation. He writes, and this is just kind of a throwaway line in his article, but it's been picked up by a lot of people, quote, "Indeed, trusted sources have indicated to me, Jez, that Sea of Thieves has crossed 1 million sales on PlayStation since its launch over there, and is most likely higher still since this information came to me," end quote. He notes that the game is $40 million or $40 a piece. And so that's $40 million of additional revenue for Rare. That's not quite right, because Sony obviously gets 30% of those sales, but it's probably higher than 40 million because, of course, the game is laden with microtransactions and people really do interact deeply with the game in that, from that stance, and season passes and expansions and stuff. So they are making lots of money on PlayStation. Shout out to Rare. I think that's really exciting and certainly a sign of things to come, I think, with more Xbox products. But what do you think about that? 1 million copies for a game that is 8 years old?
Yeah. It was
2016, I thought, right?
2016, I think.
I'm looking it up for you here.
Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure it was around that time.
No, 2018. So 6 years old, March 2018.
Yeah. I know the early access was maybe a little bit before that, but I think, yeah, Sea of Thieves is great. I've been singing the praises of Sea of Thieves for a while now, and I think it's a little surprising to see it succeed so thoroughly, I guess, on PlayStation, because I thought still, it's a live service. It's like a multiplayer kind of experiential sandbox driven emergent gameplay kind of game. It's not necessarily
the type of game that PlayStation is known for. It's not the game that tends to drive that audience, but I think people are getting a taste for it, and I think that's really great. I think Sea of Thieves is a remarkably unique game, and to see it cross 1 million in a relatively short amount of time is awesome. Really happy for the guys at Rare. Really excited for what this means for the future of other games coming to the platform, because if Sea of Thieves does 1 million, Jesus Christ.
You can't even imagine like when they see those sales numbers, they're probably like, oh boy,
Yeah, dude, putting Gears on there, putting Gears especially, I think would speak to a Sony audience, just because it's so narrative and third person action oriented. I think that would really do amazing. But yeah, you got to be wondering like how they're feeling sitting on this gold mine of IP that just like, damn, Sea of Thieves is doing this well. Oh, they're probably like chomping at the bit.
I think Halo Master Chief Collection would, at $60 or even $70, like the dickhead tax would be, you get away with it, and they would make low to mid 9 figures on that, in my opinion. So
I think you'd be crazy not to sell that game on PlayStation at this point. Although the Master Chief Collection is in a rough state right now, because it's been essentially, I don't want to say abandoned necessarily, but like they've kind of like, they're moving on from Infinite at this point already. So like they're kind of moving on. So like 2 projects before, it's kind of like in its I don't want to call it abandonware just yet, but like apparently there are hackers kind of all over it. So if they're planning to move it over to PlayStation, that kind of requires them to kind of reinvest resources into this game that they theoretically closed the door on already. And we'll see how willing they are to do that. But I think they would be wise to just get a skeleton crew of people just on there making sure no hackers are running crazy, and then just make millions of dollars just for doing that. I think it's a really worthwhile trade-off. Obviously that would be a big story. And maybe that's kind of what they're concerned about. But the way that I feel about this dude is like, actually, well, I'll say that for the Indiana Jones conversation.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, congratulations and hat tip to Rare in the meantime. I mean, that's great success. I mean, that's so exciting for a game that's 6 years old. That's serious penetration on PlayStation, because it's only on PS5. Oh, because Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves were only released on PS5. Grounded, which has done very well apparently too on Sony, is on PS4 and PS5. It's on Switch as well, and Pentiment was on PS4 and PS5. So they're really only they have a pretty decent install base. If you take Jez at his word, which I do, that this number is actually somewhat old, you can assume that maybe 1 in 50 people on PlayStation 5 have Sea of Thieves, which is pretty significant. I mean, it's not a new game, and there's just a lot of competition. So it's like, wow, man, I would bet you that's better than they thought they were going to do on PlayStation. And we saw that play out on the sales charts. So, and how it's creeped back up into even like the overall NPD numbers because of those sales. So
yeah, I think about it. I think about this in relation, especially to, I guess, PlayStation sales on PC. And it's like, dude, like, get these games on PlayStation now. What are you doing? They're going crazy over there for this stuff. And to be fair, it's the kind of content that they're not used to getting. It's very different from the standard kind of PlayStation fare, I guess. And that's exciting. And I think it's speaking to a lot of people. Sea of Thieves is great, man. Like, that's a really well done game. And they're still supporting it. I think they just had like an update relatively recently, like within the last couple of months, that did like a bunch of cool shit to the sandbox, and it's dope. So
I know Ben really loves it. So our Ben Smith.
I love it too. I have no time to dedicate to it. But yeah, it's great.
All right, a few more quick news items. Civilization 7 has a release date on PS5 and PS4. Looks great. There's about a 1:20 trailer that shows a lot of new gameplay. It looks much deeper than it ever has before. A lot much more zoomed in. I mean, you can always zoom out, of course, too. But when you zoom in, there's much more realism and stuff. Obviously, this is probably taken not on PlayStation hardware, but we'll see how it runs. Civ 6, when it came to PS5 in 2019 or PS4 in 2019, actually did pretty well on the console. And so I'm pretty confident that we're getting more into parity of what this particular game demands. Anyway, it comes to both PS4 and PS5 on February 11th, 2025. I will definitely be picking this up. And I've been thinking, I don't know when it'll happen. Civ 6, though, I played pretty extensively, but I feel like this would be another good Portal game, actually. And I don't know why I never really considered that for football or whatever. There are a few other games I'd like to get to during football. Balatro, probably Vampire Survivors, and a few other things. But Civ 6, I think, is going to be, or Civ 7, rather, I think is going to be a really nice addition to the rotisserie on Portal when it comes out in February. Are you going to check this game out?
I don't know. Like I want to, but I just feel intimidated by these games. I don't know what it is. Like they're very not usual to my tastes. They're very outside of what I would consider normally. But there is something attractive about them. I can't deny there's like an allure to Civilization that I can't pretend isn't there. But every time I'm in the hot seat and I'm thinking like, do I want to get this? I get too in my head about it. It's like, I'm probably not going to play this, or I'm probably going to fumble around with the controls in this game. I'm probably not going to play this right for years. It reminds me of like when I used to play I used to play like authentically. I used to play Command and Conquer Red Alert when I was a kid on PC. And let me tell you, there's no shot I was playing that game correctly. There's no way. I was absolutely just clicking the screen until things happened.
Right.
You know? So like the thought of like re-entering that sphere and understanding that my knowledge of the genre has not accelerated at all since I was like 8 years old is really uninteresting to me, but I want to. I don't know. I'm balancing between the two. It's definitely a PC game for me though, I think. This is kind of a game that I need to sit close to the screen with like a mouse and keyboard and maybe play on like a laptop or something. I don't know how well these types of games control with controllers.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not the ideal way to play because they are so interface heavy. But yeah. I do wonder, I don't know if 6 had mouse and keyboard support, but I wonder if 7 will definitely have that on PS5. And maybe I would you don't even really need a keyboard. You really just need a mouse. I mean, it's just clicking things for the most part. And right. I'm sure there are a bunch of shortcuts that people know, but I don't know them. The cool thing about Civilization is that it is a fairly intimidating game. I started with Civilization 4. And as I've said on the show before, it wasn't until Civilization 6 that I really even understood how to truly play the game. And I still don't really truly understand how to play the game. Like it's that many levels deep where you could easily beat it and get through a map or like create a world and all that kind of stuff without really knowing everything you're doing. And there are mega hard difficulty levels that are much more demanding. And you really do need to understand the game at a systems level for that. But it's somewhat accessible. So I would recommend it to you. I'm not typically into these kinds of, what do they call them? 4X kinds of games, right? I'm not really, I think this is one of those, but it's not really my kind of thing typically either. But Civilization does speak to me.
Yeah, there's something about it. Because I think I like history. I'm not like thoroughly invested in it or anything, but like I like the backdrop of history. I'm always a big fan of like historical fiction. Just kind of playing in the playground of history. I think it's interesting. I think it's cool. And everything that Civilization has, I like independently. Like I like resource management in games like State of Decay. Mm-hmm. So I think it's interesting. I think it's cool. I think that's the main reason why I like that game, honestly, I think. And I like kind of city building. I like the Sims and like building things like that. And I like history as like a backdrop. So like it's all there, but like it just seems intimidating. Maybe I'll pick up actually how much is the more recent Civ
6?
Yeah,
you could probably get like the complete edition of it with all the DLC for like a normal retail price of $60 or something like that. I would assume at this point.
Sid Meier's Civilization 6.
If you want to buy a core game, I'm sure it's cheap.
VI is 6, right? I'm not crazy.
Yeah, VI is 6, right?
Wow, it's only it's $5 on Steam.
Yeah, there you go. And then there's a bunch of expansions that you can check out if you want to, if you're interested. I don't even think I have any of them. But okay, we lost Chris again there, so we just decided to take our break at that point. Split the show up as we usually do. So now we're back. We were talking about Civilization 7, but I have no idea what we were saying. So now we're going to move on to Marvel Rivals, which, according to a press release, has an official release date. It'll be coming to PlayStation platforms on December 6th. Are you interested in this game at all? This game, I'm kind of having a hard time. It's not my kind of game at all, but I'm having a hard time figuring out how people feel about it because it seems like a game that would do really, really well. And then I'm seeing people playing it and saying it's not very good. So
yeah, I don't know what to really make of it. It's interesting to me. I do want to check it out. I like Marvel stuff. I like that this has nothing to do with the MCU. I like that it's just a little bit of kind of Marvel Ultimate Alliance energy, as far as that goes, where it's not connected to like some grander thing. It's its own kind of self-contained thing. It's obviously a hero shooter, which is kind of strange. I don't know how I feel about that exactly, but I'll check it out. I think that wasn't it available was there an early access or like a beta period for it?
Yeah, there was. I think that's where people were playing it on PC.
I think I was under the impression that it was already out, I guess. So like, I remember I heard that this was the release date's December 6th. I was like, oh, that was a beta period. Okay, cool. I'll probably check it out. I don't see why not. It's free to play. I'm into Marvel stuff, and I think a hero shooter is kind of interesting. I'm curious as to how they handle like a character like Spider-Man in a hero shooter. Like I don't even really understand how you would do that really in a way that makes sense. But I've heard mixed things from it. I've heard people say that, yeah, it's a standard kind of hero shooter. And then I've heard people say that it's kind of fun. So it's really hard for me to get a pulse on this thing. So I'll probably just play it myself. That's a couple days after my birthday. So be a nice little time.
By the way, I think I called it Marvel Heroes. It's Marvel Rivals.
Marvel
just
Rivals.
So people know.
Marvel
just
Heroes.
in case I did. I don't know if I actually did or not. It's also only on PlayStation 5, not a PS4 iteration. December 6th. Right. I went and looked up where because we both saw gameplay. So there was a closed alpha from May 10th to May 20th. And then there was a closed beta from July 23rd to August 5th. And I guess that's where all the footage of it came from. It's free to play, as we know. NetEase is the team behind it, obviously a Chinese team. And yeah, the hero shooter stuff's interesting because as I understand, there's like a class system, and then you kind of just choose your hero as a skin. But that's not the way hero shooters usually are, right? Isn't it all incorporated into like one thing? Like, this is the kind of character you play as, and this is who he is, and this is how he plays. But I think in this, it's like you choose, because I have it here, you choose your unique power inclination: Vanguard, Duelist, and Strategist. This is from their press release. They'll be free to pick their preferred role and hero. Teaming up. So that's interesting. And there's a bunch of interesting characters in here, I guess. I know most of them, I suppose. I'm looking at them now. Iron Man.
I think I saw Venom in the trailer, and I thought, okay, cool.
Yeah,
I'm into that. He has like I think I saw like a snippet of footage that looked like he was using one of his Marvel vs. Capcom kind of moves that kind of got me. It's like, ooh, perked my ears up a little bit. When I
don't know who some of these people are, though, for sure. Like,
yeah, I'm definitely going to be like mostly lost. I'll probably stick to just Spider-Man and like maybe an X-Man or two if they're in it. but I don't know. It's weird. Like, these are two things that I think I'm usually, if you had thrown those things together, I'd kind of be opposed to them. I'm kind of over hero shooters generally. I'm kind of not Marvel fatigued out, but like the fusion of them is unorthodox and weird. And so it's worth a try, at least for free, you know. Like I definitely wouldn't pay like money to check this out, but no reason not to, I guess, if it's free.
Well, yep, December 6th. So go check that out. And then a couple of more quick things here. Amazon revealed an anthology of animated shorts called Secret Level. Did you see this?
I did.
Trailer?
I was thinking about you when I saw this.
Yeah, thank you. I am really interested in this because one of the things that they're getting into is Mega Man. And I did an unusually technical thing for Colin, and I made a GIF, which I tweeted out. I don't know if you saw it.
I didn't.
I will. Here, I'm getting the link for you of his appearance in it, because this is really the only time you see Mega Man in. Oh, this is for the chat. Sorry, I'm in the footnotes. Okay, so that's the GIF I made, and so yeah, here's what's going on. I'm reading off of Amazon's press release. says every game has a story. Prime Video announces premiere date and first teaser trailer for new adult animated anthology series Secret Level. So it says Secret Level will feature original short stories set within the worlds of some of the most beloved video games. It's from Amazon, MGM Studios, and Blur Studio, creators of Love, Death, and Robots. Be 15 mind-bending episodes of groundbreaking animation. It'll be on Prime Video beginning December 10th. And the following franchises are explored: Armored Core, Concord, Crossfire, Dungeons and Dragons, Exodus, Honor of Kings, Mega Man, New World, which is an Amazon property, Pac-Man, PlayStation is one of them. So we don't know exactly what that is. And Concord is a PlayStation product, so this is something separate. Sifu, Spelunky, The Outer Worlds, Unreal Tournament, and Warhammer 40K. So pretty cool shit. People were really interested in a few of these different things, but a few people like you thought of me when they saw this because of an obvious inclusion. And Des Quick wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Boys. My question this week has to be for Colin. Did you watch the Secret Level trailer? And if yes, was it just to see the Blue Bomber in all his high fidelity glory? Walk us through your emotions and thought process upon seeing Mega Man was part of this. What is your guys' hype level for this project on the whole? I, for one, got chills watching the trailer, and I'm very excited for December. Long live Blur Studio. Much love to everyone at LSM, but especially Dustin and Holly. Thank you for writing in. And to all those that wrote in about this. So yeah, I'm super amped about this. I mean, it looks pretty cool. My first thoughts when I saw Mega Man was I was like, wow, it's just a brief second, right? But I'm like, yeah, this could work. And that's better than I felt about a lot of Mega Man stuff. And the frustrating thing for Mega Man right now for fans is Capcom released the results. Remember, we did it on the show, the quiz, the fan quiz, where it's like, what do you care about? And like, what do you want? And Mega Man came in second in that. So Capcom now really does know what people want. But the frustrating thing is we're getting Mega Man and all sorts of weird shit, but we're just not getting Mega Man games. It's like there's a Mega Man skin in Exoprimal, and Mega Man's going to be in that Funko Fusion game. And, X is in this, and Mega Man's, and it's like, but where is the Mega Man game? Yeah. And this, I looked at this and I kind of got goosebumps in a strange way because I was like, damn, like this could be an aesthetic for what you would do. It's super cool. The GIF I sent you, I love it. Like, I actually really, really dig what they did here. And will it translate beyond this brief second? I have no idea. We'll see. But
yeah,
Mega Man's my boy. And so I was obviously very excited to see this. How do you feel about this? Blur Studio, I assume?
Yeah, no, Blur's great. I Love, Death, and Robots is great. I think it's like one of the best, one of the better anthology kind of shows around, just because they highlight a lot of different animation styles and a lot of different creators. It's really interesting stuff. They famously did the Halo 2 anniversary cutscenes. So all the redone cutscenes for that game were all Blur Studios, and I thought they did they did such a good job of that. It's like I wish we got a movie that looked like this instead of a terrible live action TV show. But yeah, this is super exciting. I think Mega Man's design is really fitting and interesting and cool. I don't think it looks as weird as I would have expected it to. Because he is kind of a difficult character to translate, I think. And I mean, it might still be, but I think, yeah, the Outer Worlds catches my interest a lot because that's kind of like a world and kind of universe and play space that I thought was like really interesting when I played through the Outer Worlds. I think the most interesting thing though here is Concord, because how and why and is this like a core part of their strategy to like hope people see this and get invested and be like, oh my god, that was a great episode. I want to play that game. And then that has nothing to do with whatever the hell the episode's about.
It is strange. It is strange. I did like, though, Chris, the spectrum of product shows that they really did work with a bunch of licensors again to get access. So you have like From Software, Sony, Smilegate, Hasbro, Capcom, Namco Bandai, Microsoft with the Outer Worlds, and Embracer Group with Unreal and Warhammer. So, or I guess Warhammer would really not even be Embracer. Those would be the video games. That would just be Games Workshop. So there's a lot of work to be done. I'll be very excited to see how this does. The release date is particularly interesting to me for this of being available on December 10th, because that is very close to the Game Awards, which is the final piece of news I wanted to talk about here before we get into what we're playing. Save the date, tweets Jeff Keighley's Game Awards Twitter account. The Game Awards 10th anniversary gala celebration, Thursday, December 12th. Streaming live everywhere from Peacock Theater in LA. Public tickets on sale November 1st. So that'll be 2 days later. And I wonder if they'll have a little tease to kind of promote that, although they're kind of going in inverse order. But nonetheless, the Game Awards, any thoughts here? And how do you think, did you watch the Jeff Keighley presentation? I didn't watch it. I just went through the news afterwards, but
I didn't actually watch. I think I just looked up lists and stuff. I heard it was good though. I heard like from a lot of people who were there and a lot of people who were watching said like they thought that this was like a pretty good formula for it going forward because it wasn't like ad laden and like it wasn't a mess like the Game Awards and these things typically are. So it seems like people are pretty positive on it. Good. Or at least from my read of the situation.
Well, good. Certainly it gave us a bunch of news to work with, which we'll get into shortly. We got into a little bit of it here, but much more to get to. But let's go into now, Chris, what we're playing. And what order do I want to go in here? Yeah, you're playing a more relevant game, frankly, so we'll start with you. Since here you're playing Black Myth Wukong, which apparently is like the biggest game in the world. I have to say, I had no fucking idea that this game would be this big. I had no clue whatsoever. I thought it would be interesting. It's a Soulsborne style game. I guess it seems like it's really more of a boss rush game, but maybe in that play style, and that's going to be very attractive to many people. We know Elden Ring sold like 25 million copies, but I didn't know it was going to be the second most played concurrent game on Steam. I certainly had no idea about that. I think a lot of it has to do with the Chinese audience, although
for sure,
certainly not all of it. And I know that Wukong has spiked heavily, apparently, the sale of PlayStation 5 in China, which is great because that is one of the three emerging markets we always talk about for Sony: China, India, and ultimately the African continent. So what do you think? I want to hear what you have to say about this game.
Yeah. So, I mean, I almost touched the mic. I'm having mic issues. I don't know if it's the cable or the
Chris
mic
can't touch his mic.
So I'm trying to be disciplined in how I operate with this thing. But yeah, so I'm not. I think I put about 3 to 4 hours into it. I beat a couple bosses. I've gotten through some of the earlier kind of skill trees, or some of the earliest nodes on the skill trees. I've kind of expanded combat a little bit. I've gotten my first couple transformations and a couple new abilities and stuff like that. So I'm still pretty early on, but I'm playing it and I get it. I get what's interesting about it. It's framed like a FromSoft game. There is that kind of allure. There is that kind of bonfire type system. There is, the bosses are challenging, but not too crazy. There is something special here. The presentation's really great. I will say that. And I'm really thankful that it runs well on PS5. I was thinking of getting in for PC, but I heard too many weird things about it. It was just oh, you need to. I know Derek from Snark Tank. I was talking to him, and he got it on PC, and he was talking about how he spent 3 hours late at night, the previous night before we recorded, backing up drivers on a USB drive, and I'm like, no, I'm. Under no circumstance am I dealing with that level of inconvenience ever again, quite frankly. So I bought it on PS5. There's a performance mode that I feel runs pretty well. The performance is pretty good. The resolution, I think people might have an issue with it, but I really could give a fuck. I'd play something that looks like another world if it ran at 240 to 240 frames a second. I really could give a fuck about resolution, but I think it presents pretty well still. I don't know how I feel about it though. I think it's good. I think what's here is really competent and well designed and really well presented. I think the voice acting is a little bit weird. But I think that I don't even think that's
is it in English? Are you playing in English or is it in Mandarin or something?
There are two language options, English and Chinese. I tried both of them because I thought the English actor for what I thought was going to be the main character was kind of annoying, and I was like, I don't know if I want to hear this. And then it turned out that that's not necessarily true. I think your protagonist is a silent protagonist, and it just starts off with a it's kind of a weird startup, but like once I saw that, I was like, okay, I'm going back to English because I just want to be able to hear and I just want to be able to absorb story without necessarily like having to look at the bottom of the screen all the time. Although I think the performances are way better in Chinese, just because, I mean, obviously. But it's good. I just feel like I'm in a weird place right now with these types of games where I'm like, I don't know if I'm burned out exactly, but I feel like there's a clip of Plankton from SpongeBob that's been going through my mind a lot, where he just says like, okay, I get it. And I don't remember what the context is, but like I'm starting to feel that here, where it's like, okay, like I'm at the bonfire. I'm gonna rest here, and I'm gonna recharge, and all the enemies are gonna respawn, and I'm gonna farm, and I'm gonna get experience, and I'm gonna level up my guy, and I'm gonna get my vigor up, and I'm gonna fight a boss that's like kind of hard, but I'm gonna grind a little bit, and then he's gonna be easy. And then I'm gonna die a couple times, but it's gonna feel really satisfying when I beat the boss. It's like, I get it. Not that, and I don't think it's bad. Like, I think it's good. I think it's a really well done design. But like, I think I've played so many of these types of games recently, and I've spent so much time in Elden Ring. Like, I put like 175 hours into Elden Ring. Okay, and I think, and don't make the assumption that these are the same types of games. Like holistically, I think they are fundamentally different. But the core underpinning kind of progression and the way it feels to kind of move through is very like it is kind of similar. And I'm just started feeling like, I don't know, maybe I need like a palate cleanser before this or something. But I'm not as into it as I would like to be. I'm gonna give it a couple more hours because I am like kind of teetering on the edge with it. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I really dig what this is doing. It is different enough for me to get into it. I think the character design and the creature designs are really, really interesting. I think the animation work is really exceptional. I think it feels really fluid to move through the space in a way that it doesn't necessarily feel in like a FromSoft game or like a Stellar Blade or any other kinds of game that's like kind of like cut from that same cloth. Not to say the Stellar Blade is a FromSoft game, but you know what I mean. There's enough that's dragging me in. I think the music is exceptional. I think it's got a really artistically, I think it's really great. And it's what's really kind of pulling me through some of the more tedious parts that I feel like I've seen a million times. But I'm still kind of deciding right now. I'm on the fence right now as to whether or not I'll keep this set this aside for like a later date or kind of push through and see where it takes me. But I think what's here is really, really good. I don't think it's exceptional. I don't think it's like the most amazing thing that I've ever seen so far, but I think it's very competently done. It's very beautiful. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that this is kind of one of the biggest games ever, not only because it's obviously a big game in China, and China's obviously going to show up really hard for a game like this. I saw some tweets trying to like discredit the success, and they're like, wow, 2 million players log off every 12 hours. And it's like in the middle of the day. It's like, yeah, China's asleep. Like that's what that is.
I also think they have caps on how much they can play, right?
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, probably.
So.
Yeah, I think so. So like, there's, I don't know. It's interesting. I think it's the most interesting thing about this is just kind of getting an insight on Chinese game design, and how they learn from the games that we play a lot, or how they learn a lot from the games that we play a lot and put their own spin on things. I really think the boss design and like the creature design is one of the coolest things about this game. I think I have not seen a design yet that I haven't thought was just like really fascinating and cool. And man, it must have been so fun to conceptualize this and animate this and put this together, because it's like uncanny and weird and offbeat, but it's not silly. I think the monkey character that you play as is really, really cool and interesting. It's dope. It's a dope game. I'm just kind of like, I'm at this point with these games where I'm like, I think maybe I need to like a reset or something. I'm not quite sure yet, but it's like my early thoughts on it.
It's like it sounds like you're describing like Souls games becoming the new checkbox games or something, where like there's a cycle to them, like there is to every game and every genre, that it's like Metroidvania's become really It's like, okay, there's a fucking platform I can't reach yet. When I get a double jump, I'm going to have to come back here. I got to make note of that on the map, and then I'm going to be back, and then there's going to be a health thing up there, and it's like,
yeah,
I totally get it. And I felt that even in playing just a few Metroidvanias this year. I think from Prince of Persia to Animal Well to Tales of Kenzera, where I'm like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I like this shit, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I would never.
Maybe it's just worn its welcome out for you, you know?
Yeah, at least for now. Like, this happens every now, like every now and again. Because definitely this happens with shooters sometimes, where a shooter will come out, and I'm like, I love shooters, okay, but like, I get it. I'm gonna put this down for a little bit. I'll come back to it maybe later. I get it. I think I might be at that point now. But again, I'm still not sure because there's a lot of I'm thinking about it right now. This morning I was thinking about like I want to play it. You know, this morning, like before I made myself breakfast and before I showered, I was like, do I have time to play it? Because I kind of want to play it. And it's like, okay, well, that's probably a good sign that like it's even with its like tedium and the feeling that like, oh yeah, I've seen this before and I've felt this before and I understand what it's doing. It's still igniting that just like this is more common in multiplayer space for me, but like the whole like, oh, just one more game type deal, like one more match. And that's kind of how I feel when I play this game. It's like, oh, just one more attempt, which is good. It's good. It's definitely more action oriented. I wouldn't say it's as hard as FromSoft. I will say the only thing that's really throwing me off, that's making it in some ways harder than FromSoft games to me, is that there's no guard. So there's no block. It's all about dodging.
Yeah.
Which I think would be fine, but I think it's because it's so early in the game. I'm not quite used to how this character moves around. I'm not quite sure like what the design language of this game is. Like, do I have like what is exactly the window of invulnerability? Like, how long does it take from the button press to get into the dodge? Does a well-timed jump qualify as a dodge like it does in some FromSoft games? Like, or will it hit you no matter what? Like, is it better for me to dodge into the attacks or away from the attacks? Like, these are things that I'm trying to figure out that's making it a little bit frustrating. I've definitely died on some bosses a hilarious amount of times, not necessarily because they're difficult, but because I'm still kind of trying to figure out the quirks of this engine or whatever it is that they're building this on. So that really threw me for a loop. The fact that there's no block, there's no parry, because I expected that fully. But I think they want to lean into the whole like Monkey King kind of agile idea, which is cool. And it's more action oriented. It's more like it's not as expansive or exploratory. There's no map or anything. And I haven't gotten lost yet, although I hear from some people that becomes a problem later on, where it's you're trying to figure out where to go and there's no map to help you. So I'm curious to get to that part, but I think what's here is really, really cool. I would recommend checking it out. I don't think it's bad by any means. Anything that's negative that I'm saying is purely based on like my own kind of worn out welcome with these types of things. But even with that feeling, I think what's here is really, really, really cool and worth looking into. Specifically on PS5. I don't know if I could recommend PC because I've heard confusing horror stories about it.
Well, let's pull out a few threads here about the game since a lot of people want to talk about it. And by the way, we're doing a Sacred Symbols Plus episode about it. It'll be recorded tomorrow and published the day after this goes live on Patreon. I think that's going to be Brad, Jaffe, and someone else. I don't remember who. Brad, Jaffe, and Gene. Brad, Jaffe, and Gene. So they'll talk about it, and then they're kind of early on. So if necessary, we'll do like a fuller episode about it later on in a few weeks. But we'll have coverage of it soon because I know a lot of you are interested in that. But Trip Westmoreland wrote in. Sounds like a U.S. Marine. He says, "Good morrow, kind sirs. I want to let it be known that I have thoroughly enjoyed my first few hours with Black Myth Wukong. I find it increasingly rare in the age of 4-year run-ups to games that upon delivery, one truly delivers. I will also bravely stand upon my soapbox and say I am glad this game is not dick-destroyingly difficult. I have the platinum for Bloodborne. I am well learned in the mantra of get good, but sometimes it's fun to just run around as a monkey and hit some fuckers with a staff and not feel like the fabric of your soul is being torn asunder with every boss encounter. Shout out Black Myth Wukong for living up to the considerable amount of hype I had for it. Appreciate you as always." So yeah, man, I'm glad. And I wanted to speak on that because you brought up the difficulty level, and it does sound like people are saying it's like not quite a From game, which is attractive to some people. To me, I have no interest in this game at all, but I
don't know how I feel about that exactly, because I'm skewed though, because I played so much Elden Ring recently that this game feels harder to me
it's like relearning a lot of things, and like again that lack of a guard or like a block is wildly difficult to kind of grapple with after like 175 hours, and from games where I'm kind of like used to understanding like how enemies work and how dodges work. So, but yeah, I think objectively, I think based on the general consensus is that it's not as hard as FromSoft games, and you can just level up. You can farm and just like level yourself up to crazy abilities like early on, I think. So yeah, it's cool that it's doing well. So it doesn't speak to you at all. Like I feel like this is kind of like a Stellar Blade type thing where it's like I don't know. I feel like
it seems very boss oriented, which is like not my flavor really.
Oh, right.
But maybe I'll give it a chance later. It's not a game I want to play right now. There's just too many other things. But yeah, it's not attractive to me. You know,
that's fair.
But I'm glad that people are enjoying it, and a lot of people certainly are. Kai wrote in and said, "Hey boys, I was excited for Black Myth Wukong, but I never imagined its hype would translate into 2.2 million concurrent players on Steam. Obviously, we need to wait to see console sales, but what does this suggest for upcoming titles within Sony's China Hero project, particularly the planned Souls-like DAPA? There's clearly a thirst in the Chinese market for high-quality single-player titles, but will that convert to console sales? I think so. Thanks. Have a great day." The thing I'm taking away from this as far as Sony's participation in China is how forward-thinking it was for them to get there at all, because in my opinion, they are light years ahead of their competitors, not only in the hardware sphere, but in the big third-party publishing sphere in terms of getting their hands dirty with Chinese games. And you can see that with their relationship with MiHoYo. It's a big deal that Genshin Impact is coming to Xbox in November. It took many years for them to extract it, and still Honkai Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero are PlayStation console exclusives. Those are fucking massive Chinese games. And the China Hero project is bearing fruit, not necessarily with Black Myth Wukong, but just with many games that are, you know, Black Myth is not one of those games. But it's interesting that Sony did identify really a long time ago, like early to mid in the PS4 era, like why don't we go and kind of invest some money in China and see what comes of it. And we've gone through the games that have come out. None of them are huge, but a few of them are. And that game Evo Tinction that comes out in like the next month, which is a stealth game that looks actually really good, is the next China Hero project that's coming out. There's, I think, 5 more in the pipeline. Now we have the India Hero project percolating with its first few projects as well. And again, the investment in Africa. So I really continue to think that Sony's been quite intrepid and wise in going into these markets. And then there's this kind of virtuous cycle, as it were, where people are buying PlayStation 5s at historic numbers there. PS5 apparently is outselling PS4 2 times over in China, calendar adjusted. And of course, we've seen Wukong's success on Steam. Steam only entered the Chinese market in 2021, and it's a bespoke version of Steam. Games have to be approved to even be sold on the marketplace. Now, obviously, this game was one of them, but there's a lot of good shit happening. So now what I'm excited about is new Chinese PlayStation players, Chinese PlayStation fans discovering all the games they missed. This is a place for Sony to continue to port and sell games. Uncharted is new there, or newish. The Last of Us, like these are more novel things in a space where mobile gaming and PC gaming dominate, and where it's more about social gaming and games as a service than it is about single player games. You have to teach them, right? And this is a great reciprocity of what people have been taught in China about Western game development and making it their own again. It's good shit. So I'm happy for them, and I hope they hear more about this soon. But Sony gets a lot of shit for a lot of things, and deservedly so, but this was a very wise thing, getting involved in China. And then finally, Mr. Winter wrote in and said there's been little divergence from stock talking points about Black Myth Wukong since release, so I thought I'd add 2 areas for consideration. Will this game get the Hogwarts Legacy treatment at the Game Awards? And will this cycle of content and diversity grifting find its next target in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? Though we don't agree with everything, I always appreciate the perspectives of the 3 gentlemen and guests. Best wishes to Dustin and his family. Thank you, Mr. Winter, for writing in. The social issue, or like the cultural issue, Chris, around this game is confusing because it all comes specifically from this IGN expose report about purported sexism at Game Science, the Chinese developer that makes the game and has made 2 other games, but they're kind of Chinese PC games. It doesn't even really make any sense. This is a game based on Journey to the West, like ancient Chinese fiction and mythologies, and very much rooted in history and lore and all that kind of stuff. It's in some ways the antithesis of quote unquote DEI and all that kind of stuff. And really, this is an example, if anything, of a game where there are certainly some purchasers that have done so in a retaliatory way, very much like a Hogwarts Legacy or whatever. But I don't feel like this is going to spill over into the Game Awards or anything else. I don't think there's going to be any snubs. And I don't particularly think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has anything to worry about, because when Kingdom Come Deliverance experienced its bullshit from Warhorse, it was almost 10 years ago. The industry is very different now. The power players are different. The way people perceive games and the processes around them are different. I think this is a totally different situation. So I personally think Black Myth Wukong is pretty much in the free and clear, because it's not about the game. It's about like some ancillary reporting in which most people have no idea it even exists.
Yeah. I mean, I would echo that exactly. Like I've seen some people try and talk about how like this is I saw some fake reviews going around about it to try and make it look like certain I can't remember exactly what outlets, but like some outlets were knocking the game for a lack of diversity. And it's really just like one Screen Rant review that I saw that was
right.
Like, talking
that said
about
something
that
about like lacks diversity or something, right?
Yeah, but like I mean, it's a fucking monkey game. Like I mean, from China. Like I don't know. Like it doesn't seem like that's like the prevailing feeling in the industry when people are talking about. Like people are just talking about how interesting it is that this game is like exploding and that it's from China. I think those are the two biggest things about the game. Like I don't think anybody really gives a shit about that one review. And I think people are probably making a big deal out of nothing with that one. I mean, it is a dumb point to make for sure about a game like this. But I also don't think it's the prevailing feeling. So like, yeah, I don't think this is going to get the Hogwarts Legacy treatment. I think this is probably going to sweep. I don't know if it's going to sweep the Game Awards, but it's definitely going to be. It's not going to be ignored. You know.
Yeah, I think it'll do fine, and we'll see. And the sales are obviously going to be huge. I'll be very interested to see if they release cumulative sales numbers. It would be even more interesting to see if they release by platform sales numbers, because this game is on PS5, as we said, as well, where Chris is playing it, and it's probably not doing nearly as well on PS5, but I would imagine it's doing very well there too. And so I think that Game Science has a big seller on their hands. I would imagine this is going to be at 10 million sold before very long, couple months. And that's big money. So congratulations to those guys over there for this. And yeah, don't worry about the Kingdom Come Deliverance shit was so stupid too. Like I hate that story just because.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's emblematic of a different games media that just doesn't exist anymore, that basically committed suicide. So the sequel is just launching into it. Like Warhorse has all the advantage now. And that was an early example of people fuck you buying a game. Not that everyone did, but many people did support that game because of specifically how it was treated. And it was really unfortunate. It was completely insane.
I'm pretty sure I bought it because I was like, that's a fucking insane criticism to levy at a game like this, especially when it's like from such a small studio. Like, why do you? I don't know. It's such a weird. I think I remember buying it.
Where are the black people in 13th century Bohemia?
Yeah, like it was.
I don't know, dude. Not there.
This again is just like it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It's just like, look, a lack of diversity isn't a negative any more than diversity is. You know what I mean? Like it's just like whatever. Make the game you want to make.
Like if you're making a historical point, like there's an image going around of like some work where the King of England in some historical piece is black, and people are like, "What is going on here? Like this is so weird. Like this is not the way it was." It's like the Netflix and the Netflixization that everyone always talks about. But I will say this, Chris, this shit pissed me off too. Is with Black Myth Wukong, there's the woman at IGN, the reporter that wrote the piece that's kind of gotten a lot of heat. So reasonably so, if you feel like whatever, it's up to you to feel how you want about her reporting. But she apparently posted something on Reset Era, and she did, which was like, whatever, just kind of explaining the situation. But people had made a fake edit of what she said on Reddit, on a Reset Era, to make it seem like she was like trying to stir up controversy and all of that. And I saw that circulating, and I immediately went and looked to see if she said that, because I'm like, there's just no way she said that. And lo and behold, like she didn't. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with people?
Well,
you know how destructive that can be of someone to like make up, like literally people make up things I say all the time, but like that's with real motive, and that's really wrong to do to someone. You know,
I'm noticing this happen more and more. Like people, like I'll stream every now and again, and sometimes we'll cover some politics. And I think we covered one of these reviews. I think we covered the Screen Rant reviews, where somebody was in my chat saying like people are talking about how Black Myth Wukong isn't diverse enough. And I was like, are people talking about it, or is person talking about, like who like what do you? I have not heard anything about this conversation at all. Like, what are you talking about? And then I was sent the Screen Rant article, and then I was like, okay, well, seems like one review. That's a dumb criticism. I agree. It doesn't seem to be the biggest problem. And then in the chat, they were linked more. And then one of them was like a different review from a different site that had like a negative that said, heterosexual relationship might rub players the wrong way or something. And I was like, that doesn't seem real.
Yeah.
And so I went back to the article, and lo and behold, it was just like a completely fake thing.
Unbelievable.
And then the person was like, oh, maybe they changed it after the fact. I was like, we can go to the Wayback Machine. And so we went to the Wayback Machine, and it wasn't there. This is happening a lot, where people are just kind of like making shit up to, drum people up, get people into a fit and into a frenzy. And then whenever that stuff is brought up, people will be like, well, the point still stands. And it's like, well, not really. If the point is that this is a pervasive kind of, ideology or thought process about the game, or like or a prevailing conversation. This is why, I don't know, man. This is why I think the whole like Twitter Blue kind of monetizing engagement thing that Elon has engaged in is really like deleterious. I think it encourages this kind of thing, because why wouldn't you do this if it meant like, getting a couple extra bucks? It's unfortunate, but this is like kind of like the reality, where a lot of fake shit is making the rounds constantly, daily, and nobody's even thinking to look it up. No one's even thinking to like, they see an image or like a screen grab, and then they just share it, and they don't even think to like Google it or just like find the original article or like do any of that fact checking stuff, because that's too much. And it's a lot easier, and it's a lot more satisfying to just be angry about something. And I think that's fucked. It's not a great period of time we're in right now.
No,
that stuff.
No, I don't like that shit. I really feel like if you have something to say or an argument to be made, you do best for the argument, and you cover your back the best by finding holes and making your shit even seem weaker than it is.
You should steal, man.
Right. That's exactly right. And like just there's this thing, like people just make things up and they become conventional wisdom, and you can see them just becoming made up and then slowly becoming conventional wisdom. Like I see this thing with MLB The Show all the time now, where people say MLB The Show sells better on Xbox than PlayStation. And I'm like, I see this repeated over and over and over and over again. And I'm like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like what you're saying, like it doesn't even make any sense. Like, why are people repeating this over and over and over and over again? It's not true. Does anyone go and look to see like what the source of the information is? I always do that shit because I just don't believe a lot of things people say anymore. And I'm still lied to and deceived on a constant basis, so
it's getting really dire out there, man. Like I saw like a thing recently about like people talking about how like, I think that there was like a video of Kamala Harris coming off of a plane. And somebody was like, oh, the crowd's AI. And I'm like, guys, there's video of this. Just why? You don't... If you have to make things up so regularly, what does that say about your position? Like, just like focus on the things that are real. Is there not enough?
Right.
And if there isn't enough real shit, then have you thought maybe that it's not really a problem? And maybe you're trying to whip yourself up into an angry frenzy over like really nonsensical bullshit just to keep yourself, I don't know, entertained, or like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it's weird, man. We're in a weird era.
Yeah.
I don't like it at all.
Yeah. It sucks. Because I like intellectual honesty. I think good ideas do beat bad ideas. I don't think you even need to do anything to the scale.
No.
You don't. You just need compelling evidence and
Right.
and so on. And so, yeah, I don't know, man. It's a frustrating thing. Who shut my door? When did that happen?
I mean, I assume Micah.
Yeah,
I think I watched it happen too.
maybe it would be funny if like someone's robbing my house right now, but they just came and shut the door so that I wouldn't, then they're just kind of rooting around.
So you wouldn't notice.
All right.
That's awesome.
All right, cool. So that's a lot about Black Myth Wukong. Again, we'll have a Sacred Symbols Plus episode about that presently, so keep an eye out for that. It'll be imminent. And as for me, so I beat and platinumed Ayuden Chronicle Rising, which was the prequel to Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes that came out earlier this year. The Rising game, which is more of an action RPG, came out in 2022. My 165th platinum, not very good. I don't know that I really recommend it. However, it is interesting because in playing Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes now, which I am in about 10 or 11 hours into that, I am recognizing some things that and it's just small things, the currency, the types of materials, and certainly some of the characters and so on. So if you really give a shit about that sort of thing, it's maybe worth playing, but I don't really recommend it. I think it was a pretty mediocre game. But Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes is the core game. This is the Suikoden style game that was kickstarted some years ago and is the spiritual continuation or successor, let's say, of Suikoden, which was one time a very popular Konami franchise of JRPGs that began on PS1, went into PS2, kind of disappeared over time. I really like this game. And I was talking to Dustin actually behind the scenes about it because I recommended it to him. I was like, I'm thinking of you, obviously, trying to kind of leave him alone, obviously, but just thinking about you. I don't know if you're looking for anything to kind of waste your time with, but I know you really love Suikoden. The Konami Suikoden 1 and 2 reports that were supposed to come out this year and still haven't been dated. I don't know what the deal is with those, but they haven't come yet. So if you're looking for something that kind of scratches that itch to distract you and kind of get lost, I think that Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes might be for you. And thank you, Micah. What happened? Oh. Right. Cool. Appreciate that. Yeah. We had Treble one of our dogs got sick late last night and threw up on the couch. So she was saying that we cleaned it up at the time, but we wanted to scrub it with the steam cleaning thing. So
right. Yeah.
She didn't want to make a lot of noise or whatever. And that's why she shut the door. So now I understand the full context of what happened there. But as far as Ayuden Chronicle, I'm sorry, Chris?
I said mystery solved.
Yeah, mystery solved. That's it. Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes. So yeah, I picked this game up, recommended it to Dustin, and what I said was unapologetically Suikoden. Like it should be called Ayuden Chronicle : 100 Heroes : unapologetically Suikoden. And it's really nice, and there's something very comfortable about this game for me. And it's not a cozy game. That's its own type of genre and feel. It's not what I'm saying. There's something very familiar and comfortable about this game. It's deeply mechanical because there's a bunch of characters that's the whole idea of Suikoden and this game too, hence the name 100 Heroes. You're finding a bunch of characters, many of them you have to find, some of them you don't, and you're kind of intertwining them. There's 6 playable characters at a time, and you're equipping them with things and runes and moving them around and all that. So there's a lot to manage there, but actually it's pretty straightforward. It's really a game from a different era in that sense, and I kind of like that. It doesn't try to do too much. And so I'm 10 or 11 hours in, like I said, and I'm really liking it a lot. And this one kind of just came and went, but I'm more impressed with it. For me, it did. But I'm more impressed with it than I thought I was going to be. I was playing it more out of curiosity. And because I did have a hankering for a Suikoden style game, and those Konami ports, again, just kind of lost the time right now. So I'll have more to say about this in the weeks to come because it's a pretty heavy game. I mean, it says I'm already 33% of the way through it on the tracker on the cross media bar, but that's probably true with the main plot. But the platinum apparently is 100-hour platinum, and I am interested to see if I can do it. There's a lot of mini games and optional things to do in the game ultimately, so I'm going to start getting lost in it a little bit, and I'll have more to say about that in the time to come. Yeah, that's it. So Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes, Ayuden Chronicle Rising. I'm in a holding pattern because I'm definitely going to buy it, but Vampire Survivors comes out in a week. On PlayStation, and I'll be playing that as well. I kind of want to save that for the Portal, but I think I'll dive a little bit into that at the time as well. And then we'll be right into Astro Bot and off to the races, because then there's quite a few games actually coming out this fall.
Yeah. At the start.
Right. Yeah, man. Again, I think this has been a much better year than people are giving it credit for.
Of course.
I know people were really fond of last year. I think that's an historic year from a an objective industry-wide standard of the games that came out and the games people enjoyed and all that. And I understand that. But for my personal taste, this year has actually been very strong. And
I feel like the tail. I feel like 2023 has had a pretty long tail that has led deep into the. I feel like the last 20 months has been pretty exceptional. You know,
the way people talk about video games, again, it makes me wonder if people like them or not.
Right.
It's, again, not to say that everything's for you, but looking at the spectrum of games, it's like I do not get it. It's not to say there's always something ever present, but there are great games, and then you have your infinite backlogs. Like, who doesn't? I've been playing video games for almost 40 years, and I have a backlog that stretches from here to the moon. Like, what is your excuse? Stop with the complaining. I can't take it anymore. And by the way, PlayStation 5 Pro, that's another thing that's coming. Dude, the denial, there's like this weird, remember we were talking about the denial of what's happening with Xbox? We'll talk about that. There's a denial too about PS5 Pro. There are really people out there that believe that this thing isn't real. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Doesn't make any sense.
No.
All right, let's get into the bigger news items, Chris. We said we were going to talk about it earlier, and I think this is the biggest news item of the week, certainly for our show number one. As long rumored and assumed, Machine Games' upcoming Indiana Jones game, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, is coming to PlayStation 5. As revealed at Gamescom, the PS5 port is due to arrive sometime in the spring of 2025, after a release this December on Xbox platforms and PC, and reporting from website The Verge indicates Microsoft imprint Bethesda is planning an April release for the PS5 version, more specifically. This makes The Great Circle the vaunted so-called Game 5 we've been referring to since the spring, when Xbox pulled the unprecedented move of porting 4 separate Xbox-published games to rival consoles. First, Obsidian's Pentiment came to PS4 and PS5, followed by Tango Gameworks' Hi-Fi Rush for PS5. Then Obsidian's Grounded, again for PS4 and PS5, followed finally by Rare's mega-popular Sea of Thieves, which has found a huge audience on PlayStation 5. Some people also point to the Xbox-published second-party game As Dusk Falls from developer Interior Night as actually helping break the seal upon its launch on PS4 and PS5 earlier this year, but Microsoft nor any of its imprints acted as publisher on the ports, making these situations wholly unique. However, we already know another Bethesda game, id's Doom: The Dark Ages, is also coming to PlayStation 5 in 2025 and is doing so day and date with other versions of the title, so the barriers keeping Xbox from going much more third-party on PlayStation are rapidly crumbling. And in a publisher conversation during Gamescom, head of Xbox Phil Spencer basically confirms as much, saying in part, quote, "It's definitely true inside of Microsoft that the bar is high for us in terms of the delivery that we have to give back to the company, because we get a level of support from the company that is just amazing in terms of what we're able to do. So I look at it like this. How can we make our games as strong as possible? Our platforms continue to grow on both console, PC, and cloud. And I think it's just going to be a strategy that works for us. The last thing I'll say is I think as an industry right now, there's a lot of pressure on the industry. It's been growing for a long time, and now people are looking for ways to grow. I think for us as fans and players of games, we just have to anticipate there's going to be more change in how some of the more traditional ways that games were built and distributed. That's going to change for all of us. But the end result needs to be better games that more people can play. If we're not focused on that, we're focused on the wrong things," end quote. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is the first full release from Bethesda-aligned developer Machine Games since before the Microsoft acquisition, when the team released the controversial Wolfenstein Young Blood on PS4 in 2019. This indie adventure takes place in 1937, wedged between the first film, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and the third film, The Last Crusade, and is the first Indiana Jones game of any consequence whatsoever in about 15 years. Founded in 2009 and acquired by Bethesda in 2010, developer Machine Games is a Swedish team best known for its excellent revival of id's famous Wolfenstein series, namely in the form of 2014's Wolfenstein: The New Order on PS3 and PS4, and 2017's sequel, Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus. Very hard game. All right. What do you have to say about this? This is a pretty interesting news. I think maybe one of the most interesting things is about how the news was actually delivered, but
yeah,
I'll let you sound off however you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that it was revealed for PS5, that we got a release date for this game at the same time that we got the PS5 confirmation, I think is interesting, because it speaks to, I guess, a shorter tail on these things than probably a lot of people outside of the space were anticipating. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I think as far as like a game, it looks cool. I'm kind of the mind that I don't really understand why there even is an Indiana Jones game right now. Like, I don't know what the interest level is for Indiana Jones. This feels like a game that's like maybe like a little bit too late, but I think it does look good for what it is. Like, I think what's there is solid. I think it's endearing. It's charming. It's cool. It's interesting. Machine Games is a great studio. I don't deny that it's quality. I just question like who decided like, oh yeah, now's a good time. Now's a good time for an Indiana Jones game. I've always felt that about this.
Yeah, I think it's probably some combination of Disney being aggressive with their properties, seeing success with things like Spider-Man, and competitors getting involved and saying like, what can we crack open from this and get for ourselves? And obviously was hatched in a much different situation than it ended up being. And in fact, the situation around its publishing has changed twice, because it was originally pursued. So Todd Howard apparently pitched a long time ago, like many years ago, an Indiana Jones game. And then they had this new opportunity at Bethesda to pursue another Indiana Jones game through Machine Games, with Todd Howard kind of acting in an exterior production role. And at this point, I think the game was supposed to be multi-platform. And then you'll remember from the FTC hearings that they said that they renegotiated the deal. I think it was at the FTC hearings, but they definitely said on the record that they renegotiated the deal with Disney to make it exclusive to Xbox and PC. And now they're just releasing it on PlayStation anyway. So you can just see how much things have changed behind the scenes. Like, this is a sign of things to come in some sense. I think the game looks pretty cool. And I said, people have been circulating a clip of me, which I retweeted, where I said like some time ago, I'm like, the game is like, I like Machine Games a lot because I really like the Wolfenstein games. I think they're excellent. And I was like, this is the one team that kind of hurt that we don't really have access to anymore. And id was the other one. And now we really just have access on PlayStation to Machine Games and id. So I feel pretty good about it. I'll definitely check it out when it comes to PS5. There's no doubt about it. And I said on the video going around saying like, and I said it recently on another show too, where I'm like, I said it to Micah, my wife, where I was like, I was kind of like on the fence on if I was gonna maybe just get it on Xbox, because I really like Indiana Jones. I don't like the new Indiana Jones stuff, but the old Indiana Jones stuff. This takes place again between the Raiders of the Lost Ark and the Last Crusade. So there's something really cool about that period to me, and it looks pretty fun, and I like Machine Games. So I was like, maybe I would, but they just have given me a reason to just wait. Plus, we'll probably get the DLC and everything in one package, so it'll be really nice on PS5, and there'll be a PS5 Pro patch. So
yeah, it seems interesting. We're in interesting times. I think right now though is kind of where I feel like, guys, come on. Like, what are we pretending for at this point? Like, what in whose best interest is it to pretend like this isn't happening? Like, what is their strategy with this? Are they going to put out another console? Like knowing that, like, because why the fuck would you get an Xbox at this point? And I say that, by the way, as somebody who likes Xbox a great deal. I actually play on my Xbox a lot. I use it as like it's my main media center, and I like playing games on it. I dig through my my backlog a lot on Xbox. I like it. I like the control. I like the controller better. But like, what's the point if you're just going to have access to everything on a competitor's hardware? Like, I mean, it's hard to. I don't really know what the point is, and they're kind of getting to that point now where becoming really obvious that this is not going to remain the way it's been for much longer. Emil
Vissing wrote in just about this on Patreon. Says, hello, Sacred Gens. My question is about the future potential partnership between Sony and Microsoft. With the Gamescom news that Indiana Jones is coming to PS5 in the spring of 2025, is this the release window we will see for Microsoft games? Or do you think it'll be day one in the future? I laughed out loud when they announced Indiana Jones for PS5 and said Colin was right. Thank you for the podcast. It silences my mind. That's a nice compliment. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sometimes our minds do need to be silenced. So it seemed fairly obvious that this was a major target because it is a licensed game. So the reason I say that is, and licensing is coming up a lot on this episode, the reason I say that is because, and we learned this again, we know this intuitively, of course, but we learned this in real numbers from the Insomniac leak, is the licensing fees with Disney are substantial. And we also know that these numbers have been reworked and that expectations are Sony's performance with Spider-Man has set high expectations for everybody. And there's just no way they're going to sell that many copies of Indiana Jones on a Game Pass, game. Although it won't be in Game Pass, I guess, in the sense, right? Or is this one going to be in Game Pass day and date because they've already announced it as a day and date Game Pass game? I don't know exactly how that works.
Let me look that up.
Because that's actually an interesting wrinkle too. But nonetheless, they need to spread the field by virtue of that license. So I just felt like that's why the Blade thing. Remember, Chris, when Blade was showing, I'm like, that game's obviously coming to PlayStation. Like, they didn't even give it platforms. Everyone's like, you're fucking crazy. I'm like, well, who's right now, assholes?
6 hours ago.
Yeah.
Sorry. 6 hours ago, it says Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is playable 3 days early with Xbox Game Pass upgrade.
Okay, cool.
So,
and is that like the highest tier? Because I'm wondering if like they have to include like in all versions of Game Pass the games that they already kind of said were coming to Game Pass, or if there's kind of a way to wiggle out of that, or it doesn't really matter. I don't know.
Yeah,
for people that don't know, what I'm speaking to is that they've basically split off the day and date releases on Game Pass to a higher tier of Game Pass, and now Game Pass Standard or whatever includes the back catalog, but you'll have to wait up to and beyond 12 months apparently for some of these games to come now. So that might change the sales trajectories a little bit on Xbox, but what's clear to me, Chris, I guess is what I'm getting at is it's very obvious to me that Phil Spencer is not in control. Now,
oh yeah.
And it's interesting because what role does he really fulfill now if he's not making the decisions? Are they riding out his contract because they don't want to pay him out? Is he going along, getting along? Is he upset? Is it tumultuous behind the scenes? Who is making the decisions? How high up the chain does this go? Lots of questions. But it seems to me that the one thing that bothered me, I think, about this from a analytical perspective is everyone acting like this is really big news. And it's like, I don't know like what level of denial people have been in about this. And it's what we've been speaking about for a long time, like for the duration of the year, basically, when all this stuff started happening. I mean, this news of these games migrating actually began over the holidays, if you remember correctly. And then really that led to these rumors in January and led to that little meeting. And then Pentiment was February.
Yeah,
or March, I mean, or whatever.
It's not super surprising. Like this was inevitably going to. I think the biggest news about this is how quickly it's happening. It's not necessarily that it's coming to PS5 because I think we all kind of intrinsically understood that would happen at some point. I mean, we've been talking about it happening with Halo for a while. So like, if it's going to happen with Halo, and we think it's going to happen with Halo, clearly we think it's going to happen with Indiana Jones. I think it's just like the swiftness of it, and the fact that we got the release date for Xbox and then confirmation for PS5 at the same time. That's highly unusual. For them, even though whether or not we expected them to get to this point at some point, regardless, it is big news that it's happening right off the bat. I do think there's a bit of like to give Xbox a shred of good faith interpretation. I did see like a clip going around of people talking about how Phil Spencer said it wouldn't be Starfield or Indiana Jones. The question that is a response to is like, will this first round of game, like they're specifically talking about the 4 games that are coming, and will they be Indiana Jones or Starfield? And they weren't. So I don't think it's necessarily fair to call that a lie. Really, I think you could argue it's maybe an obfuscative lie, but he's answering the question pretty directly, and it is true. So I did see that, and I was just like, I don't know about that. Like, this is what it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Like, we don't need to stretch things out, or we don't need to make things up when things are very clearly already going to be, readily apparent. But yeah,
I'm glad you brought that up.
Going around.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking the same thing. Like, from my perspective, Phil Spencer absolutely positively did not say that Indiana Jones wasn't coming to PlayStation. And anyone who interpreted him as saying that during that meeting simply doesn't understand the English language. They were talking in the context of those 4 games, like you said. And if you didn't understand that, it really speaks to a level of denial. Like, it's almost cultish. Like, what don't you see and what don't you hear? Like, why is it that we know everything that's happening, but you don't?
Right.
We aren't getting different information. We're getting the same exact information from the same exact sources at the same time.
There's I don't know, man. It's the literacy rate's bad right now, man. It's rough out. It's rough out here in these streets. You know,
it really is. It's sad because I don't.
It is sad.
We've said before that, like, I feel bad for the the core play or Xbox player that feels like everything's kind of disintegrating, because in some sense it is. I mean, it's slowly disintegrating, but it is. And will everyone end up in the same space eventually? Maybe. I think that that's overstated, but we know that it's happening to one platform right now. And I don't take any pleasure in that. I take pleasure in how much it bothers people on social media that don't shut the fuck up and are annoying as hell about everything. And it was funny, dude, because I tweeted out a clip about Indiana. I tweeted out a clip before any of this happened about the rumors, and a conversation between you and I about, well, what could the game be? And I was saying on the clip, I'm like, I'm feeling like it's going to be Indiana Jones, but it could be this, and it could be this, and it could be this. And so many people, like just annoying Xbox people that have so much hate, come at you and say like, and insult you and insult your intelligence, all of that. And they disappeared like that when that announcement happened. Like that, flash, everyone stopped responding to that clip. Because not only was it right, but it accurately predicted what was obvious. So you're showing your own level of delusion when you don't see it. That's not most or even a vast majority of people on Xbox, but it's some of their most vocal people, and they make it very unpleasant in the space. And so from that perspective, I think it's hysterical. But for everyone else, I think it's bad, and I get it. But it's this weird situation. See, well, let me get this inquiry out, and then I'll get to what I'm going to say here. It's from Ed H, sure, who wrote in and said, "Hey, CNC, it's over, isn't it? Microsoft is waving the white flag and surrendering in the console wars. Indiana Jones: The Great Circle, which was going to be multi-platform, which Pete Hines told the FTC had been renegotiated with Disney to be console exclusive, presumably at great expense, is now going to be multi-platform again after just 3 months of Xbox exclusivity. Xbox can't it's going to be more like 5 months. Xbox can't seriously expect to sell many consoles or attract many long-term Game Pass Ultimate subscribers off such a paltry exclusivity period, so this must be a sign that they're done. On top of all the other games which they have confirmed will be coming to PS5 day one, they have accepted that they will become a third-party publisher. They're giving up. It's over. PlayStation has won. All that is left is to manage the optics over the next few years so that the slow death of the Xbox console resembles a peaceful demise surrounded by loved ones, rather than a sudden seppuku. What say you? Has Xbox entirely given up? What is the sales pitch for an Xbox without exclusive titles exactly? I'll shut up and listen. All the best." I mean, Ed, you're very sarcastic and facetious there, no doubt, but it's somewhat to what Chris was saying. It's like, well, what are you doing now? And where does it go from here? And there's a really compelling image. Every once in a while, a meme is like very accurate and memes are actually often accurate, but this meme is very accurate. It's a picture of like a blue box and a green box. And then underneath it are 4 smaller blue boxes and 4 smaller green boxes. Have you seen this before? And it's basically representing the consoles and then like games, right? And but then it's like there's another image and it's the console and the games, and then the green games are also underneath the blue box. So it's like the blue box, blue games, green box, green games. And it's like, yeah, that's pretty perfect. That's devastating for your console, because it's clear as day what you're signaling to people, and the glacial sales of Xbox Series consoles are just going to get worse and worse now. I think the only question now is like, what does the next hardware look like? How does it interact with other formats and storefronts like Steam? I think people are overestimating. I think Microsoft would very much want Steam running on their Xbox hardware. I think the only question is like, how does that work from Valve's perspective? What does the split look like? Like, why would they even want to do that? Microsoft is in this unsavory position, I think, right now, where everyone looks at them as vulnerable, and there are 2 options to do with the vulnerable entity. You help it, or you put your you put your boot on its neck and you fucking snap it. And that's why I think this entire idea of reciprocity, that PlayStation games will go to Xbox, I think anything's possible. I have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, it could very well happen, but is unlikely, because I think they look at it and they say, we could help you and make a little bit of money off of you, but how much money can we make off of you if you just went away? You know, how much money can we make from your ecosystem and drawing people over if you just went away? And what can we do to facilitate that? And Valve may very well look at the situation similarly, because they have a much more agnostic series of hardware initiatives back in the day, but much more serious hardware initiatives now. I guess what I'm saying is that Microsoft needs willing participants, because no one really needs them. And they need everyone else. In some sense, the Activision sale really tipped this over. It's something everyone wished for and thought was hysterical, but it's what destroyed this whole thing. It brought way more heat onto Xbox internally. It was the biggest acquisition Microsoft had ever made by its least important imprint, basically, out of the 6 or 8 silos that it has. And that turned the whole internal power dynamic against it and made people pay attention to it deeply. And then they found out that the business wasn't really working very well. And so it's in some way, it's like a necessary thing because it makes them a very powerful third party software seller. Yeah. But it also facilitated and expedited the destruction of their first party initiative, I think, from a very serious perspective. And we get this feedback a lot, Chris, and I want to kind of say this. So people are like, why do you talk about Xbox on your PlayStation podcast? I don't know if you've noticed, but Microsoft has very rapidly become one of the, if not the biggest third-party publisher on PlayStation. Microsoft publishes Minecraft and Call of Duty, and now everything out of Bethesda and everything out of Activision and all of these things. It's like, why do we talk about Xbox games on a PlayStation podcast? Because they're available on a PlayStation podcast. And we talk about games that are available on PS5 and PS4 and so on. So it's not that mysterious unless you don't understand anything. Why we might talk about Microsoft games on our PlayStation podcast. I wonder why that might be relevant. So if anything, that chatter is going to only increase with and related to the level and the volume of releases that come to PlayStation, which is going to increase. Therefore, you can expect the conversation to continue. Whether you like it or not, I'm sorry, like, I don't make the news. But this is some of the biggest shit that's ever happened in console gaming. This is a rare capitulation. You don't see this very often. It's what Sony did to Sega. Yeah. So let's not act like it's not a big deal. And let's not act like it's not newsworthy and that these things aren't worth talking about. Sorry. Xbox games are PlayStation games now, a lot of them. That's going to become increasingly true. So just embrace it. It is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, you said it pretty well, I think. It's the unprecedented nature of it, or like the not unprecedented, but it's, I mean, the style in which, like, the way in which this is all unfolding is unprecedented because we've never really had a platform holder diminish in an online space where Sega, their console, the Dreamcast died a really miserable death, but there was never this expectation that, okay, well, the Dreamcast is dead. How do we make sure that people can access the Dreamcast and honor people's subscriptions or honor people's, purchases after the demise of this machine? I think that's kind of an interesting aspect of this thing, where it's like, okay, let's say Xbox dies. What happens to your games on that platform? What happens? Like, do they still keep the servers up for, the storefront? Do they still keep Xbox Live running? Like, what does that look like exactly? I mean, they kind of have to because it's the backbone of like how their PC stuff works, I guess. But this is new. This is new territory that a platform holder has never really been. They've never really been in this situation before. So, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of interesting angles to this. But yeah, if anybody's like upset about like us covering Xbox stuff, I mean, it's PlayStation stuff also now. So like, what do you want us to do? Yeah, we're in some ways we're not covering Xbox stuff. We're still covering PlayStation stuff.
Right. Yeah. Like nothing's really changed from our perspective. We cover games that come to PlayStation. So, and again, I'll just reiterate that Activision plus Bethesda plus Minecraft makes Microsoft Gaming, if not the biggest, one of the biggest publishers that's ever existed on a PlayStation platform. So it is deeply relevant,
And I do want to say, I think because the perspective that a lot of people are looking at this, like it's like a doomer kind of perspective. And I do understand that because like the death of hardware or the diminishing of hardware to this extent is probably pretty depressing if you're an investor in that hardware. Like I get it. And especially the investment into Activision and the purchase of Bethesda and Blizzard and Activision, all these entities definitely attracted a lot of attention from Microsoft. And I think it's the main reason why a lot of these shifts are happening now. A lot of people like, I think you could look at this as like the death of Xbox, but I would actually argue it's probably the necessary thing to ensure that this brand remains. I think in some ways, and I don't know Phil Spencer's motivations. I don't know any of these people's thoughts or opinions or anything besides what they share publicly. But we know from internal conversations that were even publicized by Xbox themselves and by Microsoft themselves that they were considering just completely shutting down Xbox entirely as a brand in like 2014, 2015, something like that, like kind of in the middle of the Xbox One generation. And if you do love games and you love your developers and you want your developers to make great shit and you want the developers that you own or employ to continue to exist, there's probably a good case to be made that like maybe we do have to kind of position this brand in such a way that it is too big to kill, even if it does do away with the machine, because it keeps the games alive and it keeps the developers alive, and it like, I don't know, there's a compelling case to be made there. I don't know necessarily like how the internals shake out on that. I'm sure Microsoft would love to internally be out of the game of building, like doing R&D for machines, because I really don't think anybody really wants that. I think it's just like a necessary kind of step to capturing an audience and making a shit ton of money. But you can still make a shit ton of money, not have to worry about R&D on developing consoles and like building and manufacturing and competing for resources and all that stuff. And I think that's kind of the position that they're in. I don't think it's necessarily a death of Xbox as we know it, but I actually think it might come out in the years to come that this was probably like the best case forward. And this might actually be a pretty shrewd and intentionally bold decision that was made with the intention of keeping the train moving at the expense of the, what we traditionally associate with successful, console stability or whatever. Because I just don't think that's necessarily the prime motivation anymore.
Yeah, like it's like, as you said, if you put the work and time and effort in, you can actually extract an enormous amount of value out of a console, but it comes at great cost, and often even selling the console at a loss or for a neutral amount of money in order to extract that money. So if you just are willing to cut yourself out of that whole grind, you could become a Take-Two style entity that's like, oh, we just spent 10 years on and $2 billion on Grand Theft Auto 6. And we're going to make a shit ton of money, and you could take 30% of it, but we're still going to make a bunch of money, and we don't have any hardware to worry about, and we don't have the infrastructure to worry about, and we don't have that high head count, and it's like there are two paths, Western man, and And
it's sad historically, I guess, because like these brands have been around for a long time, like my entire life, basically. My entire cognizant existence in games has been with these two platforms, so it's sad to see one of them go away. But I mean, I don't know. I think Xbox is probably uniquely positioned to be like in a really good place, even if their machines completely die. And so yeah, I don't know.
It's interesting. There's so much to say about this. Like, and we're gonna do a Sacred Cross Duke soon, all about it, and I'm excited about that. To get kind of the other guy's perspective, because it's I think Xbox's situation is just complicated. I think they realized, Spencer realized they were losing. And we've said this many times, they needed to shake things up. If you're constantly playing the same game as your competitors, then you're always behind them because you're waiting to even understand what the game is. Then you try to like replicate that and you try to match them, and then they're on to the next thing. And Sony's a pretty dynamic company with deep tech roots. So it's different than Microsoft, which has deep software roots, but not tech roots, not like actually making things roots. And that's difficult to compete with. And Nintendo, speaks for itself. And that's in terms of that as well. So I don't blame them coming in and saying, let's figure out a new game and make them come to us. And they did. They did that with Game Pass, and it did force, in some ways, Sony to pursue PlayStation Plus much more aggressively with extra and premium and the game catalog and all that. It also forced Nintendo, in some sense, to respond with an online program and a back catalog and all that kind of stuff. People are pursuing these things. It's obvious. Subscription models, it seems like a good idea. And I said, if I was behind the scenes, then I'd be like, yes, this is a good idea. This is a good idea. go and use Microsoft's heavy war chest to make high value proposition moves to court people to the subscriptions that they've already embraced in many other places, whether it's TV and movies or music or whatever, of course. But I just don't think they executed well on it. And I also don't think, in some sense, that, how do you put this? Things didn't play out the way that I think that they thought it would. And I even don't really blame them for thinking that things may have turned out differently in the moves that they made. So as an example, the Activision play, I don't think that they anticipated that was really going to get caught up for more than 2 years. And by the time they got out of that, they realized that they had vastly overpaid, and they had absorbed what I think they had already anticipated was a huge entity. And the squeeze on them was going to become really extreme because this was a really big purchase. Again, it's not the biggest purchase Xbox has ever made. It's the biggest purchase that Microsoft, a company from the 70s, has ever made. And I think that Phil Spencer made and the games unit made a key error, not only in the timeliness, which they couldn't have maybe predicted, but that they didn't anticipate how earnest and urgent their problems were going to become, because now they're not just like hanging on and hanging out, making a little bit of money, losing a little bit of money, playing in the space. And now it's like, oh shit, we employ an enormous amount of people now. We, as an Xbox unit, as a games unit, we have massive games. We have access to other platforms now in ways we never did. Wow, our games really sell over there. I just think that their ambition, in some sense, caught up with them.
Yeah.
And if they stopped at Bethesda and then made other key acquisitions that were smaller, that frankly would have annoyed me much more as a player of games. Say they went and were like, we're going to get Capcom, and we're going to get, these pieces of it, like maybe one of the arms of Embrace or like Deep Silver, and so on and so forth. Remedy finally put a ring on that. I think things would have turned out differently, because I think that they would have had more time to grow. And while they were seriously and significantly behind their own internal metrics of where they needed to be, and we saw that again during the FTC hearings, they said, we saw it with our own two eyes. They thought that they would have 100 million subscribers by 2027. Fat fucking chance. Like, not unless you start counting all sorts of things and have this thing with mobile and Call of Duty online and all this stuff. No way. But now it's like, it's ratcheted up to the point where I think that it's clear that the decision makers at Xbox are not the decision makers at Xbox anymore, that these decisions now come from different sects of the company, and that Xbox will slowly morph into Microsoft gaming. And I think the only thing that they have to really ask themselves now is the hardware worth fighting for? And the only thing that they have to worry about there is that, of course, it is, from the sense of all the money you're going to lose. It's also bad because many of those people will just migrate to your competitor, and then they'll just make that 30% rip. So they have a lot to think about, but they put themselves in this position over ambitious. I think they should have just been much more selective with what they purchased. Bethesda was a really nice first step, and a meaningful first step, and a first step in some sense that made sense with Microsoft because of Microsoft's relationship with The Elder Scrolls, Microsoft's relationship with Fallout. I mean, these games are, of course, available mostly on PlayStation as well, but Xbox 360 and the original Xbox with Morrowind and so on, these were the places you played those games. It's the same thing with like why BioWare games made sense on Xbox. But I just think they flew too close to the sun. And now they're going to deal with the consequences. Now the consequences, Chris, are going to be lots and lots of money, but made on other platforms. And hook or crook, that's what's going to happen. I mean, I don't know if people are still in denial about this, but the only question is, I mean, don't you think it was, I felt like it was fucking crazy in my own opinion to one last thing, the PS5 reveal at Indiana Jones, the Indiana Jones thing. That was like the thing, that's something for fucking PlayStation blog or buried in a press
Right.
release.
Yeah.
Like, you show Indiana Jones, everyone's excited about it, new gameplay, etc. Then you put a date on it for Game Pass and Xbox, and then the last thing is the PS5 date. Oof.
Yeah.
Sign of the times.
It is a sign of the times. It was wild. It's unusual. But yeah, I don't know. They did put themselves in this situation, and so we'll see how it shakes out. It's just hard for me to believe that they made an acquisition that is the biggest in Microsoft history without understanding on some level that would avert the gaze of like people. Like I don't even, maybe Phil Spencer really is that naive, but that can't be true. You know what I mean? Like, on some level, I feel like they have to have known that they were kind of growing this entity into an entity that is too big to just give up on. Like was the original threat in 2014, 2015 when the Xbox One was just not doing well. I don't think this is necessarily on purpose, but I do think it was like maybe a strategic way. It's like, listen, we're not doing as well as we want. Things are kind of rough. How can we make sure that there's enough here that the people on the upper floors aren't going to just cut us loose? I don't know. I don't know the internal politics of these places any more than anybody else does, I guess. But it just seems like a weird assumption to make that we're going to make the biggest acquisition in Microsoft history and they're not going to notice. Or we're going to continue as usual. You know what I mean? Like, like both of those seem like so outrageously like naive that I can't believe that anybody would earnestly believe them.
Yeah,
but,
I mean that's the whole thing. Is I just think the Xbox didn't make a unwise bet; they made a bad bet. And those are two different things. The bet all turned out bad, but
right.
It wasn't unwise at the time to say like, let's make a move. I just think it could have been strategized differently, and knowing that they were looking at everyone and everything to buy, as we know from the FTC hearings and how fucking crazy that was. It's crazy that you stumbled upon the company that
like
was almost
Sega.
too big to manage. Yeah, like there's just other ways to do this, you know? It wouldn't have given you Call of Duty, but you could have gotten something else. You might have even gotten the volume of games and studios that you really need. But I think that the unexpected economic reality is that there is a ceiling, it seems like, to game subscriptions. It seems like video game players don't really want it to the extent that a movie or TV watcher or a music lover wants it. Like it just hit a huge ceiling. Like everyone's metrics were way off. And you see that flatness in the numbers that are reported from Circana and other, analytical units from around the world that do different territories. So I just think that the story about this will be about wise bets made with bad outcomes, and some, like Sony did a good, from their perspective, they did a decent job of getting involved and fucking the Activision deal up enough that it caused things to change. And I also think that they materially knew from their own experiences, very similar. Did you see Strauss Zelnick recently again say this was literally the quote, that they don't put their games day and date on subscription services because, quote, we make rational decisions. That was the quote.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, dude, like these guys have no love for this model. They know.
Yeah.
So again, it's a level of just reading the tea leaves and listening to what people say that know things, that have access to data and knowledge that we don't have, and expertise and access to expertise that we don't have. But again, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, even just the Game Pass idea. Like, I remember just thinking early on, where it's like, I remember feeling like it would have been smarter to have, for Game Pass to be, you do get your games, you get your first party games, but like maybe later, like maybe like get people involved in a way that like, oh, I'm gonna buy that machine because I could just get a subscription, then I'll just have all the games like at a later date. That's kind of cool, get a steady stream of games at a delayed cadence. But eventually you're going to get to a point where you're like, maybe I won't wait. Maybe I'll just buy, or maybe, I just feel like it would have been smarter to like do that a little bit differently. I understand they needed a bold move. They needed like a really like crazy, like wild, like, whoa, we're going to put first party games day and date. But I feel like that was kind of like overshooting,
because I actually think the core idea of it would have been fine without it, or would have been alluring without it. Even if you just had, a delay of like when you could be able to get them. Like, yeah, you'll get first party games here later after they come out. Like, I don't know why. I don't know.
My intuition about that was totally wrong, Chris. Because remember, I was like, intuitively, it seems like you could never get rid of day and date stuff now, because that's like the whole selling. What I didn't expect for them is to just make another tier and be like, well, now this is like the premium tier, and I'm like, okay, touche. I do wonder how people are going to react to that, and I also just, from a corporate health perspective, they have a conflict internally, because there is a 0, and I want to be clear about this, 0% chance that being a Game Pass subscriber is better for Xbox as a brand than you buying the games you play. And they all know that. And you probably intuitively know that too. But what's better for you is to have a subscription. And this conflict doesn't allow them to extract maximum value out of their player base, which is why they're looking elsewhere to begin with.
That's true.
These are unusual situations that they probably could have wargamed and figured out was going to happen to them, but I wasn't smart enough to see some of this stuff through as well, which is why, again, I don't judge them too harshly. I do think this, though, and I said this on our staff Discord to the Dukes, where I'm like, I'll just reiterate that Microsoft acquired Activision and had access to their entire C-suite and dismissed them. And what they really should have done was taken them and fired their own people. Because you know who's much better suited to be running a publisher called Microsoft Gaming is Bobby Kotick. Than Phil Spencer. Drama and all. And by the way, the other C-suite people there too. That was a big mystery to me. People made fun of me for that back in the day too. I'm like, why would you have these guys that made this business into what it is and then be like, bye, we'll fucking do it. Like, hell you will. That was a dropped ball. Maybe those guys wouldn't have wanted to be involved, but I think you could have lubricated the wheels of commerce with a little bit of cash.
There's always those executive stories are always so interesting. I don't know if you saw. We're not going to talk about it on the show today because it's like a little bit specific. There was an interview with Marty O'Donnell about Microsoft people kind of coming into Bungie and like how that transformed the studio. It's like a really interesting interview, actually.
Yeah, I read about that. It's funny. I was going to ask you about this too, Chris, offline, but we can just talk about it now. Is that someone had written into us saying that Marty O'Donnell opines publicly why more people don't ask him to talk about things because he's willing to talk.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking about reaching out to him, but we need to do it together because I'm not really sure what questions should be asked or if I should even really be involved in a conversation with him.
But I could figure it out.
Yeah, but I think that like you would be able to have a very effective conversation with him about things. Is he the one that's running for office too?
No, he stopped. He was, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But he stopped that, I think.
Oh, did he lose his primary or something?
I don't know, maybe. I think he just gave up or something.
But it would be fun to like get deeper into that because I'm sure, dude, it's not that people like to talk. It's that some people have a lot of interesting things to say if you just know the right questions to ask. It's like,
right.
So yeah, I have that in my notes and I'm gonna try to make that connection because I think that would be a fun thing to do. So yeah, I did see that story. But yeah, as far as this is concerned, I don't know. It's deeply multifaceted because this isn't a situation that has really happened very much. I mean, there's really only one precedent for this in any way, and it's the destruction of Dreamcast and Sega's kind of migration to other platforms, really beginning with Microsoft, but ultimately finding its way everywhere. And we're seeing something like that similarly happen, I think. Because it goes back to that meme I was talking about the boxes, the green boxes and the blue boxes. It's like, this is a very compelling way to illustrate what is happening. And you can't really spin out of that. So
yeah,
we'll see. And I think, again, the one last minute thing with the PS5 announcement is like, wow, you really don't care
Pretty insane.
Anymore. Because the optics of that is so bad. I would have just buried that in the press release. So I imagine it's going to become more aggressive. But we'll see. I want to do a Sacred Symbols Plus maybe this fall or maybe in a few weeks. I don't know when we have time. Going into, I want to make a game out of it where like we try to predict in sequence like the games that will come over and in what order, and then have like a point system to see if like we can track the roadmap of what games would make the most sense. I'll figure it out. We'll get back to it. Okay. Number 2. In a move that was overtly teased by an executive mere weeks ago, publisher Take-Two and its 2K imprint have revealed Borderlands 4, the much-awaited continuation of the core Borderlands franchise last seen in 2019's Borderlands 3. Word comes by way of a vague cinematic trailer with no specific release date information or gameplay, though the splash screen at the end confirms a release on PlayStation 5 at some point in 2025. According to an accompanying press release, quote, players will once again assume the role of a legendary vault hunter as they search for a secret alien treasure while blasting everything in sight, end quote. Take-Two likewise reports that the Borderlands franchise, spread across 6 total games, has surpassed 87 million units sold lifetime, a remarkable success story for the FPS-centric series. The original Borderlands first came to PlayStation 3 in 2009, a unique RPG FPS with an emphasis on loot and multiplayer. It was followed by the mega-popular, heavily supported Borderlands 2 on PS3 in 2012, and then Borderlands 3 on PlayStation 4 in 2019. In between, a spin-off called Borderlands the Pre-Sequel came to PS3 in 2014, while 2 adventure games from 2 different versions of developer Telltale, Tales from the Borderlands and its sequel, launched in 2013 and 2022. And then there's 2022's Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, which also sold millions of copies and found a passionate audience. As for Gearbox, the famous Texas-based team actually emerged from the ill-fated Embracer Group, where it was stuck since 2021, and is now owned by Take-Two itself, solidifying the relationship the two sides have had for nearly 20 years. And news of a 4th Borderlands game couldn't have come at a better time, with its long in development movie having recently launched to calamitous financial and critical results. As for Borderlands 4, it's likely the game will emerge in the first half of 2025 as publisher Take-Two has a mighty important project on its hands likely set for the fall of 2025 with Rockstar's Grand Theft Auto 6. It's funny, Chris, I totally missed this announcement. I think because there was like Borderlands and then the Mafia game we'll talk about in a little while was making some circulating or some other news. I didn't see this until the next day, but I do know that Randy Pitchford had said weeks ago that they were going to basically announce this game soon. He said it fairly overtly.
Right. He said it. Yeah, he said it on Twitter, which I went to go check on, and I found that I was blocked by Randy Pitchford.
That's nice. I wonder why.
Yeah. I actually am curious. I have no idea. But yeah, I did see this. This is kind of, I don't know. Borderlands is weird. Like, I like Borderlands. I do. I didn't love 3 as much as some other people did. I think I just kind of didn't vibe much with the villains. I think Borderlands 2 is just kind of like this kind of lightning in a bottle type thing as far as Borderlands is concerned. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily that Borderlands can't be good if it's not Borderlands 2, but I just think they had like they had something there that I think was like a really good formula that I think the first and third just kind of didn't have. So it didn't work with me too well. I am still pretty curious about, what is it, Wonderlands? Tiny Tina's Wonderlands?
Yeah, I played that and beat that in 2022.
Yeah, because I like the idea of like a D&D kind of spin on that. I think that's fun and cool, and I think I would be into it. I Borderlands is clowned on a lot for being like millennial and annoying and cringe, and it is. But I kind of don't mind it. I don't know. It's kind of like when Deadpool does fourth wall breaks. It's like, yeah, that's the point. You know what I mean? It would be annoying if, like, I don't know, Sherlock Holmes in the middle of a movie like turned to the camera and said, "This is a sticky wicket, isn't it?" And like, you know, that would fucking bother the hell out of me. But if it's the point, like, I think if something's built around it, like, I'm not as annoyed, even if the thing that it's built around is annoying. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like, okay, you're doing what you do, and that's cool. So I'm open to Borderlands. That movie apparently was terrible. I never got around to seeing it. I saw Alien instead when I went to the theater. I was like, I'm going to see the new Alien. I'd much rather see an Alien movie than this movie that I know is going to be terrible. Alien, by the way, was dope. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, I heard that was pretty good. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I did get a lot of practical effects. Very cool. Dingy, very cool. But didn't they actually make Colonial Marines too? Although they might want to forget about it. Yeah,
remember that was there was like a whole controversy around that. Remember, because it was like they did it, but then they subcontracted it, or were reported to subcontracted it to a studio called Time Shift or something, and then
something like that.
The claims were that they used a lot of that money to get Borderlands off the ground, but I don't know what's true and what isn't.
Who the fuck knows?
I will say that the world that Borderlands 1 launched into in 2009 is a very different world than the world that we launched into today. Not from a game. It's true in the sense that Borderlands really did help carve a way even for games like Destiny, which is funny in some sense,
sure.
Right?
Yeah.
But the whole humor and the zeitgeist around that game is just, it's lost to history now. I do wonder how they might translate that to a Borderlands 4. Because I think that's what fell flat with Borderlands 3 to a lot of people, was it almost felt a little long in the tooth at that time. And that was only 10 years later, So
yeah, it's a very particular kind of style. I really think that game would have been fine. I just hated the idea of like streamer villains. Like, I don't know. I just that concept did not land with me even slightly. So I think it could still work. I don't know. I'm into it. I think I might actually jump around and get back to Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, because I do have it on something. I don't know if it's on Xbox or PlayStation or Steam or what have you, but I know I own that on something. So I'll probably check it out, because I don't know. I am sad that movie turned out shitty, because I mean, Borderlands is cool. Like Borderlands 3, I think sold pretty well too. Like,
yeah, it was huge. Borderlands 2 was huge too. I mean, massive game.
I really liked Borderlands 2 a lot. So there's an appetite for it, I think. But yeah, fourth one, I'm curious. I thought the teaser was cool. Unusually serious, or like more, I don't want to say serious necessarily, but it wasn't comedic in any way. It was just a straightforward kind of teaser reveal, a little bit more dramatic, I guess. Dramatic reveal. No undercutting the moment. So I would be interested to see a Borderlands that's like maybe even a little bit more grounded, dare I say. Is that heresy? I don't know. That'd be kind of cool. I'd be into it.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see more next year. We'll see more. I think they said it'll be at the Game Awards, or
Cool.
we'll learn more in December. So I think that lines up with, maybe we'll see gameplay and all the rest.
Hell yeah.
And it's not going to be a PS4/PS5 game. Obviously, Borderlands 3 was a PS4 game that was ported to PS5. This will be a PS5 game only, so that will be nice. And it's sad that we even have to say that 4 years into the generation, but we do. And so that is relevant as well to the fidelity of the game. And it's funny, man. I've said this in the past. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is the only Borderlands game I ever beat. And what's funny is that I played Borderlands 1, 2, and 3 for a combined probably 120 plus hours and never beat any of them. So yeah. I really do need at some point to go back. And I think I've tried this, actually. I think I've played the beginning of Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 2 each like a million times. And then I just kind of lose track of it and don't play it anymore. But I want to get back into those games and just maybe beat them in time for the new one. But I don't know if I really have it in me to do that. It's very ambitious. It's a lot of time. All right. Number 3, Polish developer Techland has revealed a new Dying Light game, an interstitial of sorts called Dying Light: The Beast. Initially designed as a direct expansion to 2022's Dying Light 2 for both PS4 and PS5, Techland instead opted to make a game not quite as big as a core Dying Light title, but large in its own right. Revealed at Gamescom, The Beast stars none other than Kyle Crane, the protagonist of the original Dying Light, released on PlayStation 4 in 2015. Here's what the developer has to say about the game's origins in part. Quote, "The Beast initially started during our work on Dying Light 2's DLC, but a story leak made us rethink the narrative, the scope, and the general approach. When we decided to make Kyle Crane the hero of Dying Light: The Beast, it gave us a powerful boost of inspiration. Like many of you, we really wanted to bring Kyle back to do justice to the hero of Haran. That's how Dying Light: The Beast was born, a self-contained zombie survival adventure offering a new setting, new sets of gameplay features, and new story, culminating in an 18-plus hour adventure," end quote. Very weird number to throw out there. On the game's website, Techland admits that The Beast has altered its approach for 5 years of support for Dying Light 2 somewhat, and that this expansion is the true culmination of that game's support plan. They note about Dying Light 2 in part, quote, "While we don't have any plans for new DLC at the moment, we're still committed to our promise of 5 years post-launch support for the game, including content drops and events," end quote. "And if you own Dying Light 2 Ultimate Edition, you'll get this title completely free of charge. You have until the end of September to convert your version of Dying Light 2 into the Ultimate Edition if you'd like, at which point it will no longer be available." According to its Steam page, The Beast takes place in a location called Castor Woods, quote, "a once popular tourist destination," end quote. "You, as Kyle Crane, have been a prisoner for 13 years when you break out into the open world awaiting you. As usual, co-op will be central to its experience for those that are interested. Developer Techland, founded in the early 90s, only rose to prominence with its 2006 Xbox 360-centric FPS Call of Juarez, followed with it by its sequels in 2009 and 2011. But it was the open world game Dead Island that truly put them on the map, coming to PS3 in 2011. From there, they released a couple of other titles, including spin-offs for both Dead Island and Call of Juarez, before breaking away from their publisher relationships and self-publishing 2015's mega hit Dying Light, which has sold more than 20 million copies to date. However, it's also worth noting that shadowy Chinese tech conglomerate Tencent is now the majority owner of the company, having purchased control of the firm in early 2024. Relevant if you care. I I loved the original Dying Light. Huge fan of that game. Dying Light 2, I just didn't get into, but I got to go back because I'm pretty sure it's one of those things where I just wasn't in the right frame of mind. This isn't necessarily for me because I have not played Dying Light 2 yet, but I like the idea of them just spinning off and making something larger and giving it for free to people that were promised DLC support for the original game, which I think is very classy.
Very classy. Yeah. I also big fan of standalone DLCs. I like that. Props.
Me too.
Props to them for doing that.
Yeah, we need more of that. As opposed to where do you have to be in the campaign? How do I access this? Just let me start it up and play it. I really loved that about Wolfenstein: The Old Blood, which was the 2015 expansion for the Wolfenstein Revival for Machine Games. That was a really excellent expansion. So yeah, not too much to say about this, but I know it's a big deal. Dying Light's huge. So
yeah.
Did you play Dying Light 2 at all?
Yeah, I played it for. I think I feel about it the same way you did, probably, where there was something about it that wasn't grabbing me at the moment. I didn't think it was bad, but I think the frame of mind that I was in when I was playing it was just not really receptive to it. I felt like, all right, it's an open world, kind of I get it. It's kind of how I'm feeling about a little bit about Black Myth Wukong right now, where it's I get it. I need some time, but it's been sitting there on I think I got it on Xbox, I think. So it's been sitting in my library for a while. Maybe I'll get around to it at some point, but I'm not feeling that pull yet still.
Well, I remember when Dying Light 2 came out, I want to say it came out in 2022 or so. Yeah. And the trophies were radically broken in it. So I was just waiting for it to be fixed. And then they just never really fixed them. So then I eventually was just fuck it. I want to play it. I really like Dying Light 1. I'll just play it. And then I just got distracted. As I remember, I really got to go back and figure it out. But I think I remember being this is too much. Whatever's going on here, it's too much. The original Dying Light was actually a fairly seminal experience for me because I was wow, that was the first time I was in an open world where I was this is truly high quality. The climbing and going everywhere and scampering over things and running and fighting and the day-night cycle and all that. I was it's not to say Fallout or the Elder Scrolls is low quality. It's just broad. So it's not as high quality as it could be. This was a little tighter. It was surprising. You get games out of Eastern Europe, especially self-published games. You expect Eurojank. What you actually ended up getting was a really high quality game. Dying Light, the first Dying Light's fucking sick. I think that game's awesome. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There was just something about Dying Light 2 I wasn't crazy about. But I don't really remember. I got to go back at some point.
Yeah. And I remember playing it while I was out here looking for apartments. And I remember just kind of crashing on a friend's couch. He had an Xbox and I had the account on it. And I was I'll just play while I'm waiting to hear back from these people. And I don't know. I think I was kind of the same thing where I was just I don't know. This isn't hitting me right now.
Could be a time and place thing. Dying Light. Yeah, again, probably. Dying Light just felt so fresh. Zombies were pretty played out even in 2015, but they're really played out now. So maybe that's part of it. But
yeah,
I don't know. Number 4. Publisher Take-Two sure is cooking as of late with yet another consequential announcement that has kind of been rumored for a while, but still fell through the cracks until it was time to reveal the game. The product in question is Mafia: The Old Country, a new Mafia game set for release on PlayStation 5 in 2025. This marks the first new Mafia game in nearly a decade, since Mafia 3 came to PlayStation 4 in 2016. The Old Country is under development by Hangar 13, the Take-Two-owned 2K-branded Northern California studio responsible for the aforementioned Mafia 3, its first game. It also ported and updated the original Mafia to PS4 in 2020, and is likewise behind Take-Two's recent revival of the long-dormant Top Spin tennis franchise. According to a press release announcing the game, players will, quote, uncover the origins of organized crime with a gritty mob story set in the brutal underworld of 1900s Sicily. Fight to survive in this dangerous and unforgiving era, with action brought to life by the authentic realism and rich storytelling that the critically acclaimed Mafia series is known for, end quote. Mafia, which first launched on PC in 2002 and PlayStation 2 in 2004, was followed by a sequel on PlayStation 3 in 2010. Both Mafia 2 and Mafia 3 likewise received quite a bit of DLC. According to Take-Two, the series has surpassed 34 million copies sold over 22 years, and it's worth noting for series newcomers that all of the franchise's entries are currently on sale until early September to help tease this announcement. A minute-long cinematic trailer was released alongside the announcement for those interested, and news indicates that we'll learn more about the game in December, including a likely release date. News has also emerged that the entire game will be playable in the Sicilian language, a nice touch of authenticity for the crime game. Exter wrote in, said, hello, Sacred Men. Just saw a trailer for Mafia: The Old Country. Apparently, Hangar 13 is going to give it a go again. It's got me excited. I wasn't the biggest fan of 3. 2 was fantastic, a little long in the tooth, but some great moments. The 1 remake was quite good too. Definitely left me wanting more. What has been your experience of the series, and how excited are you? Are you interested in this, what is ostensibly Mafia 4?
Yeah.
Do you have any interest in this game?
Oh, yeah, I do. But I also know myself when it comes to Mafia games where like I want to get into them and then something just, I don't know. Like I got the most into 2. 2 was one that I think grabbed me the most. I don't remember where I played it, but I dug the vibe of it. I liked the way it played. I liked there was like a filter over it that made it feel authentically old. I don't know what it was. Like there was like a gray kind of, there was something about that game that made the game feel really cool. Like a period piece. And I never played 3. I will say the idea of this one is really interesting to me. Like the idea of like taking it back to like Sicily is like, or like Italy is dope as hell. I think that's like a really interesting idea or like an interesting concept for a Mafia game. But yeah, I don't know. I want to, if I'm going to play any of these games, I want to at least finish. If I'm going to play the Old Country, I want to finish at least one of them first. I know Mafia, the Definitive Edition is out, or like the first one. And I played a little bit of that before, like, I don't know. I got
It was on PS Plus at some point, so a lot of people probably have access to it. You know?
Yeah, like I know I have it on PlayStation. I think I played it for a little bit, but I don't remember why I stopped playing it. I don't remember if I didn't like it or if I just got distracted by something or if I had to go do something and then I just kind of forgot about it or a game came out. I don't remember, but I didn't put that much time into it. So maybe I'll retry that. What I want to do is play Mafia 2, like fully.
Yeah, they did re-release Mafia 2, I think.
Yeah. So maybe I'll pick that one up because I spent so much time just running around doing bullshit in that game, but I never actually. This is the problem with these types of games, these Grand Theft Auto games, or like these like open world kind of sandbox third person gangster games, is that like I get so caught up in just doing like playing around with all the bullshit for hours, and so I'm like 30 hours into the game, but like 3 hours into the story, and it's just like by that point I'm just too burned out to finish. But I think Mafia 2 might be the next Mafia game I play is probably going to be 2. And then maybe I'll just jump to the Old Country after that. Although I heard 3 was great.
I was thinking in preparation for this, when it gets dated, it'll probably be like spring next year or maybe even the summer, which would be a good release date for it too. I was like, maybe I'll just kind of raw dog Mafia 1, 2, and 3 real quick. And, you know, like in a month in preparation for that. Because Mafia 1 was a PC game, but I played the PS2 port. And then Mafia 2 was, people might remember, was like really long in development. And then it came out and I felt like it was good, but it was empty. It was like not done. And I have this very specific memory because I wrote the strategy guide for the game. It was like very late in my strategy guide writing career when that game came out. And it was very grounded, but there was like this ridiculous GTA style jump you had to do on top of a roof to get like one of the Playboy magazine collectibles. And I just remember that being like so funny to me because it was like, everything is like totally normal, but then you have to do this gnarly ass jump like over a highway trestle and like onto a rooftop to get this magazine. And it's like very video gamey. For some reason that stuck with me a lot. And it had good DLC too. And then Mafia 3 was super cool from a presentational standpoint. I really liked that game, where it took place, who it was about, time period, Vietnam War, black protagonist. It was very, very cool. He kind of like out of the Vietnam War, but I never beat it because that game felt too big. Where I remember it's like, why is there so much shit in this game? Like, why can't we? It's all about the story. Let's get us to the next like kinetic story beat. So I really never beat Mafia 3. So it'd be cool to kind of go into those games in sequence. But I'll tell you this kind of pissed me off a little bit. Super cool that they're doing the Sicilian language thing, I think, to give it authenticity. And yet everyone makes fun of me when I say that Metal Gear Solid Delta should be in Russian. That's not cool. But this is really cool. You know?
A Russian option would be dope.
I would have loved that. I'd play it in Russian. Because that, just to be clear, MGS3 takes place in Russian. But you're hearing the English. You know? Let's be real. Do you really love Kojima? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Number 5. It's been a while since we've heard about Supermassive's Dark Pictures Anthology, the 4-game-strong choice-based horror series first launched with publisher Bandai Namco in 2019. Indeed, other than a spin-off on PSVR 2 last year, we haven't gotten a new game in the anthology since 2022 after 4 consecutive years of releases, so it makes sense that some of us assume maybe things were slowing down or even going away, but it isn't so. Behold the 5th game in the Dark Pictures Anthology, Directive 8020, set for launch on PlayStation 5 in 2025. Indeed, the first 4 games were the so-called first season of Dark Pictures, and Directive 8020 is the beginning of what purports to be a second wave of similarly interactive adventure games. The press release announcing the game describes it as such, in part, quote, Earth is dying and humanity is running out of time. 12 light years from home, Tau Ceti F offers a small sliver of hope. But when the colony ship Cassiopeia crash lands on the planet, its crew soon realize they are far from being alone. Hunted by an alien organism capable of mimicking its prey, the crew of the Cassiopeia must outwit their pursuers to make it home alive. As they battle to survive, they are confronted with the hardest choice of all. To save themselves, they must risk the lives of everyone on Earth, end quote. It's really not the hardest choice of all if you're going to risk everyone's lives on Earth. The game will notably run on an Unreal Engine 5, a shift from the Unreal Engine 4 support seen in the entire first season, and, quote, in a dramatic step forward for the series, the game features persistent real-time threats, all new stealth gameplay mechanics, and enhanced interactive cinematics, end quote. Founded some 15 years ago, developer Supermassive was once intertwined with Sony in a second-party capacity, working on a Little Big Planet DLC alongside Sony Studio Media Molecule before working on a lot of PlayStation Move fare, like 2010's Sackboy Prehistoric Move and the nascent Start the Party series. They even ported Guerrilla's original Killzone FPS from PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3 in 2012. But it was their 2015 horror game Until Dawn, exclusive to PlayStation 4 at the time, that helped them break out. Indeed, they were looked at as some as the next Quantic Dream, the team behind Heavy Rain, with their emphasis on story, choice, and consequences, with a gameplay loop where the player can never lose, per se. However, after some PSVR projects, including an Until Dawn rail shooter from 2016, Supermassive decided to go with Japanese publisher Bandai Namco with its Dark Pictures anthology, and all 4 of the games ultimately came to PS4 and PS5 alike. 2019's Man of Medan, 2020's Little Hope, 2021's House of Ashes, and 2022's The Devil in Me. They also released a similar story-driven horror game in The Quarry in 2022, teaming up with Take-Two, though it was originally a Google Stadia project. As for Supermassive itself, it has since found itself bought up by the Danish film company Nordisk. So, the return of the Dark Pictures anthology. This is another example of like, I think I didn't buy Devil in Me, but I bought the other 3. Like, I want to get to them at some point. And maybe this is another thing. Like, there's just this is what I'm saying about there are no games.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Well, the good thing about
talking about
sorry, the good thing, no, I mean it's accurate. The good thing about an anthology, though, is that like if a new one comes out that's interesting to you, it's like, okay, I'll just jump into that one, and then that might actually give you some momentum to jump into like the previous ones, because that's what I love about anthologies in general. Like I love that shit. Inject anthologies into my vein. I wish more video game TV adaptations were anthologies, actually, in some ways, but. This looks cool. I'm into it. Like I dig sci-fi a lot in general. It's a little generic. Like I get it. Like a story I've probably seen a million times, but the idea that they're tweaking the gameplay a little bit here is interesting. So I haven't tried any of them of the Dark Pictures. I think I watched someone. Oh no, I think I was dating somebody at the time who was playing Man of Medan, and I just hated it thoroughly.
Interesting.
Maybe this is, I don't know. It just wasn't fun to watch, which is not necessarily an indictment of the game. You know, maybe it's more fun to play, but I'm kind of into this one. Also, Unreal Engine 5 has my attention.
Yeah, great power in the Unreal Engine 5, and moving it over to there, it allows them to kind of, as they say in their write-up, get a new cinematic feel and a little bit more of an immersive feel for their games, which is great. I love sci-fi horror. I think it's perfect. Like space horror, good shit. We were talking about Alien earlier. This is new to this particular franchise, so that's attractive. There was that, I don't know which one it is. I think it's the 3rd or 4th one, the one that takes place during the Iraq War. That one was like the most attractive, because that one, that's a neat idea, but ultimately I would like to play them in sequence just out of curiosity. But this is just add it to the list, Chris, because there is no time to play any of these games at all. So this is I think I've said I want to play no fewer than 400 hours worth of games of this show already. So, so let's add that to the list and just get it over with. Number 6, final. I didn't make a footnote here. I should make a footnote. There we go. Number 6, sales. Industry tracking firm Circana has released its sales data for the month of July 2024 here in these United States, the largest core gaming market in the world. And not surprisingly, EA Sports College Football 25 was the highest selling game in the US for the month, seemingly by a mile, with the EA Sports MVP bundle giving players both the soon-to-be released Madden 25 and College Football 25 slotting in second. This officially makes EA Sports College Football 25 the best-selling game of 2024 in the United States after only 12 days on the market, eclipsing Helldivers 2's meteoric performance and relegating it to second place. Indeed, it has already grossed 3 times more than the previous best-selling college football game ever, NCAA Football 2007. Sony was the big beneficiary in consoles sold to play this current-gen only game, leading the US in both total units sold and cumulative money made on PlayStation 5 in the region. Elden Ring was July's 3rd best-selling game in the US, with other notable titles including MLB The Show 24 at 8, Spider-Man 2 at 10, Helldivers 2 at 13, Sea of Thieves at 16, and Ghost of Tsushima at 20. As noted earlier, College Football 25 and Helldivers 2 are the 2 best-selling games in the territory for the year to date, with other notable games including Dragon's Dogma 2 at 4, EA Sports MVP Bundle at 5, which is fucking insane, MLB The Show 24 at 7, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth at 9, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League at 14, Persona 3 Reload at 16, and Spider-Man 2 at 20. Sony's popular PlayStation Portal peripheral for PS5 remains the United States' best-selling gaming accessory. What do you think of that, Chris? 12 days. College Football 25 is the best-selling game in the United States to date.
It's insane. Dude, man, sports players, sports fans, they show up. They show up for these things in ways that constantly surprise me.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean,
yeah,
I knew it. I mean, I just knew it was going to be fucking massive.
You called it.
There was so much. Well, thank you. There was so much pent up energy. I just knew it. College football is so big. And again, I always lament, Chris, the lack of Venn diagram coverage with players of video games and sports fans, because I feel like there is so much natural overlap. So I saw that a mile away. I was like, oh, and it apparently was great for console sales. Xbox console sales, I think, were up 50%, and PS5 sales were up 25%. So PS5, but they're relative to each other. So PS5 still outsold Xbox. But because I would have thought, and I said this, I think I thought Xbox would have been the best selling console for the month. I was surprised it wasn't, because I thought that Series S would be the most attractive machine for a more casual player that really just had to upgrade, that didn't really want to. But I think that PlayStation has its tethers and enough people where they're like, well, I already own my library here on PS4. Why would I buy an Xbox? Just bring everything over. And I think they just made the natural walk over. Though I think it was great for both consoles, and that was predictable. We have an exit question here from Keith Richards, who took the time away from the recent Rolling Stones tour to write into us. He says, salutations, sacred soldiers. I did not buy a PS5 because I have a PS4 and some other consoles that have kept me busy until recently. Since I've waited this long, should I just wait until the PS5 Pro comes out and buy that? There's no official release date for the PS5 Pro, so I'm worried I'll be waiting forever when I can buy a regular PS5 now. What would you do in my situation? In my opinion, Chris, this is a threefold approach that all brings you to the right place. Okay? All the same answer. Number one, Keith Richards, you've waited this long. We're halfway through the generation. What's another few months, right? Number two, when the PS5 Pro comes out, the PS5 is going to go down in price. That's almost inevitable. So if you wait, you'll get a better price. And if you want a PS5 Pro, then you'll just be able to pick it up at that time. So you'll be able to make that choice. But in other words, I really think you should see what happens, because you've made it this far. Why buy a PS5 now when you could have had one 3 years ago for the same fucking price? You know, right. You're going to get it. You might as well get something out of this deal. And I think that you'll be able to get out of it as a cheaper PS5 Core or the Pro, which you've been waiting for, and you'll just get the best unit right off the bat. So I think all of those answers, Keith Richards, brings you to the same place, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would also recommend just waiting at this point. Like there's really no good reason to not. Although you seem to be somebody who doesn't really care that much about like fidelity or like performance if you've been rocking with a PS4 or like other older machines for this long. So, you know, I would say either way, though, I would still say just wait for the PS5 Pro to come out. So the PS5 Classic gets a price decrease, and then just grab that, you know, since you're clearly not a pro person. if
with all due respect, if you're running like, I don't know what the fuck games you're running on PS4 at 12 frames a second in 2024, but clearly that doesn't matter to you,
Right.
so and it's better for it not to. By the way, I'm not like, that's not like a dig. I wish it didn't bother me, but unfortunately it deeply does, and so I require top of the line tech to not get sick or nauseous looking at a game running at 20 frames a second, pretending to be okay. So yeah, just wait for the PS5 to go down in price and grab that.
Yeah, I just think about what his position just tells us about the everyday PlayStation gamer, that there are a lot of them just perfectly happy in the last generation. What the signal this sends to Sony is, why games continue to come to PS4, and the amount of value you can extract out of PlayStation 4 right now. People are still buying PS4s, which is crazy.
Yeah,
but
it is pretty
more power to them. I mean, but whatever you want to do. I just believe personally, this is kind of hard to put into words and not sound like a dickhead. I don't mean to, but it's like, gaming is a luxury hobby. You might as well try to get the best base machine that you can patiently save up for to give yourself the longest period of a good experience, as opposed to just constantly staying behind. But if you're more casual or just don't really give a shit, there's going to be an infinite amount of games to play forever on those old machines.
Yeah.
So I don't blame people for moving on.
I saw a picture of some guy's PS4 and it was like jerry rigged to all this. It's like very clearly like, those pictures of like an old dog that you're like, you gotta let this guy go. Come on.
Sadly enough, this I know.
I've seen PlayStation 4s in that state where like the hood is ripped off and there's like an ice pack on top of it. And there's like a fan behind it. And they're playing some game, and I'm like, that always confuses me because, and it's probably gonna sound elitist, kind of like you were worried that yours would, but like, how do I say this? If you're in a position where you cannot afford even just like a newer PS4, a replacement PS4 or a PS5, should you be devoting the time that you are to playing games if some of that time is also going to be devoted to jerry rigging? Like, how do you have the time to jerry rig this Rube Goldberg machine ass respiration system for your dying console? Like, how is it possible that you have that much time dedicate to playing games if you also cannot afford to move forward?
Right, like go sell a
it's
patent.
Confusing to me.
Go sell a patent and make a PS5. Get a PS5 for Christ's sake.
I don't know. It's just confusing. But I get it. I do admire in some way like the stinginess. Like I can't help but on some level admire the lengths that people will go through not to lose money. I appreciate that. But at the same time, it's like, dude, that thing's on its last legs.
It's a hazard.
Stop it.
Yeah.
It's a hazard. You're gonna burn down your whole fucking house trying to put your ice pack on your PS4 just so it doesn't overheat loading up the fucking cross media bar.
I can't believe my PS5. Like, I have two PS5s, but I don't really use the second PS5 very often. It's basically my like loft machine, and I probably use it fewer than 5% or less than 5% of the time that I played PS5. But my launch PS5, which is in my living room, I like cannot believe it still just works totally fine. This thing is just, I mean, I guess in some sense it just sits there and does what it's supposed to do, but you just kind of have these expectations. Like things are, I don't want to jinx myself, but I feel like things are fairly solidly made right now. The Xbox as well. We're a long way from the era of the red ring and the yellow light of death and all this kind of shit. So shout out to the although a lot of people are complaining about the controllers, not working, but it's because you guys are doing something to them.
Yeah.
So people are so mad at me for that.
People are raw dogging their controllers or something. Like, I don't know what the hell you're shoving them up in places they shouldn't be shoving.
I know,
into,
it's like stop.
What the hell?
Stop jamming your shit around.
Stop joking with your PS5 controller.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Do I even have a controller around here? I don't think I even have. Oh no, I do have a PS4 controller. Yeah, it's like, what do you like? I just play mine, guys, like this.
I don't have any in my office.
And then I don't like. Are you guys like? Like, yeah, no shit. It's gonna fucking break. Maniacs. All right. Let's get in some inquiries here from the audience. That's all we have for the news. We end every episode of Sacred Symbols, Chris, as we always have since we started the show long ago, with 6 inquiries from the audience, questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from patreon.com/laststandmedia. Again, I will publish a thread in the newsfeed, and all the hosts of the different shows publish our threads in the newsfeed on there. You put your inquiries for the different shows into there. I comb through them. I pull them out. We end with 6 here, although you've heard them disperse through the show up to this point. Javin Mather wrote in, said, fellas, we all have our preferences and personally sought after passions, especially in the world of gaming. What's your best or favorite example of taking a game or gaming related recommendation from someone else and falling in love with that thing? Shared experiences like that can be especially unique and even meaningful. And I wonder what your standout examples are. For me, a close friend during my middle school years loaned me Breath of Fire 2, Chrono Trigger, and Final Fantasy VI on SNES upon learning I had started playing Super Mario RPG, forgetting it simply because it was a new Mario game, and I've adored RPGs ever since, especially JRPGs. Thank you for writing in, Javin. Anything come to mind for you with this, Chris? Something that you share, a shared experience, unique and meaningful with someone else?
Yeah, I think it's very on brand for me, I guess. But when I was first, I played Halo for the first time at a friend's house, and I didn't really know what it was. He brought like an action figure from it to school once, and I was like, "Whoa, what is that? Cool. What the fuck is that? That's sick." And it was like a flood one too, so it was just like it piqued my horror sensibilities. I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" And that was actually how I met him. Actually, like I think we were talking about it, and then he was like, "You should come over to my house and we can play it." And I really had no idea what that was, and that's like a complete. That's if there was ever a Detroit Become Human kind of butterfly kind of outward spreading map of my life, that's probably like a pretty key moment, because that got me into all sorts of content creation and all that shifted entirely, like the people I know, the things that I do, and the stuff that I'm interested in. So clearly, like that's my biggest the most impactful memory that I have of like sharing something with or having somebody share something with me, and then just getting sucked into it, and spending like I think hours just running around the map, just shooting at rocks. I don't even think we were killing each other. We were just like driving the cars into each other and like watching them flip and like just being like mesmerized by like the physics and stuff. That was like a special moment. I remember that forever. I think actually he listens to the show. So if Malik, if you're listening, I remember that.
Nice. That's a great story. Yeah, I love thinking about this sort of thing too. And in going over his inquiry, I was thinking about some things, examples for me, and games come to mind, but I actually thought of things that were even more meaningful that I thought I would talk about in nerd culture, or just things that made me who I am, or like how I got to this place. Star Wars is the biggest example of this. Because I was born in 1984, the year after Return of the Jedi came out. Star Wars was in kind of not a dead period, but a quiet period in the rest of the 80s. In like 1991, the expanded universe started with the books. And then the toys came back in 1995. There were video games bubbling in the background, of course, and so on and so forth. And it was my brother and his friends that got me really into Star Wars during a time when it wasn't really obvious that you should even care about Star Wars. And that ended up, I don't like Star Wars anymore, but that was, dude, I was such a huge Star Wars fan. I listened to some of this Star Wars stuff going on about some of the new shows, because I don't know anything about any of this stuff anymore. And I was thinking to myself, there was authentically a time where I was in the top 1% of people that knew about Star Wars. Like, there's just no doubt about it. And now I don't know what the fuck anyone's even talking about, because there's like so much new stuff. But I loved it. And it was a formative IP for me for 15 years of my life. I mean, I loved it, dude. I got to show people, I put them online before, but pictures of my bedroom and stuff. Like, I had all the ships hanging from my ceiling and like all the figures on these shelves, and I loved it. So Star Wars, I got to give a shout out to that and all the people that got me into that. And then my friend Eric got me really into Dungeons and Dragons, which ended up being very formative for my love of role-playing games. So I got to give him a shout out for that and our shared love of that. And then, you know what I was thinking about? These things right back here, the drums. My friend Bryce, growing up, do you remember NYSSMA? It was the New York music
That
thing,
does
like where you took like a
sounds
test.
familiar.
It was like an organization and you took like tests. It was like the New York. I don't know exactly. It's like
I think I remember hearing
NISSM.
about it.
Yeah.
I never did anything with it, but I knew what it was, or I heard about it.
I didn't do it either because I took private drum lessons, but he was a NISMA drummer and we were really good friends in middle school and high school. And like in 5th grade or so, he was a year younger than me actually. So he was probably in 4th grade. He got like a drum kit and started playing the drums, and he was in his basement. This was in the mid 90s. And that's how I started playing drums, and fell in love with them. I just, to the point where I was like obsessed with playing the drums, and ultimately got my own drum kit or whatever. But when we would hang out, I'd be like, I'm going to go in the pool, or I'd be like, all right, yeah, see you. And I'd be like downstairs playing for like hours, and just fell in love with the instrument. Then without him and that exposure, I don't think I've always loved music. I've loved music since I came out of the womb, but I don't know that I would have picked drums up if not for him. So those were the things that came to mind for me. Javin, thank you for writing in. Appreciate your inquiry and hope you're very well. Dick Stillhard wrote in. It's a great name. It says, hey, CNC, keep up the good work. Thank you. Does management get a bad rep? I often hear it's management's fault. It was a failure of management, but seldom hear these devs are not talented. These devs are lazy. I'm not a manager or anything, but I find it strange how devs rarely get any blame for blunders. What's the last time we truly felt devs were at fault? I don't know the intricacies, but blaming management often feels like a scapegoat. What say you? Have an excellent day. I understand what you're saying. I think there's some truth to it. But the way I see it is this way. If you're making a game that doesn't come out good, and you're the creative director and you're the producer, the executive producer, you've made all of the decisions, including the hiring of your staff, and then letting them do whatever they do. And they delivered a shitty product. Is it on them? Yeah, but it's really on you for allowing it to happen. Like, where does the buck stop? It's easy to blame people in the trenches. There are talentless people in the trenches all over the fucking world in every industry. But ultimately, good products come out of good teams with great management. And so this is just a sign, Chris, of me of saying the buck stops with someone. The buck stops with management. It's weak in some sense for managers to blame their staff, though it's sometimes their fault. This comes up in football and hockey all the time. Coaches get fired because teams suck. And it's like, well, does the team suck or does the coach suck? And I'm like, well, maybe both, but it's ultimately the coach's responsibility to make the team play,
Right.
So I don't know if you agree, but that's kind of where I am on this.
That's more or less my perspective too. I think the issue is with game development is that it's such a complicated set of, it's a house of cards. It's a complicated set of cogs like working in tandem with each other. And so the success of that title, of that game, of that IP, whatever, what have you, really does depend on all of those cogs working in tandem. And ultimately, like, the management is, or like the higher ups are the people who are supposed to be directing that and making sure that goes smoothly. I think there's probably a case to be made that like maybe the idea of like a game maybe not be good. Like we were just talking about a game earlier. I don't even remember what it's called anymore. Dustborn, right?
Oh yeah.
Where that's ill-conceived from the get-go, right? But someone had to sign off on that, right?
Right.
So like I mean,
Quantic Dream published that game.
Yeah,
that's a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And so to me, I look at that and I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, there's probably not a lot of compelling dev talent there, like maybe, but this was greenlit and this was allowed to be made. And I'm not saying, by the way, like it doesn't deserve to exist or whatever, like fine, like make whatever you want, but it does kind of stop with management because it's what decides it's what decides all this in some ways. And I even think that there are some cases where games can be poorly managed, where the dev team is just so good that it almost obfuscates that fact. Like I feel like Destiny in some ways is one of these where it's like, that's clearly like a very malignly managed franchise, but the dev talent in the trenches at Bungie is so good that they were able to kind of like withstand in some way that like lack of management prowess. And so I actually feel like I don't know how often it goes the other way, where like you have like a really good manager that's able to whip up a team of really terrible devs. I don't know if that's necessarily all that common. But
I don't know. I'm with you ultimately, like where it's got to stop with the people making the core decisions. You know,
Right? Like again,
Concord.
there's
Like,
no
whose fault is Concord really? Like, come on.
Right, exactly. Like the people that funded it and let it get this far.
8 years.
Yeah, exactly. There's a cycle. Like there are milestones and money is held back until these milestones are passed and so on and so forth. So again, I'm not denying Dick Stillhard the premise of what you're saying.
Right.
Where it's like, yeah, there are definitely, you're only as strong in some sense as your weakest link, and every team, no doubt, even Naughty Dog, I'm sure, has weak links, right? And it's all comparable to like the mean strength of the average worker. But a lot of this stuff is like above their pay grade. And this is why you have to cull your companies and make sure you have the right talent around you at all times. There's just no time for things to be any other way, which is why I think great games come out of great studios pretty predictably, because I think that there's a lot, breakdowns are rare, but they happen. Yeah. Sampo wrote in and said, boys, Sony still has multiple live service games in development. Of the ones we know about, which one has the most long-term potential? Horizon's multiplayer game, Marathon, Fair Games, Jason Blundell's game, Ben's new game is a multiplayer game. Which one most likely succeeds in the long run? How are you feeling generally about these projects? Hope you're doing well. I like the question, but I don't know that we really have enough information. I think the one that has the most potential is Marathon to be huge.
Maybe.
I assume Jason Blundell's game could be huge. And I think that something like Horizon could be and probably will be pretty big. But I think the biggest upside is with Bungie's game. But we really don't know anything.
Yeah.
Because you could have put Helldivers in this list a year ago, and the answer would probably be Helldivers now, but we wouldn't have known that. You know? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm we don't have enough information. Like the fact that we're calling them, you know, Blundell's new game, Ben's new game, kind of tells you all you need to know about how little we know about these things. But if I were a betting man, the thing about Marathon that's confusing to me is that like I don't really know what the potential of an extraction shooter actually is, because there hasn't been a wildly successful extraction shooter. There's Tarkov, which is successful in its own kind of like bubble. It's definitely like maintained a degree of relevance in like hardcore spaces. But your average person, I don't think knows what Tarkov is, in comparison to like Overwatch or something like that. So if the question is which one of these will be the best, I think Marathon's probably a shoo-in for being probably like the best and most intelligently designed one of these things. But the potential, I don't know. I don't know yet. I actually think there might be a ceiling of potential on extraction shooters that we may see come to fruition if this doesn't really hit like it's supposed to. I mean, the way that they're expecting Marathon to hit is in such a way that I'm skeptical that an extraction shooter can do that. But we'll see. Maybe they'll surprise like they continuously have forever. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's Fair Games necessarily, but Bend and Blundell's their stuff might be crazy and cool. I think actually Horizon might have the biggest potential, just as far as like an IP and approachability. Because I have a feeling that Marathon's going to be pretty hardcore. Which might be a huge boon, but it might actually be like a little bit of a wall for people to get into. So, but that's making a lot of assumptions. There's still a lot about Marathon that we just don't know. So, yeah, we're kind of shooting in the dark with this.
Yeah, we just don't have enough information, Sampo. But Fair Games, I'm extremely interested in, just to see how it goes.
Yeah,
and
I'll play it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll play it. I want to see gameplay first. But Jason Blundell's game, I think that's just a deviation game that they just brought over. TBA. All right. Ethereal Pizza wrote in and said, hey, boys, this one is for Chris. I recently jumped in on Destiny 2 after not really playing since the original Destiny. The gameplay is immaculate. It feels so smooth to play, and gameplay-wise, I'm having a blast. This is some A-tier first-person shooting. Now, I'm sure this is stating the obvious, but holy fuck ass is this game convoluted. I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. I purchased most of the expansions, and I know the story will go over my head at this point. And I'm sorry. And to have someone explain all the machinations of Destiny 2 would take an eternity. So my question is a simple one. For the love of Christ, Can you explain what I'm supposed to do in order to level up past the 1940 soft cap? Cheers and keep up the breakdancing. Thank you for writing in, Ethereal Pizza. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, so I mean, it is a very convoluted game. It's unfortunate how convoluted it is because it really is, like you said, A tier. I would argue S tier first person shooting, just best in the business. But yeah, I mean, I checked before we went live. I logged into Destiny. It's been actually a minute. I've been busy with other stuff, but I'm at 1997. So if you're at 1940, and you're at the soft cap, maybe my assumption would be just keep doing pinnacle activities, which is like the stuff that's going to give you better gear. I would say get as many like infusion thing. I can't remember what they're called, infusion nodes or infusion something. That'll if you have like good gear and you want to like bring it with you and take the stats or like take the number gear off of a higher piece of armor to something that you like, just keep doing that. That's what I've been doing for years. I don't even know if I'm necessarily playing the game correctly in that way. There might be an aspect of this that's very much like me playing Command and Conquer Red Alert when I was 8, where it's like, this is getting me, this is getting me to the high ceilings. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe there might be like a way better way to do it from like a meta perspective. Like maybe you're supposed to run. I know running raids helps and like running dungeons and all that stuff like gets you better shit. But that would be my only advice, really. And as far as like it getting into the game, I would say a lot of if you're ever stuck, there are two people that I would consult, and they've been like my Sherpas in some way through this journey as I spent time dipping in and out of Destiny. That's two content creators. My name is Bife for story and lore and just keeping you up to date on that stuff. And then a guy by the name of Aztec Cross, who's really good at just like explaining like mechanically like a lot of the stuff, like and like what you need to do certain things and more gameplay oriented stuff. I think those are two people that in the content creator space that I think are genuinely really good at conveying information about Destiny that might be a little bit obfuscating or a little bit obtusely defined by the game itself. But yeah, that's the best I can give you. I haven't played Destiny in a minute, so I'm a little bit out of sorts with like the terminologies. Like I don't even remember. I can't believe I forgot what the infusion fucking things were called. But whatever. That's my advice.
Pizza. Hope the advice helps. Good luck to you. Stay safe out there.
Yeah.
The Undead Berg's Gardener wrote in and said, hello, boys. I was wondering what positive and warming memories come to mind for you when you think of gaming in your childhood and teens. Doesn't have to be an actual in-game memory, just as long as it's something that surrounds gaming in some way or another. I think back to 2009, a few days after Modern Warfare 2 was released when I was 12 years old. That's so scary that you were 12. I got home from school that day and was asking my mom if I can go to our local game store to trade in some of my old 360 games to try and gather enough money to buy this game that seemingly everyone but me had by this point. She said something along the lines of, I'll think about it, before asking me a short while later to get something from one of the kitchen drawers for her. As I opened the drawer, my eyes lay upon a copy of Modern Warfare 2 that she had secretly bought for me that day. I went on to have some of the best gaming memories of my life with that game, and it's an act of kindness from my dear old mom that I always think about back to, and one that will always stay with me. If you have any gaming-related heartwarming memories that come to mind, I'd love to hear them. Thanks for all that you do, and have a great day. Anything come to mind for you here, Chris?
Yeah, I think I wish I had a better memory for like years and exact like time frames. But I remember it was like early 2000s, and I remember getting a PS2 for Christmas or my birthday or one of those two. I think for my birthday, but I didn't have any games for it. And I think at Christmas, like I really wanted Budokai, and I remember getting Budokai, but I had found it in a drawer like weeks earlier. Oh, nice. I didn't want to spoil the surprise, or I acted all like surprised and happy.
That's nice. That's sweet.
But I was totally stoked. But it was just like, I don't know. There is something about like childhood video game, like this kind of. I don't know if it's like an absence of cynicism or just the fact that things are more new. Like we were talking about earlier about the passage of time, how like things are just like newer to you. Like every experience is a lot more new as a child than it ever would be as an adult. And so there's just like a magic about them. I mean, I even just remember, I don't know if it's necessarily a heartwarming memory, but I think about it very warmly and very positively. of the day that I went to my cousin's house in Carmel, New York, and he had a 360 and it was new. And I don't think I really paid attention. I didn't know anything about it. I knew that 360 was coming, but I don't even think I knew it was out. And I was at his place and he just blew my mind with it, where he was like, he plugged in his iPod and he was like playing music while he was playing Fight Night or whatever. And he turned it on from across the room. And like, I just remember having this like information overload where I couldn't believe like this alien fucking technology was sitting in my cousin's basement, because it had felt like such a crazy leap forward. And I just remember like that's a really fond memory. I remember the smell of like the food that like his parents were cooking upstairs. It's just I don't know, very very fond memories of when things were just completely magical to you, or you just had so little understanding of the inner machinations of any of these things that everything just kind of felt like an adventure. There's a lot of heartwarming memories about those earlier years for sure.
I feel like I'm always chasing that feeling of playing games as a kid that you can't get as an adult. Like the I don't get lost like I used to, and I haven't for years, like many years. Like just getting lost and just obsessing over it and looking forward to it and thinking about it.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because I chose to make this a career for myself as soon as I became an adult. So I never had it any other way, but I'm always chasing that high. I guess a specific example came to mind when I was reading through these letters was, I remember when my brother got Street Fighter 2 for Super Nintendo, and we were obsessed with that game. The arcade game came out in early-ish 91. I was in second grade. And actually early in 91, 92, 93. No, I guess I was in first grade, like the end of first grade when it came to arcades. And that summer, my brother would bring me to Time Out, which was like an arcade, and you'd see it also at like the local deli and at the movie theater and stuff. And we were just obsessed with it. And so in 1992, in the summer of 1992, it came to Super Nintendo as a port, the original Street Fighter 2 World Warrior. And we were just obsessed with it. And I remember him coming in with it and I couldn't believe it. Like it was the first time I'd ever played a game at home where I'm like, wow, I can't believe we have this. Like, I can't believe this is even possible to be playing this like this. And we were obsessed. My sister Allie was really into it too. And we just loved it. And I think back to that really warmly, because that was like right after my mom had left my dad and we were just kind of all amiss. And that summer, that game came in like the clutch for us that summer. And I was going into third grade by the time that we had it on SNES. So that was fun elementary school memories. And then it's a random memory, but I just always have these memories of my dad. My dad and I love my dad, and we always were friendly and stuff, but we had our ups and downs when I was in high school. And I had a rough go in high school for a while, and no matter where we were in our relationships, I knew I could always rely on him to go to the mall for me on the way home from work to get games for me. Like, I would give him the money, but I'd be like, Can you please go and get this for me or whatever? Or I pre-ordered this. Can you go pick this up for me on the way home? And he'd always do it no matter what. And I remember him giving me Tales of Destiny for my birthday in 1998, which is a seminal game for me. I remember it so well because he gave it to me the morning before I went to school. I was in ninth grade. And I remember taking the instruction manual out of the jewel case and like bringing it to school with me. Like a fucking nerd.
Yeah. Oh, that was the best.
Yeah.
I did that too. I did that in, I think when Halo 3 came out, I took the jewel. I would take the instruction manual and I would read it at like a lunch.
Right. Exactly. I couldn't wait.
Insane. Like with people around me, by the way, like my friends were next to me, and I was just reading this thing. Oh yeah, I was ignoring everything.
I was shamelessly nerdy, dude. I would be reading Toy Fair and shit at the high school lunch table. You know,
I multiple times I brought like Game Informer or like official Xbox magazine or something to school and like read it in the cafeteria, and I never had like an issue with anybody. Like no one was crazy about it.
I was thinking about what came to mind for me too is the last time my dad ever did that for me was it was August 2002, I guess. I was going away to college in the days to come, and my dad went. I brought this day up because I just remember it. I brought up in the past is when Super Mario Sunshine and Onimusha 2 came out the same day, and and I remember asking him, I'm like, can you stop by the mall on the way home to pick up these two games that pre-ordered for me? And he did. And then I basically went to college, and so it's kind of like this full this full circle thing in some sense,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember that
That's
very
nice.
well. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the closest memory I have like that was like with my I remember playing Tekken 2 with my sister before she passed, and I remember like I still have that jewel case and that disc still. It's a very special, and it's like a little sad, obviously somber, but like it's heartwarming. I don't know. I remember I have a lot of memories like that. Do you think what's the last you were talking about like trying to like get that magic back or whatever? What's the last time that you can remember? Like, how old were you when you clocked like the last time that you like felt that kind of lost kind of feeling?
Maybe like truly like Wind Waker or something like that, probably like early in college or midway through college is probably the last time I ever really touched base with that part of me.
Right.
Because life just doesn't allow you to live like that anymore.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's interesting to me that it's college because I have the same thing too. Like I think after college, and it's just, or like sometime not too late after college. You know what I mean? But there's something that happens. Even as an adult, you're still capable of doing it. You know what I mean? But there's something gets lost.
If anything, I think maybe it was because I went directly from college to IGN so that I never had an adult life without games being front and center and everything in my life, like from a professional standpoint, such that I'm almost seeking out the experiential thing with games as a kid, but with something that's not games in my adult life. I brought up in the past, like how every once in a while, it's very rare, but I have like this very weird, like afternoon or evening of total clarity where I feel great. And it's like, wow, this is so unique, but it's fleeting, you know? And the game stuff is like even further behind that. So it is what it is. But I love this question. Thank you for writing in Undead Berg's Gardener. Finally, I'm the Grubermeister wrote in. Said, Colin, picture this. Castlevania finally gets a chance on the silver screen. It's a big budget production, live action, huge marketing budget, perfectly cast. However, it's heavily inspired by Bill and Ted, with someone from the modern day Belmont lineage. They go back in time to get all of the heroes from previous time periods together to take down Dracula, who now poses as a major tech mogul. You finally leave the house to watch a movie. Definitely not. Well, you're not really describing this, but it's kind of like Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2, just in like the modernity of it. Which kind of ruins Castlevania in my opinion. Bill and Ted's dope. Love Bill and Ted, but we don't need that with Castlevania. And frankly, we don't need a live action Castlevania either, because I don't know how you would do it. It's too it would be fucking sick, but it would be very expensive to do live action. I think you should just stay within the realm of animation and video games.
I think we're gonna see this like this secret level thing of all these like animated, the kind of like CG rendered games stories, and we're gonna be like, why are we trying live action stuff? Like, what are we doing? Like, why is there a live action Zelda movie? What are we doing? What is the purpose?
Right.
There's some things that like I get it. Like you don't want an animated Last of Us or like Uncharted or something. This like defeats the purpose. But like a live action, who the fuck is playing Zelda in the live action or not Zelda, Link? Who the fuck is playing Link?
I don't know.
In the live action Zelda.
Can't wait to find out. I don't think they've released the cast.
Oh man, it's gonna be some fucking abomination.
Maybe that's why Sony's helping them do it. They're like facilitating it, knowing like they were going to destroy these guys. They're going to make so much money on that movie.
Tom Holland again.
Tom Holland is Link and Zelda.
Yeah, why not?
All right. Well, I'm the Grubermeister. Thank you for the laugh. We appreciate you. Thank you for writing in. That's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, episode number 321. You gave for me. See you later, Chris. Good. Be well.
I installed Red Dead on my. I've been seeing so much of that meme lately because people keep sending it to me, or people keep tagging me in it when they see it. And so I had to download Red Dead again, especially now that I can play it on the Steam Deck through the PS5 streaming. I'm like, ooh, that's really compelling for me. But oh man, yeah, I don't even know what the rest of I'm probably gonna. I gotta make some food today. I'm gonna make some baked ziti.
Oh, nice. That's a great meal.
Yeah, it's
very
super
nice.
good.
Excellent. Well, good luck to you. Be well. I'm going to don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe go for a walk with the dogs or something. And then buckle in for more 100 Heroes. Very exciting.
Yeah.
All right, Chris. Well, be well. I'll talk to you soon. And be well to all of you out there. Appreciate you guys for your support. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia for all things Last Day Media. That's all of our podcasts and so on and so forth. Sacred Symbols Plus, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, and more. Couldn't do it without you. And lastdaymedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.